Alrighty. More Starfield. My favorite kind of videos are the ones that say something is going to be great and amazing before it even exists.
Yeah, or even better, it's game of the decade.
Okay, so we're like we're in the second, well, technically third year of the decade. Yeah, third year, because it goes 0, 1, 2.
Yep.
There's well over half the decade left, and man, games released in 2002 were vastly different in quality from the games released in fucking 2009. You know? But it's gonna be game of the decade. It just seems like dumb fanboyism hype to me.
Yeah, it really is.
Like, like, like you could speculate that, hey, maybe this thing is gonna be good. That's fine. Um, I'm pretty sure we all hope it's gonna be good. Look, I criticize Bethesda a lot. I would genuinely really like it if Starfield was a good game. I don't think it will be, but that's besides the point.
Sorry, I just named the watch together.
Alright.
Yeah, put it in.
It's just strange to me. It's like, yes, this studio that has made nothing but below average to terrible games for probably their past 4 releases. Yeah, but this next one is gonna be game of the decade.
Because it's a passion project. But that's what they said about Fallout 3. That's what they said about Fallout 4. That's what they said about Fallout 76. Like,
Yeah.
Oh, hold on.
Passion project. That's bullshit. It's fucking corporate.
I don't know how much they were able to hear of you guys, but the volume was turned low. For you. Well, because I was streaming Pokemon last night, and it was actually super loud, so I turned it down to 25%, and I usually have you guys on max.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. New mic when? I hope to get a new mic later this month. Maybe in 2 to 3 weeks. We only heard Creetosis. Fucking rip.
Yeah.
Oof.
Sorry about that.
Well, what we were saying was the whole passion project thing. It's like, well, that's what they said about Fallout 3 was a passion project. That's why they put it in the Capital Wasteland, because it's a passion project. That's what they said about Fallout 4. It's a passion project. That's what they said about Fallout 76. It's a passion project. That's what they said about Skyrim. It's a passion project.
Yeah,
and I said that it's corporate. And I before that I was like, yeah, it's crazy hearing this shit. It's going to be the game of the decade from a studio who's made nothing but below average to terrible games with at least their past 4 releases. But this one will be different. This one will be game of the decade. They'll break their streak somehow.
Yeah.
All
video games are passion projects because non-mobile games don't make money.
Yeah, there is kind of a point where the phrase passion project kind of loses all meaning.
Yeah, absolutely. A really sharp turn I took last week, a passion project.
That's kind of horrifying. Bethesda can't even code right. Yeah. See, that's the thing. All games have bugs. It's just, I don't know, Bethesda game bugs kind of hit differently, you know?
Yeah, because they're just everywhere.
There's so many.
But you mean you don't love Fallout 4 getting locked up on a terminal because they fucked the game?
God, I hate that shit. What the fuck was that about? That bothered me for the longest time. Did they ever even fix that? Did mods even fix that?
I think it has been fixed. I've never encountered it myself, but I know shortly after release, a friend was dealing with it a lot. They showed me on their computer.
Yeah, I dealt with it a lot. Anytime I went into those little bunkers with a suit of power armor behind a cage or something, like a cage door, you have to open the terminal. Every fucking time I would touch one of those terminals. Well, have fun. You're now trapped there. You can't get out. No. Oh, I hated that shit. It happened to me every single time. I eventually just stopped going in the bunkers because I knew what would happen.
It almost feels like because the Bethesda team is so big, that none of the coders are talking to each other at all. So like people will tie into each other's codes like crazy. It's a problem with spaghetti code where you'll tie into another piece of code that you think is always going to be stable. Like, oh, hey, the time of day clock, we're always going to keep that consistent. So I'm going to tie in that as my timing mechanism for this code. And then somebody comes down along the line and says, the time of day is a bit off, so we need to change it. And it's already been however many months since you tied into the code for it. You don't remember that you tied in the code for it. Now all of a sudden, that you change that, oh, the time of day, we're just going to make it slightly longer and we're going to make the nighttime a little bit shorter. But then all of a sudden, like, people start walking backwards for some fucking reason. You're like, what the fuck? What happened? We just changed the timing. What the fuck?
Maybe that's kind of the reason there should be documentation of what changes are made and what's tied to what.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's the problem you get on all coding things. Even if you're just the only one coding, because if you're the only coder, well, eventually doing coding enough, you're going to find new, more efficient ways to do things. And then you're going to look back at your old code and be like, what the fuck is this? You're going to have one of those magical Mechanicus moments from Warhammer 40k where the machine works, but you don't know how it works.
Design documents are outdated. Yeah.
Have you guys ever seen that video of Fallout 4 where someone, I believe, changes the time scale and gets them to, like, a date that would be impossible to get normally, like 1,000 years into the future, and just everything fucks up?
That's funny.
Yeah. It's like if the clock just ticks on long enough, the game itself will just completely break.
Yep. Peepsy 152 saying, "Oh guys, stag idea, 24-hour stag win. We're not going to do a 24-hour stag. We're going to do 2 long stags."
Well, we haven't
right?
actually fully agreed on that yet. I didn't get Pagan's take on that.
Oh, okay.
Well, I guess it's out in the open now, so we might as well just ask Pagan. For stag number 50, are you fine with doing Friday and Sunday?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah.
It won't be 2 12-hour streams, but it'll be 2 pretty long ones.
Yeah.
Yep.
With that out of the way, I guess. I felt like I was going to say something, I forget. Oh, the 24-hour stream, yeah. I'm not in the position to do that right now, but sometime in the future it would be nice to do one of those once in a while.
Yeah.
Once in a while probably being the 1-year anniversary streams. Or, every 50.
Yeah, I'd say every 50 we could do like a really long stag. So, one that'll take multiple streams.
Yeah. Oblivion did that on at least the PlayStation 3. I think after 90 hours, the Oblivion gates would stop functioning entirely, or so I heard, as I've never had a single playthrough that long. 90 hours seems like a really low limit for something like that to fuck up that significantly, though.
Yeah.
Like I'd expect maybe 90 years of gameplay. Like, yeah, that sure it can fuck up then, because no one is ever going to reach that. But 90 hours, especially when you consider some RPGs you could put hundreds of hours into,
Yeah. Like, I've put so much time into Elden Ring. Like, if that was the cap, like, my game would have been fucked by now.
Yeah, I got over 90 hours in just the first fucking playthrough.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, wow, that is a really short amount of time to fuck up.
I wonder if Morrowind has any bug like that. Probably not, because Morrowind is far less reliant on time-based events, Like, shops don't open and close for day and night. NPCs aren't... They don't have schedules that require them to be in X place at Y time, Do you think you'll ever have a meme break like EFAP before they need individual streams for it? Meme break? You mean the meme faps? I don't think we really get that many stag memes right now, but maybe at some point.
That's something more like would happen if we had thousands upon thousands of watchers at a time,
Yeah.
Where you have a big enough community that they're constantly pumping out, fan art and all that kind of stuff to actually talk about.
Yeah. That's kind of why we haven't really gone over fan art since that one time we did, where, where we went through a bit of fan art. It's because we don't actually get all that much, which, um, it doesn't really make sense to be like, hey, here's the fan art section, here's 2 pictures, and then, move on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a shame. I really like that one we got at the beginning too. The fucking let's call it STAG.
Yeah.
I fucking love that one.
The
That was
board
so
meeting.
good. Yeah, that one was so good.
But anyways, yeah, if the streams grow at all, and the channel is probably going to continue to grow, we might eventually hit that point.
Yep. It's the same reason why we read the super chats as they come in. We're not at a point where it'd be like, okay, we can only read the $5 and up. Okay, we can only read the $10 and up. Yeah, we can only read the $20 and up as they come in. Okay, guys, we're just going to read them at the end.
Yeah.
We can't do that.
Yeah.
We don't have enough for that.
I think that's something we stated early on, but we should probably reiterate from time to time, is eventually, if this show gets big enough, we're not going to be able to read the super chats as they come in. That's just kind of the way it works.
Yeah.
But it's actually a good thing you brought up super chats, because I completely forgot about something. The Aetherthorn video that premiered, I got super chats on that. So I'm going to
nice.
go read those out, because obviously I can't read it on a premiere. Let's see here. Oh god, why isn't it... Oh no. We didn't have 2 since then, did we? Uh-oh. I'm not finding them in the list for some reason.
Uh-oh.
That's not good. Why wouldn't it show me super chats that are done in the premiered video? I thought they did before. That's dumb. That's actually pretty fucking annoying. Alright, I guess I'm gonna have to open up that video at some point and go through the chat and just collect them to read off next time, I guess.
Yeah.
Creetosis, what will you do with the Morbius chat in the Discord server? There's nothing that needs to be done with it.
It is perfect as
Yes.
it is. Ackman released a new video today.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Yeah, he was talking about Activision Blizzard and how shit they are, and made constant references to the fact that his channel's demonetized.
I
Yeah.
don't think YouTube understands how much damage that actually does to YouTube.
It does a lot, yeah.
Yeah.
It's fucked that they demonetized him. And, yeah.
It's more fucked that they aren't punishing Quantum TV.
Yeah. I mean, especially since they have all the proof of everything he's done.
Yep. Just
Yeah, and it's weird that they're just like
baffling.
ignoring it and going so hard on Ackman after all this too. And it's like, yeah, no, this smells like it's one thing to not punish Quantum TV, like that's already kind of sus. But then it's like, oh, but we're also just gonna straight up demonetize the Ackman's channel, basically. Like they're starting to undo some of it, but it's like,
And
I don't
it gets
know,
worse
man.
than that. People actually talking about the Ackman situation get demonetized.
yeah. So it's like,
it's even more like, okay, this is a level of extreme.
Yeah.
yeah, it's something's going on here. Like
They
what the
claim
fuck?
they claim it's a joke he made that they took serious, like as a serious threat, even though it was an obvious joke. But even that sounds like it's just an excuse.
Yeah, it is. It is an excuse.
Yeah, because that wouldn't excuse them to then be like, okay, but now we're also going to go after all these other videos and stuff, and as well as other people just talking about the situation.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, no, that's
And now their
something's
excuse,
up.
Their excuse is now that Ackman aired his dirty laundry on Twitter, therefore banned forever from monetization.
Well, not banned forever.
Which is-
Banned indefinitely, which means, yeah, they might eventually change their minds, but they might also not.
Yeah, but I wouldn't hold my breath. I guess that is a fair statement though. But I would not hold my breath. But it's funny because as people point out, the only way to get fucking YouTube's attention at all is through Twitter. That's the only thing they pay attention to.
Yeah, you can't get their attention any other way other than announcing it on Twitter and making a stink about it. Otherwise, they'll ignore your ass.
Yeah,
So they don't
YouTube
get to fucking complain.
The YouTube Partner Program Associates or whatever their their contacts are, they literally have no power at YouTube. They can't say anything to YouTube. They can't talk to anybody higher up in the food chain at YouTube.
Yeah, which
It's completely pointless.
Yeah, it's like, what is even the point of having a partner if they can't do anything?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so fucking stupid. Like, this platform just sucks.
Oh yeah.
God, I hope we get something better in the future.
Same.
Yeah.
Great. I mean, Locals is doing really well now, which is
well.
awesome.
That actually reminds me. I found this out last time we were streaming. I should have maybe showed it on screen, but whatever. You can't redirect to other people's streams unless they add you to their list of people who can do that, which is kind of fucked. It defeats the entire purpose of having the whole redirect thing. Because, what if someone I follow and like is premiering their video or is doing a stream? What if it's someone big like Mauler or Nerdrotic or whoever, where it's like, okay, yeah, this huge person is never gonna fucking notice me. So how am I gonna go out and ask them to add me to their approved list of people who can redirect viewers to their streams? It's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
And at the same time, it's like, yeah, bigger YouTubers, they're not gonna reach out. Well, I can't say they're not, but most probably aren't gonna reach out to random smaller YouTubers to say, hey, add me to your list so I can redirect to your smaller stream and hopefully get you some viewers. Like, maybe if they already know each other, that could happen. But again, for complete randos, like if there's a big YouTuber who randomly likes a smaller YouTuber, unless they literally reach out and ask, it's, you can't just do it. It removes the entire point of having this feature. It removes the convenience of it. So most people aren't going to do it.
They were trying to do the Twitch thing, but just made it way worse.
Well, see, that's the thing, is it worked at first. It worked properly at first, because a few of the morning roast streams I did during the Johnny Depp trial, I redirected people to Ricardo's stream. And now that the feature is gone, I can't do that anymore. Well, not gone, changed.
Yeah, they changed it because the bullying, the raids, we can't allow people.
They called them hate raids.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't that possible on Twitch as well, though?
Yes.
Yes.
And Twitch is lefty as shit about it too. It's like, who fucking cares? Do you know all a hate raid does? It bumps up your average numbers in the algorithm. It makes your stream more visible. Take it on the fucking chin. Ban the worst people, worst offenders if you have to. But guess what? That concurrent viewership, that's good for your channel.
Yeah. YouTube also added the gift membership thing from Twitch. Yeah, that is good that they've added that feature. I'm just annoyed that they fucked the redirect thing, because now I can't redirect people to other streams of or premieres of people I like.
Yeah. Also, yes, for whatever reason, on Twitch you can actually disable raids. If you don't want to be raided by anybody, you can actually turn raids off if you want.
See,
I love the comment right below that.
What?
Is YouTube like the cable company from South Park?
Yes.
Yes.
Those pocket protectors are popping off, and they're like, yes.
Oh, yes. Oh, you gonna cry?
Tell us how unfair the Act-Man situation is. Oh, yes.
Honestly, I kind of sympathize with these people, because if Starfield flops, they're going to have to get a real job. No, they won't. There'll be... Okay, listen.
Nah.
If Starfield turns out to be a total fucking dumpster fire, you're still going to have lore channels going into all the cool, deep lore of a terminal of a guy who hated working at this fucking company. And they have cartoonishly horrible business practices.
Yep.
Yeah, this game could come out worse than No Man's Sky did at launch and never improve. In fact, it could get worse, and there will still be fucking people who defend it like It'll still have a fairly decently large player base. It'll still make plenty of money, and then there will still be channels defending it to death and saying anyone who criticizes it is a fucking toxic piece of shit. Like, it's
Toxic
just
hater
inevitable.
with a brain disease that
Yeah,
can't be
that's
cured.
just how Bethesda fans are. They're just
Well, not just Bethesda fans. This goes for anything. There's people out there defending Kenobi with pretty much the same argumentation.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh my god. The people
It's
that have said
been
Kenobi's
so
a good
bad.
show. It's like,
oh
are you for real?
yeah, like some of the excuses they come up with for that show, and then like the next episode completely just shuts that fucking that excuse down, completely gets rid of it. Like, okay, well, you were wrong. Clearly, that this next episode just proved you were wrong, and then they still defend it.
Yep.
And it's
Also-
like, what the fuck?
Speaking of Kenobi, though, I'm really beginning to despise this fucking, not writing style, but this thing writers are doing where it's like, oh hey, here's a gap in time where we don't have a piece of media on yet. Let's shove something in there, even though it won't make any sense and will ruin everything around it, like Kenobi, where it's like, okay, so this destroys both like the prequels and the original trilogy. The way everything plays out in Kenobi cannot lead to the original trilogy.
Yeah, it's so fucked. It's so bad. Everything I've seen of it is just, it's so bad. It's probably one of the worst like pieces of Star Wars media that's come out in a while.
Yeah, we were
At
actually
least
talking
since
about
like Rise of Skywalker was probably like the other one that was like really bad that since then.
yeah. We were talking about this on stream last night when I was streaming Pokemon Blazing Emerald, and yeah, someone mentioned, do you think Kenobi is the worst piece of Star Wars media since The Last Jedi? At first I was like, well, you know, it's pretty bad, but is it worse than the last? Oh god, I think it actually is worse than The Last Jedi.
Yeah, it is so fucking bad. I cannot. And it's just crazy to me how like the power difference just changes from episode to episode.
dude.
Like 1 minute Vader is ripping a fucking spaceship out of the sky, pulling it to the ground, and literally ripping it in half with just his like mind. And then in the next fucking episode, it's like, oh no, he's throwing rocks at me. I can't do anything about this.
Oh no, rocks.
Like,
Rocks,
what the
my
fuck
one
is
weakness.
this?
Well, you also have Kenobi barely able to move like a bolt on a table, like
Yeah.
this little metal thing, and then he's lifting up an entire mountain to fucking throw it at Vader. The
Yeah,
Force,
it's insane.
the
It
Force-
just changes.
it was so much more interesting when the Force was more limited, where, you know, you see Yoda in the original trilogy, and he has to concentrate to lift the X-wing out of the swamp, or even in the prequels, he had to like focus to stop the rocks from falling on him. But
Yeah,
then-
and
then-
he like struggles to do it and like, you know, grunts in pain and stuff from it, but still manages to do it. But it's just like 3 rocks that would have crushed him.
Yeah, but in the-
Meanwhile, in Kenobi,
not
my
just
mountain will crush you, Vader.
not just Kenobi, everything Disney just cranks it up to 11.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
yeah,
Lest
they
we
always have
forget Rey, the Holy One, Jesus in living form, just destroying an entire mountainside so the rebels can escape.
Well, see,
to. Yeah,
I was about to mention that example because that one bugs me in particular. Where in The Last Jedi, she's trying to get trained by Luke, and she's asking what the Force is about. No, he asks her what the Force is, and she's like, I don't know, lifting rocks. Then you get to the end of the movie, and she lifts up all these rocks to reveal the secret exit, and she's just like, lifting rocks. It's like, yeah, that's what they've turned the Force into. It's not this mythical energy that flows through all life in the universe. It's fucking magic telekinesis to move fucking shit. I'm gonna move
Yeah,
a rock.
it's so annoying. I hate it so much. Even before that, even before the sequels, there was like who was it? Starkiller, who pulls down an entire Star Destroyer out
Yeah.
of space, like
At
out of
least in-
orbit. Like, what?
At least in that, you actually have to struggle to do it. So you just see him pulling and straining and everything like that, and he has to stop if he even gets interacted by anything else. If anything else shows up, you have to stop doing it. But so at least there, it shows it's a struggle, But then you see the fucking creamy Sheev just raise his hands and whoa.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he
Entire
lives.
fleet.
Yeah. I mean, why even build a
Also-
Death Star at this point? Just use the Force to push a planet into the fucking sun. Push it
Yeah.
out of orbit. You don't even need the sun. Just push it out of orbit, and everyone will freeze and die.
Yeah. And oh my god, it's so annoying. That bit with Vader pulling the ship down, like that was already bad enough, but there's a million other things wrong with that fucking scene. Why
This-
isn't fucking oh shit, what's her name? I care so little about her. I don't remember her name. The Inquisitor chick, the one that's been a
Riva.
yeah, Riva. Yeah, why didn't she attack Vader while he was doing that? Like
because
that was his most vulnerable point, and she just doesn't do anything. And
Well,
then
no, you
somehow
see-
there's
See, rather than attacking someone in an intelligent way, you have to confront them head on, so they'll fucking destroy you, and they'll go do the thing they're going to do anyways. Where it'd been
Yeah.
easier to fucking take them out.
and then somehow they knew that was going to happen somehow. So no, that was a decoy ship with nobody on it, and
Oh my
the
god!
other ship magically appears behind it and flies off, and somehow doesn't get shot down by the fucking Star Destroyer right over the base.
Yeah, there's no reason to not shoot it down, and they just don't. But also, this is the danger of adding, like, new or bigger and better powers in a fucking prequel. So, Darth Vader can, pull a ship that's taking off back down to the ground and fucking tear it apart? Okay, is there another situation where this power might have come in handy? Is there possibly multiple situations where this power might have come in handy?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Man, oh man, when those pesky rebels are escaping Hoth, if only Vader could have done it then. That would
Well-
have been real nice.
Escaping Hoth,
Now the first Star Destroyer escape, the Death Star escape, they wanted them to. That's the excuse people use. They wanted them to leave. So.
Yeah, the first Death Star escape, but there's also, like, they're flying out in space doing the trench run to destroy the Death Star. Wouldn't it have been possible for him to just use the Force to just push one of the TIE Fighters, X-Wings into the side of the trench?
Yeah, to the left or the right, just go whoop.
yeah. Or he could have used the Force to just grab Luke when he got his hand cut off and fell off the thing, and it's like,
Yeah.
yeah, wow, could have
And
just
now you're
grabbed him.
mine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. It's like you will listen to me, like you will do as I say, or I will drop you.
Or I
You
will
know, but-
disown you as my child, bitch.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Well, no, if he had that kind of power too, he could have prevented Luke from jumping out of the fucking carbonite freezing tube.
Yep.
Yeah.
Impressive. Most impressive. Not really impressive when you consider that you could have kept him down there the entire time.
Yeah.
God, I hate this show so much. I just hate Disney. I hate Disney. I hate them so much.
Hey,
Yeah.
you know, if Vader has the power to pull down a ship, maybe he could use that to lift up a person who's shooting electricity from his hands and throw him into the mine shaft, rather
Yeah.
than picking him up physically and resulting in all of his fucking robotic equipment keeping him alive getting fried in the process. And that way he might not die.
Yep.
Hmm.
Oh God. Well, I say let's get to these super chats and then begin the pain train.
Yeah.
So $5 from Dr. McDingus. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Salve. Today's emperor is Kaiser Lucius Aulus Aurelius Commodus Augustus Pius Felix Ceramaticus Germanicus Maximus Britannicus. Oh God. Which then continues in the next one. $10 from Dr. McDingus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pacifier of the world, Invincible, the Roman Hercules, Pontifex Maximus, holder of the Tribunician, authority of the 18th time, imperator for the 8th consul, for the 7th father of his country. Woo! What a title!
He's almost got more titles than fucking Daenerys.
He might as, you know what? I'm gonna
Like-
say it. The Romans started the entitled trend.
I do find it amusing that this guy's entire name took up an entire $5 super chat.
Yep.
Like,
I think you used a
goddamn.
$10 super chat to finish it off.
Well, $10 super chat to get in all the titles. Like, Dr. McDingus didn't even get to say what this guy did. In the previous Emperor of the Days, he's been like, yeah, this was a good emperor who did this thing. This was a bad emperor who did that thing.
And then $5 from Alpha Craig. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Vader could not deal with rocks because he doesn't like sand, and rocks are large sand, so his sand PTSD kicked in.
Yeah. I actually heard that on the EFAP where they were reading off comments for the end. I didn't watch the full, 8 hours of their full coverage of the show, but I caught the end where they added the extra bits.
Yeah. €5. Shit.
You fucked it up!
I fucked it up.
You fucked up!
£5.
You fucked up! You ruined
£5
Christmas!
Red Dot. Thank you very much. To be fair, it's hard to use the Force on other Force sensitives than on objects and normal people. That's why Jedi and Sith use lightsabers.
Except for that time where Vader just picked up Obi-Wan because he could in Kenobi.
Yeah.
And then rubbed him in fire that didn't do anything. My favorite kind of fire is the kind that does no damage.
Yeah. He didn't know that Kenobi, cast flash sweat right before. So.
Yeah, it's fucking stupid.
So technically speaking, the Romans were the first Twitter users? Sure.
Anyways, yeah, you did say we should get to the video, so let's get to the first video.
Yeah, so I decided because the way you had the thing on your thumbnail, let's do the Turf Nation one of why Starfield will be legendary, game of the decade.
Yeah, and we kind of started off
Turf Nation, so
yeah. We've covered this guy once before. This is the guy who did the critical drinker is toxic video that we covered back in October, I think.
Yep.
Yeah. Don't have high hopes for this one. But yeah, this is kind of what we started off the stream with. Starfield will be legendary. What if it's not?
Yeah. What? Oh, wait. Technically, it could be. It could be a legendary example of dog shit.
But yeah, that's the thing is, I just really don't like these kinds of videos in general where it's like, this is going to be great, this is going to be terrible before they release.
Yeah.
I remember prior to Elden Ring's release, we got a lot of suggestions of a guy who has made plenty of videos where he's just like, oh, Elden Ring is going to flop, Elden Ring is going to be terrible.
Yes. Oh my God.
And all that
everyone's
shit.
gonna hate it, and then they'll finally see that FromSoft is a shitty studio who makes nothing but fucking shit games, and then it fucking
Yeah.
is one of the best
How did that
games this
turn
year.
out?
Yeah.
But it's kind of why those videos in particular are kind of pathetic. Like, you have a chance of being right, and you have a big chance of being wrong. Like, just... I don't get why people can't just say, hey, I hope this thing is going to be great. I hope... let's take this title here. Why Starfield will be legendary. Well, you don't know that yet. Why not make it? Why I hope Starfield will be legendary, or something like that.
Yeah.
Why I think Starfield will be a good game. Why I think Starfield will be game of the decade, and then go through reasons why.
Yeah.
What if, hear me out, one of the planets you land on, and then you wake up to the intro of Skyrim?
No.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. And it's literally just another re-release of Skyrim.
You're
but it's
finally awake.
disguised. That'd be insane.
I would
Somehow I could somewhat see them doing that.
I would actually have to laugh if there's a computer terminal you can use in Starfield and it just has the entirety of Skyrim on it. So you can play Skyrim in its entirety in Starfield.
That would be weird.
That would be funny. That would actually be funny. I'd have to give them a point for that.
See, the legendary part isn't the main issue here. It's why Starfield will be legendary. The will be is the main issue. The If he had said why I think Starfield will be legendary, you could keep legendary, which is what people will be clicking for the clickbait, but you could have a more accurate title.
Yeah. It's just this whole predicting the future crap with media. Like, you could talk about why you think something will be bad. We've talked about why we think Rings of Power will be bad. We've talked about why we thought Bebop flicks and Halo were going to be bad before those were released, you know?
Yeah.
It turns out we were right, but we weren't like, oh yeah, this is definitely going to be 100% terrible. It's like, no, it's...
Because anything has the chance to surprise you.
Yeah. There was always the possibility that Bebop flicks could have been amazing. Paramount's Halo show could have been amazing. They obviously aren't, but the possibility existed. And that's why we're always careful about, well, Rings of Power could be good. The Fallout Amazon show could be good. We don't think they will be. We don't think Starfield will be good. We hope it's good.
Yeah, because you know what? Trust me, it's a lot better to make videos and analysis on things that are actually good because you enjoy playing them.
Yeah.
They don't feel like a total slog. They don't feel like, your soul is leaving your body as you're just like, why? Why do I continue?
Yeah, covering Halo was fucking hard. Oh my god. I wanted that to end as soon as possible. I was ready for that to just be over with.
Yeah. Yeah, just every decision with that show. I listened to some of the EFAP covering it, and I think at some point they said something to the effect of it feels like the writers kind of hated video games or video game writing, so they just kind of shat all over it. Like, obviously I'm paraphrasing heavily, but that's absolutely the impression I got from the Halo show.
Yeah.
It's like they had this... I can't think of the word. The word, like, despise is coming to mind, but it's not the word I want to use. But I guess I'll use it anyways. It's like they despised video games and thought they're, like... It's that whole thing. Oh, video games are just dumb toys, basically, which they're not.
Yeah, they just see it as childish, and they think, oh, but our writing, ours, like, we can make it far more sophisticated and just improve it overall, like, and turn it from something other than a childish video game story.
Disdained was the word I was looking for. It's like they had so much disdain for video games.
Yeah.
But yeah. I also really hate that fucking, what you were just talking about. Oh, it's, video games are lesser. It's... You would think the most profitable entertainment industry would have moved beyond the type of criticism of, oh, it's just dumb toys by now.
Well, no. Actually, I would argue you wouldn't, because it's the old forms of media and entertainment fighting back against the new form. They need to tear down the new form to hopefully try to keep their own place in it. They don't understand that people are still going to watch TV. They're still going to watch movies. That's not going away. But it's the CNNs versus the that umbrella guy.
Yeah, I was actually just about to bring up examples like that. All these mainstream medias, whether they're big news outlets with their own channels or just sites that post articles, a lot of them go after different YouTubers, and you could see why they're doing it. It's because people actually watch and care about what these YouTubers have to say. They build a community. They build an audience that they love, and the audience loves them. And hopefully, in most cases, it's not blind love. Of course, you get those people too, but you could tell that it's a genuine thing when a lot of these YouTubers build up these audiences, the EFAPs, the Friday Night Tights, Yellow Flash and Umbrella Guy. That you could tell that's a genuine thing that people care about because they go out and watch it, and these news organizations who are losing viewers because no one trusts them. Yeah, of course they have to attack what's becoming their biggest competitor.
Yep. What's cool is that, though, now that a bunch of these channels, like Yellow Flash, that Umbrella Guy, the Law Tube in general, Nick Rekieta with Rekieta Law, Legal Mindset, Legal Vices, Legal Bites, lots of legals there. But yeah, they're good. Except Legal Eagle. Legal Eagle can go fuck himself.
I find it
Fucking
hilarious
lefty
how
piece of shit.
I find it hilarious how Ricada refers to him as Legal Smeagol.
Yes. Dude is one of the most dishonest pieces of shit you will ever see.
No, you don't
It's
get it. It's
great.
assault that the Dawn touched Captain Marvel's map.
Yeah. It's critical. It's key. He touched the map. This is vital. It's like, this is the guy, this is the retard who's going to be teaching up-and-coming lawyers what the law is. You should be very fucking worried.
It's a Gundam too, don't forget him. Yeah, him too. It's a Gundam is great.
Yes. But anyways, all these new forms of media exploded with Rittenhouse. They quadrupled or sometimes quintupled in size from the Johnny Depp trials. And the mainstream media couldn't lie about these cases anymore. They couldn't lie through their teeth. What's wrong with Legal Eagle? I thought he was good. Oh no. He is a hardcore leftoid in PC. And, like, he is genuinely a piece of shit. Like, he
Really?
he actively tried to destroy Kyle Rittenhouse's life. He actively tried to destroy Johnny Depp's life. And now he has to go back and explain to his audience why they won. But he tries to couch it in, like, weird technicalities. They were playing the legal game. And the prosecution had strong arguments in the Rittenhouse case and stuff like that. And it's like, no, you're just a piece of shit, Legal Eagle. Go fuck yourself.
You mean the strong argument of this blob on the camera is a kid pointing a gun at someone else, resulting in them... whatever?
Yeah. Meanwhile, conveniently ignore this other blob, which is actually lighting up because fucking Zeminski fired a shot at Kyle as Kyle was running away. Yeah, ignore that. Just, no, don't look at that.
I mean, he's lucky that shot didn't hit anyone else, too.
Yeah.
Anyways, about 10 minutes ago, we were going to start the video, and then we got into another big tangent.
Yeah. But that's just because, it was talking about the whole, like, new media versus old media thing. It's what's going to happen. But like I was saying, what's fascinating with all these channels that are coming up is we're actually going back to the way media used to be in the United States, when it was a lot more trustworthy and open and honest. When you had all these decentralized news sources who verified their own things, and they lived and died on their reputation alone.
You mean before 6 companies owned all of the news organizations?
Yep.
Yep.
Remember how Simpsons did an episode on that years ago where Mr. Burns didn't like the news articles, the news channels talking bad about him, so he bought them all so they would praise him out the fucking ass. And Lisa, seeing this as a wrong, started up her own newspaper, and he tried to buy her out and it didn't work, so he tried to destroy her.
Yep.
Maybe there was a reason that episode existed. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyways.
By the way, I'm not saying old school media, like back when media first started, was completely trustworthy. Obviously, there was a lot of things they got wrong, but it's because they couldn't verify to the level of degree you're supposed to be able to these days.
Yeah.
But, again, they lived and died off of people trusting them. They lived and died off of people, like, believing them enough because they were a 1-man, a 2-man, a 10-man operation at the biggest.
Yeah. Membership message from High Speed Tacos for 2 months. Thank you. Hello, fellow Americans. Just want to say I'm finally getting around to pay for 1911, the most American firearm next to my first gun, a Marlin 3030.
Oh. Cool.
Nice.
Are you just don't go around starting the whole 45 ACP, 2 world wars and shit like that. Don't start doing that.
Yeah, don't do the meme.
Yeah. Now, granted, 1911 is still a viable weapon in today's military, but it's designed for a whole different kind of target where you want to drop somebody like real quick. However, modern 9mm performs nearly identical to 45 ACP. So, a lot higher capacity versus what used to be stopping power. About tomorrow, don't say a thing. No, I'm going to wish everybody a happy fucking 4th of July.
I don't know. There are still people who take game journalism seriously. Yeah, we call those people clowns.
Yes.
Simpsons episode where the shady interviewer edits Homer to a point to make him look like a creep who was probably my first exposure towards media manipulation. I think that might have been my first too, but even like back then when I was a kid, I thought there's no way, it's that bad. Of course, they're probably just making a joke about media. And then you grow up and you realize, oh dear God, that was so fucking accurate. $5 from Jacob. Thank you. My job did me dirty the other day and fired me. How will I pay for Creation Club content now? Sorry to hear that you lost your job. Hopefully you could get a new one soon. And hold on. If you lost your job, you don't have to send in super chats. Like, don't waste your money on us if you're out of a job.
So I just want to do this comment because it's so fucking funny.
Right.
High Speed Taco says, Setch, I bought a 45 ACP because the 9mm would be too much force. Have you seen what it does to a human lung?
It surgically removes it from the body and puts it in a pan.
Yes. Oh, God.
Oh, I like this comment, too, from Overseer USA. I think Coolsville sucks. I remember... I watched the Scooby-Doo movie several times as a kid, and I remember that clip, too, where they took Fred out of context to say Coolsville sucks. And, yeah, it's kind of the way it goes, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Retards rise up.
Yeah, there you go.
All right.
Let's do it.
Yeah, another almost 10 minutes later. Let's get started. I assume this is part of Bethesda's presentation for Starfield? Or is this
I don't remember this.
Or is this... Oh no, yeah, this has to be a thing. Because it's clearly not his channel intro.
Yeah, no, I don't remember this at the presentation at all.
I
do. They
do.
get a new one.
No, this was during the presentation.
Oh, was it?
Yep.
Maybe I was too busy writing down notes in the
Starfield
journal.
is my most anticipated game of all time. Bethesda games have consistently been some of my favorite video games throughout my life, but I was never really into gaming news and getting hyped about upcoming games until around like 5 years ago. And during this time span, I don't think any game has come close to competing with Starfield on my most
Keep in mind, he's also showcasing the footage where the guy's head is backwards.
Yep. I was just about to say, oh, what a poor clip to choose.
Wait, a guy's head is backwards here?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the guy next to the gate, he's next to the cinder blocks by the gate. Not the guy walking out, the guy who's walking in, his head is actually backwards.
Yeah, he's looking at the camera because it's
Yeah.
locked to it for some reason. So as they walk like further in, their head just rotates like an owl all the way around and
Like
stares at the camera.
Like a what?
Yeah. Like a U.
I'm not an
tree,
owl.
guys.
Look at you.
I'm not an owl.
We found Cree. Oh my god, we found Cree in real life. Holy shit.
Reed!
Enhance.
Yeah. Well, let's see where this goes.
anticipated games list. Not to love about the concept, a Bethesda game in space.
Everything. It's a Bethesda
yeah, there's
game,
a lot.
which is lacking in quality. That is a title that just screams attention to detail is going to be fucked. And in space, which, God, so many game franchises try to go, we're in space now. Any entertainment franchise tries to do, we're in space now, and it's all fucked.
Yeah.
Well, I've got
It's a
an
running
imposter in
trend.
chat.
Oh?
Hello, everyone. How it going?
Well, do you
Yeah.
want them Yeetus to lead us right now?
It seems like harmless fun right now. If they start saying anything, like, fucked up, then we'll get rid of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Jason X was an exception, but that's because the Jason movies pushed more into campy goofball weirdness. That's why Jason X worked in space, because it was so fucked already. Guys, it's okay. Calm down. He just wanted his machete back. Woo!
Yeah. God, what a fucking movie that was. Yeah, it being a total mess is what kind of made it fun to watch. Otherwise,
Yeah.
I probably wouldn't have cared.
Yeah. You get an actual like yellow tag on your name for
Okay, yeah.
everybody.
Okay, that's good to know. So, if you see someone in chat with the name Creetosis without a yellow tag, that's not me.
Yep.
Anyways.
There's so much. However, it took a long time for us to see gameplay for this game that was announced back in 2018. However, the gameplay reveal sure did live up to my standards, and even
To my standards. Oh boy, but we know your standards. We've covered you before. We know what your standards are. They're in the fucking ground.
Yeah. Holy shit, man! You got to tunnel down to get to your level of standards. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah, from all I still haven't actually watched a presentation, but I've seen parts of the footage and videos we've covered. It's just not standing out as too impressive to me. It seems like a very generic sci-fi trailer where you can go to multiple planets.
Yeah. It's incredibly generic. There is nothing that stands out as original that just screams, "Oh, this is Starfield."
Yeah, it feels like they've somehow managed to make like a spacefaring looter shooter that's somehow more generic than fucking Borderlands.
Well, see,
Yeah.
And
even
it's like, how do you do that?
well, see, that's the thing. I'm not the biggest fan of Borderlands in the world, but it at least has a unique art style where you could tell at a glance, hey, this is Borderlands.
Exactly,
it's
that's what I'm
same thing with-
saying.
And you've got
Same
those
thing
character
with-
designs where it's like, oh yeah, this is the Psycho. You could tell, just immediately by looking at it that it's, again, Borderlands.
It's just a worse Borderlands because it's like, it's just so generic. Like, at least Borderlands had elements of like, oh, well, that's kind of clever. That's interesting. That's unique. Oh, I like this art style. Here, it's literally just generic space thing, I guess.
Yeah.
It's
Could have taken this image right here on screen and just been like, "Is this Star Citizen?" And you probably would have fooled a ton of people if you just said, this is the new Star Citizen trailer dropped," and you just showed this screenshot right here on screen right now.
Yeah, I was actually going to use this image as my own example, where, like, nothing here stands out as being particularly unique. You've got two guys in generic-looking sci-fi spacesuits. You've got a fairly generic-looking ship with thrusters in its landing. It's like, yeah, there's nothing here that's remarkable in any way.
Yeah. Joe M says, there is a unique thing, the Minecraft shotgun. Oh boy, I've got that pinned and ready to go. If he says,
oh yeah.
If he starts talking about like the look at the quality and attention to detail, I'm immediately stopping the video and be like, okay, Cree, we gotta pull this up.
Yeah, holy fuck, that thing is an abomination.
It is a total fucking disaster on every level.
I actually really like that shotgun too, because it's probably one of the greatest examples of showing Bethesda doesn't know what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah.
Because I frequently get these arguments from people where it's like, especially with Fallout 3, I keep going back to this, but it's because it comes up so often in my comments. Oh, well, there's grass in the world, so clearly there's plant life. It's like, you really don't know, like, you're really giving Bethesda too much credit here.
Yeah. Yes, dead, dormant grass. Oh, yes, that will feed a fucking entire herd of Brahmin. Oh my god, you fucking idiots.
Yeah.
Now, of course, there is still a year until this game comes out, so
No, it's not a year. It's less than a year. It's coming out next year. That's the thing. It's coming out next year, but it is not a year's release away.
Yeah, a lot of people, like, this... It's that weird brain trick thing where you see something that's $14.99 and you're like, oh, that's $14. It's kind of the same thing, I think, where it's like, oh yeah, this thing is being released in May of 2023. Oh, so it's a year away. No, it's less than a year away. We're in July.
Yeah.
people still own PlayStations.
I feel
I-
bad. I genuinely feel bad for PlayStation 5 owners. You just don't have any games. Like, holy shit.
Maybe that's why the PlayStation 4s are still so expensive.
Yeah. It's just like, oh god. Like, Demon Souls is really, really fucking good. I would recommend it highly, but it's kind of a Demon Souls only machine so far. That's the only, like, super killer awesome game they've had.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's the only one I've been able to think of. That's like, if like, what game would I even buy if I were to get that? And it's like, oh, I'd probably get Demon Souls.
Yeah. And then you're like, and what else?
Yeah,
Are-
exactly. It's like, and
Are you telling me you aren't running out to get a PlayStation 5 so you can play The Last of Us 2?
Oh, fuck no. Holy shit. And
Oh my
especially
God.
not the remake of The Last of Us.
Which
where they
looks
started
garbage.
hinting- Yeah,
Yeah.
it looks terrible, and they started hinting that there might be some story changes in it. I'm like, no.
Fuck off.
You see, we have to go back and change the original, so Joel is incompetent, resulting in his death making total sense in the shitty sequel.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to give him Down syndrome in the first game, so it makes sense in the second game.
So a lot of people are finding in the trailer can likely be fixed in that time.
No. Again, these are... Okay, so there are some minor things that can be fixed. Yes, like people probably won't have their heads turned around backwards. The issue, and the reason why people are pointing out all of these issues in the trailer is, this is the best of the best of the best footage that Bethesda could show us. And this is how buggy, generic, and, like, awful Starfield looks. Like, you gotta think about this. This is stuff that has gone through multiple teams and editors and been approved by upper management to be shown. Big yikes.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure I know what happened with the spun around head thing. So because this is a tailor-made trailer where they wanted characters going in certain places and stuff, I'm almost certain that the character whose head was spinning all the way around, they probably either used them in another shot beforehand, or they had an idea that ended up getting scrapped, but they probably had the model lock the direction of its head to always face the camera for the shot, and then forgot to unlock it in this different shot. So as they're walking, they just wanted them to walk into the base, didn't unlock the fucking the model. So where the camera is, as it goes like backwards and the character goes forward, the character just continues to stay locked to the camera and rotates their head all the way around to look at the camera. I'm pretty sure that's what happened, because I've done the same thing in some of my SFM model or SFM animations where I'm like, oh, I forgot to unlock that. Fuck, he's just spinning his head all the way around. So I'm pretty sure that's probably what they did. There's something similar to that, and it's they just forgot to unlock the model.
What I think it might be is that character, that model in particular, might have been used for like a video screen or something like that. Like a guy who's supposed to be looking into a camera, but so he's looking at the player.
Yeah,
so that could be what it is. He's supposed to be seated or something, and they just reused him there because fuck it, we need a model walking.
Yeah.
And they didn't realize it was the one that had the headlock. But I'd also like to point out, I noticed a new bug in this screenshot right here in front of us.
Uh-oh.
So, look, you notice the rocks at the bottom near the time bar? You have the 3 rocks on the side, then you go directly to the right and you have another rock.
Yeah.
That rock's just floating.
Is it?
There's shadow underneath it.
Oh, the one near like the big like chunk of granite coming out of the ground.
Yeah, then you have like a small, like...
The one I'm pointing at on screen.
Judging by the staircase, does that be about the size of a dude's head? Yeah, it's just floating. On snow, mind you.
Starfield? The copium will have to be industrial strength. It might be. Yeah. Depending how bad it turns out, it might be. Think of how jank Skyrim was with a 14 square mile map. No, stretch that development to 100 planets. Thousands
It's
of
more than that. It's
planets.
thousands of planets, Indigo. It's hundreds of solar systems. Thousands of planets.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is like, oh boy.
Oh, that rewound a lot farther than I thought it would. There
That's
we
okay. It'll go. Oh, we would have heard his. It's living up to my standards. Like,
go. Have you guys heard the rumors that you might not be able to mod Starfield? I think we heard that last time.
Yeah.
If Bethesda is really going to do that, that is bad for them. That is real bad.
That will kill Starfield. It'll be fucking amazing.
Yep. Oh my god, it's just so funny to me because
Like
all of that, like even the people who argue that Bethesda doesn't rely on modders ends up fucking saying that they rely on modders. Like everyone knows that they rely on modders to fix their fucking games, and it's like, oh, but you can't mod this one? Oh, well, this is gonna be a shit show.
Well, that's the thing too. Is let's say this game does happen to be amazing, it's still going to suffer for the lack of modding. Like at this point, it's a big core of Bethesda games' appeals. To the point where people defend these games and saying, yeah, the story is garbage, but these are more modding platforms than anything else.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a sandbox. It's just a sandbox that you can mod and do whatever you want in, and that's what makes these games so great. And
Yeah.
you're just criticizing the wrong thing. And it's like, oh boy, well, what are we gonna do when you get to a fucking game where you can't mod it?
I would actually like for Starfield to be unmoddable, even though that's a bad idea for Bethesda, because it will serve as like pretty decent proof that yeah, they do rely on modders. It'll kill that argument outright.
Yep. Oh my god, I'm just, because like I referenced it just a second ago, but the fucking Oxhorn thing, it's like Bethesda does not rely on modders to fix their games, but they do fix it, so they don't bother to patch it or anything because they know that the modders will fix it, and it's just like, oh my fucking god.
I'm glad you mentioned that because I somehow forgot about that clip. I'm gonna have to put that in the compilation for STAG number 50.
Absolutely.
Oh.
I've been trying to figure out, like, people have been suggesting clips to use, and I was already thinking, so for the first two, we're definitely going to take the Star Wars wasn't impactful or influential clip, and we're going to take the retconning reality one, I think.
Absolutely. So
But
we need,
Star
Star Wars wasn't impactful, retconning reality. Bethesda doesn't rely on modders. They just knew the modders fixed it, so they didn't bother patching it themselves. It's like, that's the same paragraph, you fucking idiot. Holy shit.
The issues people are finding in the trailer can likely be fixed in that time, and of course only time will tell whether or not Todd's promises turn out to be true or not.
Yes, I entirely agree with that. Only time will tell. Hence why you shouldn't make why Starfield will be legendary, game of the decade, as your starting point.
Yeah,
Only time will tell how good or bad this will be.
So people in chat who are still commenting on the mod thing, we don't know for sure. This is just something we've heard.
Yes, these are the rumors that have been put out there. Again, tell you with a dump truck of salt. We have no idea if it's true or not. It could be true because Starfield is supposed to be so complex. But who fucking knows, honestly. I think it'd be amazing if they didn't do modding because it would kill the game. And it would highlight that, no, Bethesda does entirely rely on modders to fix all their shit.
Yeah. Didn't 76 ban modding as well?
Yeah, but there you can kind of see because it's supposed to be an online, shared world.
Well, that was the confusing thing about that, because I think they originally said there was still going to be modding, but it would have to be on your private servers. And they eventually introduced private servers with their Fallout 1st subscription, but I've never actually looked into if you can mod those or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to assume you can't, because a character you play on your private server, you can go and play on a normal server. So what if you mod your private server to give you, 1 billion caps, you know?
Yeah.
5 billion even.
It's kind of the
Sorry,
thing
500.
It's kind of the thing with V Rising. V Rising is supposed to be played as an online world, but you can create a single player game if you want, and you can host your own servers and mod the fuck out of it. The developers even said so. So that could be what 76 is supposed to be.
Yeah, but again, I've never actually looked into it to see what they ended up doing with that because I honestly just didn't care that much.
Oh god,
Yeah.
you have to pay for private servers? Oh.
Well, that actually kind of makes
Yeah.
sense to a degree. It's single player is what I'd say you shouldn't have to pay for.
Yeah, and it's the same thing for V-Rising. You don't have to pay for single player. But if you want to set up your own server to have your own community and everything on it, of course you're going to have to pay a server host.
Yeah, I guess it depends how you're doing your online too, because you could do your own hosting and that should be free. Like, oh yeah, I've got my own server box, or I'm just running it from my computer. You know, you start up a game of like Terraria with a friend and you just host the game, rather than buying a permanent server.
Yeah.
$5 from Itiko the Tricky, thank you. Patrolling these unrealistically optimistic takes on Bethesda hype almost makes you wish for a nuclear winter.
Yeah.
Those at the start were not private servers. They were private instances. You didn't actually get a private anything. It's still Bethesda's server. Yeah, that's kind of fucked.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, because somebody was saying you had to pay for like the private servers of Fallout 76. It's like, God, imagine paying for a server in Fallout 76. Oh,
I think genuinely, if you could mod it, I think you could. Getting away from all of Bethesda's nonsense, you could genuinely make it a good game. Like, you would have to completely rip everything from the ground up, but if they allowed people to have their own private servers and mod them like fucking crazy, I think you could do something cool there.
Is this a full Starfield stag? Yeah, both videos today are Starfield.
Yes.
This obviously, we're not going to be covering too much Starfield until it comes out. Like, there might be the odd video here and there, but right now all everyone has is speculation based on the presentation from not E3. So
Yeah.
yeah.
And it was pretty rough. It wasn't as awful, as insufferable as it usually was, but there was some I stand for the current thing for sure.
Yeah, it was really bad.
But when Starfield
you pay for a server, it isn't private. It still runs on Bethesda's servers, and all you actually get is access to the console commands.
Yeah.
Oof.
Fuck that.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, no, I agree. You can always want to be better, but if you want Fallout 76 to be a good game, you could, if you had the capabilities, which sounds like you don't even have the capabilities of doing your own private server to begin with, and you could mod the shit out of it to like remove the handshake PvP, to make base building not be around a central thing, but you could build anywhere at any time, so people could actually make their own communities if they so felt like it. Change the enemies to not be damage spongy, maybe increase the enemy damage like a bajillion and then decrease their health so it feels more like it's a actual fight. You know, glass cannons, make them glass cannons. They'll hit you like a freight train, but if you pop them a couple times, they'll drop.
Yeah.
Instead of the fucking, some of them can hit like a freight train and they also take a bajillion fucking gunshots.
Anyways, yeah, when Starfield does come out, we will be covering it on STAG. Don't expect the first STAG immediately after release to be about Starfield though, because to experience much of the content, it'll probably take us like 2 to 3 weeks minimum, maybe a bit more than that, because you have to understand, even though these games are probably even though Starfield is probably not going to be that good, it's still a chunky game. There's still a lot of content to go through. So
I agree with you, Cantus. So Cantus says, if you need to take a product apart and rebuild it entirely from the ground up to make it good, it's a bad product. Exactly. And we even wrote that in our Skyrim video. If it requires mods to be good, then it isn't a good game to begin with.
Yeah, and I think we've said before, when we say if it requires mods to be good, we're not talking about like getting it running, basically. Like some older games especially need certain patches just to be functional. We're not talking about that. We're talking about, oh hey, this game is full of game-breaking bugs and the story is unplayable or terribly written or whatever, and there's mods out there that fix it, like, yeah, that's the instances where you can't say, oh yeah, well, it's good with mods. Like, no. Like, sure, it's probably better with mods, but that's besides the point. If you need mods to make it good, then that's a problem. When's Skyrim Part 2, Owlman? Eventually. That's all I've got right now. I'm sorry, truly, but you know, the whole full-time job thing. I've been in a bit of a depressive rut lately, which is why I haven't really gotten much out. The Ace Attorney video was kind of rushed, but that was also a bit of a unique case.
Yeah.
I am working on stuff in the background, but I think I mentioned before, it's just you're not going to see the results of it until it is complete. Yeah. Will Starfield come out before Skyrim Video Part 2? Quite possibly.
Yeah, probably.
Because on my backlog right now, I've got the Bebop Flicks video, possibly the Halo video. I still want to do the Fallout 4 Part 4 analysis, as well as the remakes of 1 and 2. Yeah. Are you going to stream more Pokemon? Probably. I need to finish the Pearl remake. I need to play more of Arceus. I can't even say finish Arceus yet, because I've only played it the one time. But yeah, there's going to be more. I want to try and finish those games too before the new ones release in November, because I'm going to want to stream those too.
'76 came out, a ton of people don't trust Todd Howard and Bethesda anymore, with good reason. I mean, Fallout 76 left a bitter taste in a lot of people's mouths. However, with more recent launch failures such as Cyberpunk, I think people are in general just more skeptical about games before they come out. I mean,
Which is a good thing.
Yeah,
Very good.
People should be more skeptical, but it's also not just Fallout 76. Like, that was kind of one of the amazing things to me about 76's release, is a lot of people kind of look back on other Bethesda products at that point and they're like, oh, Skyrim isn't actually as good as I thought it was. Fallout 3, Fallout 4 weren't actually as good as I thought it was. It's like, yeah, holy shit, people are finally starting to notice. Dear God.
Yeah. Which is, again, it's great for those of us that have been saying, like, yeah, no, if you pay attention to how this trend has been going, you shouldn't be excited for Starfield. You can have some optimism, like, hey, maybe they'll turn it out good, but I wouldn't hold my breath.
Yeah. Fallout 76 was bad, but so was Cyberpunk 2077, a being of pure copium.
Yeah.
Yeah, that does sound like a big cope to me.
It really, really does.
wouldn't want to get too excited for a game like Starfield, a game that almost seems too good to be true. It's better to keep
that's because it is too good to be true.
Yeah, genuinely, 100%. Do you think, Turf Nation, this is a genuine question, do you think all those thousands of planets will have the same quality all throughout? Will there not be a single dip in quality in those thousands of planets? Because I'm going to tell you right now, Chief, by sheer practicality, there has to be.
Yeah. It's just, to me, from what we've seen so far, it seems like a larger scale issue of the Bethesda problem, where here's a massive world and hundreds of dungeons in it, but the majority of those dungeons are just generic enemies, generic loot. Like, if I land on planet 527, like, okay, so I explore this planet and there's procedurally generated terrain with procedurally generated enemies with procedurally generated loot. It's like, oh, okay. So I can find what I found here on 1,000 different planets with just a slightly... It's the same problem Starbound had. It's like, well, here's a planet and this one has blue dirt, and here's another planet and it has green dirt. It's like, okay, yeah, but it's still dirt either way. It doesn't matter that you've recolored it. Like, the difference in these planets are minuscule at best. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Starfield, a game that almost seems too good to be true. It's better to keep expectations low than to be disappointed. Or is it? Today I'm going to discuss why.
Or absolutely. By the way, this right here, this background thing that he's going into, I didn't expect him to do that when I paused it, but this is what makes me think that you're not going to be able to fly around the planet. It's going to be canned animation that takes you directly into space at all times.
Yeah, that absolutely looks like a canned animation type thing.
So, which is just like, yeah, I don't believe you, Bethesda, that these are fully realized worlds. I have a strong suspicion, and again, we won't know if it's right or not until Starfield actually comes out and we get to play it. I have a strong suspicion that you're not going to let us explore the entire planet. Because I'm even looking at this screenshot here. Look at all these trees and foliage and everything we got here. But then you look off in the distance and there's nothingness.
Yeah, it just fades out into nothing.
Yeah.
If I were to give Bethesda the benefit of the doubt, maybe this is a stylish thing they did where it's like, let's program the camera to be on the exact same angle for every takeoff.
But every takeoff is the exact same.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was moving into, is...
Yeah.
That's
fair.
if I were to give them the benefit of the doubt, and... Just from what I saw just there... Let's wind it back just a tiny bit. Right there should be good.
Yep.
Good to be true. It's better to keep expectations low than to be disappointed. Or is it? Today I'm going to discuss why I think Starfield will be a...
Oh...
Yeah, same.
that...
Yeah.
Um,
Exactly the same every time.
Like, again, they could have programmed the ship and the camera to do that every single time for these shots to show off their planet, but it does give the impression that these are canned and not freeform.
Yeah.
Hopefully there is freeform, like flying around the planet in your ship, but I'm having big doubts right now.
Yep.
Big fucking doubts.
Yeah.
And again, look at this in this screenshot right here. Look at how barren and lifeless it looks in the distance. Like, you know what I mean? Does that look like a forest to anybody else? Really?
No, it looks like a bunch of dots on the horizon.
Yeah.
But I mean, how much is going to be out there to really explore? Because the points of interest for Bethesda games are usually, like, ruins or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
Morrowind had the Dwemer ruins and the Daedric shrines. And the ancestral tombs and stuff. Oblivion had the Iliad ruins and the old fortresses. Things that were unique and stood out. What I'm seeing here is a landscape. And gotta be honest, most landscapes are like... Landscapes can be absolutely beautiful, but that doesn't really serve the function of the game well alone.
Especially because Bethesda themselves revealed that it's really easy for them to generate terrain. And it is. In a lot of engines, it's incredibly simple and easy to generate terrain. So this isn't impressive at all. This is something you could do in 30 minutes.
Yeah. In fact, isn't that a problem Oblivion had, where they just generated a lot of the forests? I think Patricia mentioned it in his video, but there's like hundreds of instances of trees just floating in the air.
Yep.
And there's a patch that fixes this and places them on the ground where they should be.
Yeah, and I think they said like they had to actually go through every forest and mark every single tree to do it as well.
Well,
Something
yeah, of
crazy
course.
Like they couldn't just take this entire patch of trees and just move all of it down. They actually had to mark the individual tree in the code and then move it down.
Well, yeah, because there's probably instances of like one tree up in the air when it shouldn't be, in a forest of like hundreds upon hundreds of trees.
Yep. But I mean, like the people would be like, "Oh, the lazy way, you just select all the trees and move all of them down until that one is in the ground." But then it'd be like, "Yeah, but then you'd have all these trunks that are just shooting out of the tree like fucking pimples, just boop,
Yeah.
shooting out of the tree. All these trunks shooting out of the tree. Oh, good job, me. Fucking yeah, nice.
Generation is a basic feature. At least now it is. How creative. Yeah.
Yeah." And again, Bethesda themselves admitted that terrain generation takes them literally no time at all. So this spectacle here isn't impressive to me at all. They admitted themselves that this can be done like within an hour. I say 30 minutes because that's what these things are designed to do.
Yeah. I feel like I'm going to be making a lot of Starbound comparisons because I'm getting a lot of Starbound vibes from this, because Starbound did the same thing. Oh yeah, we have thousands upon thousands of planets. I don't even know how many planets are in Starbound, but it's an absolute fuckload of planets, and most of them are just very samey, you know? Even the ones that try to be different, it's like not that big of a difference from most other planets you can go to.
A legendary game. Define the next decade of gaming just like Skyrim did. This game
No. How,
But
how did Skyrim define the next generation of gaming?
yeah, like I genuinely want to know what was Skyrim's impact on the industry. We're now past the decade of Skyrim. We're past it. What was Skyrim's impact on that decade?
I
The
guess
tens.
I guess it influenced Breath of the Wild slightly, but the problem is Breath of the Wild actually took the idea and did it right.
Yeah. Like I need to know that this is an honest question, open question for everybody in the chat and everything. What did Skyrim actually impact? I mean, we can talk about the negatives it impacted, where yeah, AAA developers will shit out broken, unfinished games constantly because they'll patch it later.
God, I can't even think of any like copycats of Skyrim or anything like studios or indie games that tried to copy it. Like I can't even think of anything like that.
Well, I did mention Breath of the Wild. I have heard
Yeah,
that
I
Breath of
know.
the
That's the
Wild
only
is,
one I could think of. But
but
even that's significantly different than Skyrim.
yeah. The thing is, there's like I don't know how big the influence of Skyrim was on Breath of the Wild. Was it just literally, oh hey, here's a big huge open world, let's do that? Because that's, to me, that's the equivalent of, oh hey, this is a cool FPS, let's do that. You know?
Yeah. Like, you want to know the thing that actually redefined gaming? Minecraft.
Yeah.
Minecraft absolutely redefined gaming. Like, crafting systems became the thing that everything needed. And then it started into voxel generation for worlds and procedural generation and go everywhere because the world is limitless. Massive air quotes on that, by the way. Huge, huge air quotes on that. But go anywhere because you can explore wherever you want, build your own cities and societies, craft your own gear. That was a massive impact on the industry. What did Skyrim actually do as an impact on gaming? And I'd argue nothing positive.
Yeah. I mean, there have been open world RPGs before Skyrim. That's true, but it's also an issue of, you know, if someone does a thing first and it's like only 25 people know about it and someone sees that and copies it and 200 million people see that or are influenced by it, then it's the copy that influenced people, not the original, you know?
Mm.
But even then, that's still not an argument in Skyrim's favor because I don't know what Skyrim actually did.
Oh, I do feel bad for the children that got named Dovahkiin. I do feel so bad for those kids.
Oh,
I feel bad for them. I feel worse for all the girls out there named Khaleesi.
Yes, queen. Oh my god, could you imagine the all the fucking shitters Be like, did you remember my birthday? It is known.
Ugh. I would say Half-Life 1 also influenced gaming as well. Yeah.
Yes.
Didn't Half-Life 1 revolutionize the PC controls for shooters? Or is that a different game?
Yeah, on PC, yes.
Yeah.
Amusingly, there was an Aliens game on PlayStation 1 that completely revolutionized and solidified modern day control schemes for shooters on consoles. God, that game is a nightmare to play though, because it's actually has the if you get facehuggered, you lose sort of deal. No matter what the difficulty. Good luck.
Well, I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it makes sense in lore, but it's like, oh yeah, and now try to hit it with console shooter controls.
Oh, yeah.
Good luck. Because there was no auto aim or anything.
There's a child here in Norway who is named Sonic. The local paper interviewed him on the day the Sonic movie premiered here. I feel so sorry for that kid. Dear God.
Jesus. Ugh.
Blood 2, I don't know if Blood 2 actually tried to be better than Half-Life. Blood 2 was just a colossal clusterfuck through and through, because holy shit, man. I don't even understand what happened with Blood 2. Granted, I do know part of what happened, where they said, okay, this is what we need to fix it. This is where we're at right now. This is the time frame we need to fix the game, and this is the budget we're asking for. And the publisher went to them and said, ship it right now. So I know that part of the story, but I have no idea what they were doing with that. Like, why some of the cult members came back, but they were like, one was a girl now for some reason. I don't fucking know. And there were story threads that came out of nowhere, like, and maybe now he'll get back to his own timeline. Wait a minute, what? He's been trying to get back to his own timeline? What the fuck? Wait, what?
The most influential game of all time is easily Daikatana. John Romero made us all his bitch.
We talked about this on a previous STAG, actually. At least, or did we talk about it on a previous STAG, or we talked about it on my stream?
I think we talked about it on your stream, on the Postal stream. By the way, before you get into that, Pagan.
Yeah.
How do you enjoy Postal 2?
So far it's pretty good.
Yeah, because I saw you playing it the other day. I need to find out.
I got to where you need to get the napalm from the factory, and my game crashed, and it corrupted the entire save.
Oh.
Yeah, so I have to restart the whole thing over again.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Rotate your saves.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this just goes for any, especially because these are jank. The Postal games are jank as shit, so you definitely have to rotate save.
Yeah.
But that original ad, for anyone that doesn't know, Romero actually didn't want that ad to be run because he was like, it seems a bit too aggressive. But then his buddy said, well, no, it harkens back to your days in Deathmatch, and you know how you would always trash talk people, and you're really good at trash talking people. I don't know. And they said, yeah, don't worry, John, it'll be great. So it was actually the company that pushed for it to be made, and John Romero himself was like, I don't know, that seems like a weird ad to send to the public.
Well, I don't think it would have been that bad if Daikatana was good. Like, that's an infamously bad game, right?
Yeah. But what's weird is that there's a great game lying under the surface of Daikatana. That's a fascinating thing about it. The problems with Daikatana are the opening act is really bad, and your AI partners are notoriously shit. They do all kinds of terrible things. Their AI is fucked. If you actually get a patch to get rid of your AI partners and to smooth out the opening, once you get past the opening, the game actually turns out to be really fun.
Are you saying that it's a good game if we mod it?
Yeah. That's the funny part about it, is that like all of the reviews and everything that came in only showed footage from the starting area, and the starting area is absolutely awful. But even without mods, if you make it past the starting area, the game genuinely starts becoming really good. It's fucking hilarious.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, they literally, like, their first foot forward face planted them on the concrete during a race. They managed to get up and run, and they made it to second place at the finish line. And then at the finish line, they got choked by the ribbon tape and fell to the ground. Yeah, it is fascinating. Daikatana is fascinating, but the AI will literally, the partner AI, the companion AI is so notoriously awful. You will lose your mind. They can't even walk upstairs, right? For God's sakes, their nav mesh is so fucked.
Wow.
Game is a passion project from Bethesda, and I don't think they're gonna mess it up.
Which is what they claim for Fallout 3, which is what they claim for Fallout 4, which is what
Yeah.
they claim for Fallout 76, which is what they claim for Skyrim.
Yeah, we
And
talked
all
about
those
this at
games
the
are not
start. This is kind of why I said passion project kind of loses any meaning when you use it this much.
Yes. And again, well, okay, I just want to look at this right here. This just screams Whiterun to me.
Well, yeah, someone showed me the screenshot comparison of the windmill, the shot that's up close with the city in the background, and the castle, right, like, Dragon's Reach, right where that big tower thing is in the background.
Yeah.
And someone even made the joke, God damn it, Todd found a way to do it again. He sold Skyrim to us again.
Yeah. Holy shit, yeah.
Yeah, that is really what it looks like.
Bethesda never did a bad game, XD. Okay, well, I know who you are, Knee92. You're the fan bot. You're the literal Bugfesda tard that's in the comments.
Yeah, this
We've
person...
seen your defense of these things, and it's pretty copium levels of, like, insanity.
Yeah, I can't remember if I shared the comments with you two or not, but this is the person who made a comment saying, oh yeah, the original Maxon who founded the Brotherhood was friends with someone who ended up in West Virginia, and they had a satellite to talk to them, and that's why it makes sense. It's like,
yeah.
So if like literally, you could just invent a character out of thin air. It's the same. It's the Kenobi shit we were talking about earlier. Hey, there's a blank space here in the lore. Let's fill it in with stuff that makes no sense with what's established. If you just invent a character and invent a comm system that didn't exist for them to go back and talk and add in this faction, then it totally makes sense. I mean, you could justify anything at that point. Man, the Brotherhood of Steel existed in medieval times because the original Maxon, he found a rift in time that sent it backwards, where he was able to start the faction back then as well.
And he started as an offshoot of the Knights Templar.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's insane. Yeah, just invent a character who has weird attachments to these other characters, so therefore it can work in this area as well. It's like, oh my god, dude, what the fuck? What kind of excuse is that? Also,
even though the ideology of the Brotherhood hadn't even been laid out yet or anything.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. God, also you brought up Kenobi again, and I just remembered the fucking thing I was going to mention and didn't. The fact that why does time just stop when people are in space? How does Kenobi get from like multiple planets and shit, and then like literally, oh my god, I don't give a fuck about spoilers. Literally, fucking Luke is in the process of about to be killed, and somehow Kenobi gets from one planet where he's fighting Vader back to Tatooine within the same amount of time that Luke is being chased.
Yeah.
And he just gets there. It's like, what?
Yeah.
No!
Remember when space travel used to take a lot of fucking time? Remember from remember the travel from Tatooine to Alderaan was enough time to start training Luke with a lightsaber because, hey Luke, you need to fucking learn this shit because it's important. God, there's so much about that finale that fucking bugs me.
Oh, shit.
Like, Kenobi failed in his job of protecting Luke. because he just couldn't stay put. And
Yeah.
an emperor, not an emperor, but like the king of this planet can't fucking afford to hire someone who would actually be decent at finding Leia. That would make sense to like. I hate it so much.
I want to do 2 of Indigo's comments.
All right.
Because that most recent one came in was also a banger. But I don't think they're going to screw this up, says increasingly nervous man for the 7th time this year. And then the latest one, Disney Plus's Obi-Wan show told all the wrong stories in Alderaan Palace in all the wrong places. God, that's a perfect fucking pun. Holy shit.
What part of the Kenobi series was even good? The part where Owen was like, he's our son. And that was pretty much it.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and McGregor's acting during the Vader scene where he's like actually getting,
And Hayden's. They were
Yeah.
both putting it in there, but besides that, it was mostly.
yeah. It's sad.
It's very irritating.
The part where it ended was pretty good.
Alright.
I'm just gonna wind it back a tiny bit.
Yeah.
This game is a true passion project from Bethesda, and I don't think they're gonna mess it up, especially since this, for many fans, is Bethesda's last chance. So without further ado, let's discuss Starfield.
We can't wait to see what you find.
A bunch of procedurally generated garbage. Thank you, Todd.
Again,
I think
all
many
this.
people can agree that the first 5 minutes of the gameplay reveal was kind of disappointing.
Yeah. Oh my god. And yeah. Do you want to talk about the shotgun? Do we really want to talk about the shotgun, boy? Because
Oh,
I would
man.
love to talk about this shotgun and how stupid
Yeah.
it is on every level.
Please talk about the shotgun.
I know.
Your
I
hope-
hope you meant.
Okay.
It really just looked like Fallout 4 and
Oh!
Round rifle bullets in a square fucking barrel. Oh god.
Well, I mean,
And
it's
They're not even
it's,
spent. They're
And
not
what's
even.
even better, yeah.
it's very symbolic because it shows how Bethesda is trying to fit the square peg that is, the round peg that is Fallout into a square hole.
Cream, if you
Oh,
would
man.
care to show this on screen. This is a
This
a
I'm not
fucking
even
disaster.
I'm not even a fucking gun guy, and this image is fucking setting off my tism like nothing
Yes.
else.
So this one has text with it as well, chat. That's why I wanted to put this one on.
Yeah, I'm just getting it set up now.
And I'd like to also point out that the bullet casings they showcase coming out of the shotgun are bigger than the fucking holes. So
Yeah.
we're even going like
Hold on,
there's multiple levels. Of
let me take the image off screen. Those bullets do not fit in those holes. Look how fucking big those things are compared to the
Yep.
hole. What the fuck?
Yeah.
God, this is actually triggering me more and more as I look at it.
Yes.
Yeah, it gets worse the longer you look at it.
There are so many things wrong with this fucking shotgun. It is a total disaster on every level. But as our helpful guide here, in Starfield 2023, the double barrel shotgun has a square barrel but shoots with round cartridges. Also, it's rifle ammo, and even more bullets stay attached to shells. This is a reference to the developer Bethesda, who can't do any shit right. It's so fucking perfect. Like, for one, these rounds would not fit inside this shotgun because the rounds are actually bigger than the square holes. Two, if you fired it, you wouldn't actually get the projectile to go out the end of the barrel. It'd probably limp out of the end of the barrel or fall out of the end of the barrel if you leaned the weapon forward. because there's not enough. The pressure will leak out around all four corners around the projectile. You won't
Yeah.
get any velocity behind the projectile. But even better, this is supposed to be a shotgun, as you can see by the fucking pattern spread on the back wall. These aren't shotgun shells, and two, and number two, that spread on a shotgun at that close range, Jesus fucking Christ, you have a mad fucked shotgun if it spreads that wide.
Yeah, if it
This
has a
close.
spread that wide, it is only effective up to like 4 feet away.
Yeah. Like, you'll hit people with it at further ranges, sure, but they're going to be hit with one little pellet.
I just took the image off screen because the frame we have up on this video shows it even better.
Yeah, that's fair. Again, this is so fucking shit. This is like perfect evidence that Bethesda have no goddamn idea what they're doing.
Yeah. This is why when people try to bring up arguments of like, I mentioned this earlier, oh, there's grass in the wasteland in Fallout 3, so clearly Bethesda thought about this. No.
Yeah.
I don't have any faith in them. And shit like this is why. You can't tell me they got something this fucking wrong, and at the same time tell me they pay attention to the details. Because that is just not true at this point.
Oh my god. I just
What?
looked at chat and they said, does it have 2 iron sights?
Does
I
it?
think-
No,
it
it doesn't.
does.
It doesn't. It actually has one iron sight, but okay, the barrel at the top of the barrel. Let's see if I can pull this back. So, chat, memorize what we've seen here. Obviously, the bullets don't fit.
Yes.
But we're gonna go back slightly.
The minutes of the gameplay reveal was kind of disappointing. It really
Okay, see. It
Okay,
does
they're
not
latches.
have 2 iron sights. Yeah.
Oh, they're latches. Okay. I was going to say, do they expect you to like if we were to pretend that this exists in the world, do you like look down the sight of one for one of the barrels and then the other, even though it fires both
Or-
shots at the same time?
It's like those images. Do you do thing this way or do you do thing that way? Because what if you're supposed to just look down the middle with both eyes open?
Yeah, so, like, multiple things are wrong with this shotgun. Number one, the way that the shotgun is actually braced, all that pressure isn't going to naturally push back into the buttstock because of how sharp the angle is. So you notice how both barrels, then they sharply angle back into where it would and be in line with your shoulder, in line with the buttstock? That is not good for pressure-wise. You need that angle to be much smoother, first off. Secondly, the latches, they're ridiculously massive in size. Like, why do you need them that big? But the barrels themselves are also a huge problem. So even if you made the holes round for the actual shot, so if it was a shotgun, it would use shot. But if you made it round so that the actual shell could fit in properly and you'd have a snug fit, all of this excess barrel you have here, this is all metal. All this is just excess. This is just excess weight weighing down the front of your gun for literally no reason.
It's not for no reason. Fuck you. It's for the cool sci-fi design.
Oh god, yeah, I hate when people that don't know how guns work at all try to design guns. It's just so fucking annoying.
Someone pointed out in chat, why does it have 2 latches?
I don't know why it has 2 latches. It's a double barrel shotgun. You could have the one latch in the middle underneath your line of sight for the fucking for your crosshair.
Yeah, that's what I was
Your iron
thinking.
sight, not
Like,
your crosshair.
why not just have the one in the middle? Why do you need 2 on both of the barrels? It makes no fucking sense.
Someone else pointed out in chat, the gun that's currently flying through the air looks like a retextured Institute laser rifle.
It does. Yeah.
Oh my god, it does.
It looks more like it too when it flattens out. I'm on a one frame ahead where it's flattened out more, so you can kind of see it.
Well, let's move one frame ahead.
just look.
Ah, it went by too fast. Oh well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, this whole like 5 EXP thing pop up on screen, and the pirate having a 2 above his head and everything. This just does not look. This just does not look polished at all. And like we said, the day-night cycle thing being on the bottom left screen. Why do you even need that?
not just unpolished, but it goes back to the whole thing we were talking about earlier. It looks generic. Like that 5 XP, that could be from anything. Whereas when you get experience in the Fallout games, it's unique, it stands out. Even in the Bethesda Fallout games, you could tell, oh, this is Fallout.
Yeah. We will not be beholden to what guns were designed as 620 years ago.
Look like we're in space, but with awkward combat and frames dropping like it's hot. At the beginning, because then they started sprinkling in more and more, showing us what this game truly was. We saw,
and it looked worse and worse as we went on.
Yeah,
which is the problem.
That looks like the most boring fucking combat I've ever seen in the game.
Yeah, and notice how
like that.
Though,
hold on.
So you need to kind of see it in action. But notice how when he's firing, this is a laser beam weapon, all right?
Hold on,
the lasers are just going off at weird angles, even though like your character model's holding the gun perfectly straight.
So it's the Fallout 3 problem. I've muted it on my end. I'm just gonna play this again so I could see the. God, that looks so shit.
Yeah.
It really makes the guns feel like completely anemic too, just from watching when they're firing at this guy and there's like no reaction to it.
Yeah.
Hold on, I want to wind that back again because that is fucking dire. Yeah, he barely reacts. He jitters very slightly from getting hit by the thing.
Yeah, and somehow lasers cause recoil. So.
Of course.
Well, it's not even. Oh yeah, recoil. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you'd think getting hit with that, you'd be like, oh fuck. At the very least, oh, I got hit.
Oh, recoil and pain. I see where you were going with recoil.
Yeah. That's why I took a second to. Oh yeah, that's.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, and I took a second to realize. Oh, he means like recoiling in horror, recoiling in pain.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very unsatisfying looking shooting, and then also very just bland. Like they don't even, like you said, they don't even react to it. It's like what is there to enjoy with this mechanic, like with this type of gameplay of it's just bad shooting. It's like it's so unsatisfying and boring. And I get the feeling this is what the majority of the game is meant to be.
Yeah. Well, considering the majority of Fallout 4 was just killing generic enemies, and the majority of Skyrim was killing generic enemies, and the majority of Fallout 3 was killing generic enemies, yeah.
Yeah.
See...
I'll show you what that says real quick. Hold on.
What?
Brogan. So these are Brogan and a pirate. It's hard to read. The kerning on that text is really bad, so I was trying to read it. I had to get up in the chair and literally like lean into the screen like, what the fuck does that actually say?
That weapon looks like a TF2 soldier rocket launcher. It looks, it kind of looks like the black box with a bunch of cosmetic shit on it. Yeah, this combat, like I said, I haven't watched the presentation for Starfield yet, so this is actually my first time seeing this footage, and dear God, this honestly, it just looks pathetic. I don't know what else to say about it. It looks so bad.
Yeah, and the one thing they try to make unique looking about it.
This is what they're showing off, and it feels like, oh yeah, I'm shooting at this guy, and I'm slowly ducking behind cover, and he's not reacting and getting shot, and he's slowly moving behind cover. It's just, really shit looking.
Yep.
Yeah, and I don't know if he's going to show it here, but in the showcase, it was, the only thing that even made it mildly, give it some flavor was he shoots one of these pirates, and I guess they're jetpack malfunctions, and they fly up in the air a few feet, and it's and that's meant to be wasn't that cool? Wasn't that worth the whole firefight? And it's Fuck no. I used to do that shit in Just Cause 2 and make them fly into the stratosphere. Fuck this. This is boring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody did point out it was shit. I lost it. Kingaroo. To be honest, there is a moving part in the gun, so maybe that caused the recoil. Why does the laser rifle need that moving part though? Is the thing I'm curious about.
And how hard, like, I don't even mind the moving part on a laser gun. What I'm curious about is, how is this part moving so hard as to cause recoil?
Yeah.
Yeah.
$5 from Johnny Off 14.
There's another one. Did we get the other one first?
That's the one I'm doing, the previous one.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay.
Thank you. I wonder if they'll outdo themselves and make the guns in Starfield even worse than Fallout 4. You want to rant about pipe guns again, Such? It's not even pipe guns, though. This already looks worse than Fallout 4. How do you do that?
Yeah.
How do you make the combat look worse than Fallout 4? What the fuck is wrong with you, Bethesda?
Yep.
Yeah, that's really bad. They must have been able to get id back to make more animations.
Maybe not, yeah. Or their guns for them, because it does really good sci-fi guns. The Doom, as much as I don't like Doom Eternal has some fantastic looking sci-fi guns.
Yeah.
But oh, dude, this is literally painful.
Yeah.
But for pipe guns, the pipe guns in Fallout are completely dog shit. I mean, they are some of the worst design. They're things that they would function, air quotes, not as the actual like intended thing. You couldn't make a pipe machine gun like that or anything. If you want pipe guns the way they would actually work, check out 7 Days to Die. They actually do pipe guns pretty fucking well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And $5 from Johnny Off 14 again. Thank you. By the way, have any of you tried Skyrim Requiem? That mod made me do the impossible. Actually think and be challenged in Skyrim. Lol. Never heard of it. Maybe I'll check it out at some point.
I think I've heard of it, but I can't remember anything about it. Man, I was just thinking, like, how much better would it have been if this fight was taking place in more of like a city center or something, or just like a factory where there's actually like a ceiling above this or something, and you made it semi-dynamic where when you shoot the guy with the jetpack and it malfunctions, instead of him just dying and then flying up in the air a few feet and his body just falling back to the ground a few feet away, it's like, how much better would it have been if he wasn't dead but because you hit his jetpack, it caused it to malfunction and fly up, and he hits his head on the ceiling. And he actually like reacts to it, like his body, like there's like proper physics to him hitting the ceiling above him, and it like kills him, and he falls, and his like limp body falls back down to the ground. And it's like, because you got that well placed shot, you killed him way faster than you normally would have, because he flew up into the air and smacked his head on the ceiling.
Yeah.
Like, that could have been way more interesting, but no, it's literally just, okay, his health ran out, he died, so this animation played where he flew up in the air a few feet and then fell down again.
Yeah. We can't have him land too far away because
we gotta get the loot.
Yeah.
Well, and here in the same thing, this fight could have been so much better. Why is this one asshole is behind cover like he should be? Why is this other asshole just sitting out in the fucking open like an idiot?
That's something I actually mentioned in the preview video for the Bebop Flicks full video, where it's like they're doing the casino heist and these two fucking randos. Actually, a whole bunch of the crooks are just standing out in the fucking open when they don't have any reason to be. Like, sure, you're only fighting one guy because it's only Spike at that point. But, like, he still has a gun. He can still fucking shoot you. Like, just because you outnumber him doesn't mean he can't potentially fucking kill one of you.
And as Colt said, the gun is the great equalizer. So it doesn't fucking matter that, he only has a pea shooter compared to our AKs and shotguns and stuff like that. It doesn't matter. That's the thing that's so insufferable about these people. Are like, but the pistol is so much less scary than the rifle. The rifle will blow massive chunks out of people. It's like, no, it won't.
Well, don't you know that
pistol ammo will probably do more damage because it's more likely to tumble.
Don't you know that A bullet from an AR-15 has the power to take out an entire city.
Yeah, while simultaneously being completely useless for fighting the military. Simultaneously. It is the most terrifying, destructive weapon of mass destruction on the entire planet, but also, come on, man, you're not going to be able to fight the military with it. Come on, man.
Yeah, it's so fucking stupid. Man, I really wish I could find that comment I saw earlier today where they were talking, like, somebody made a joke of, like, the AR-15. Oh, fuck, what was it? It was something like the AR-15 will not only kill you, but it'll erase, like, your family lineage as well in one shot. It's just like, my God.
Yeah, we joked about that earlier, Bezin. Bezin goes, a 9mm round is so powerful it blows lungs out. Yeah, we made that joke earlier. High Speed Tacos said they bought the 1911 for the 45 ACP because 9mm is too much round for them to handle. Don't you know it blows people's lungs out?
Oh, did you watch that that Babylon B thing I sent in here?
Yes, I did. Holy shit.
That was so good.
It's a fully semi-automatic revolver. This is the magazine clip. He shows the fucking trigger guard. Oh,
it's
dude.
so funny, dude. If you didn't
great.
watch it, Cree, you need to watch it. It is really good.
Yeah, it sounds like I'm going to have to watch it.
It's so fucking funny too. It's amazing. The AR-15 weighs thousands of pounds, and he struggles, lifts off the table, and it kind of rolls. And he falls to the ground. He's like, "Help! Help! Ah!" Because it falls on him.
He's like, help me! As he like falls over. I love Vessie's comment. The AR-15 has the power to destroy the soul.
Yeah.
It's like the camera. It like traps your soul after death. It's that powerful.
Then they started sprinkling in more and more, showing us what this game truly was. We saw a sneak peek into the story, we saw glimpses of the massive cities they're building for this game. They showed us the character.
Massive cities?
Massive cities? I didn't see a massive city. I saw like a block worth of buildings, and then they just kind of moved on.
Well, remember the not Whiterun we saw earlier, which looks comparable to Whiterun in size?
Yeah, and Whiterun is embarrassingly small for what it's supposed to be.
Yeah. Now, again, this is something we've talked about before, and I actually had someone in the comments the other day, again, of the Fallout 3 video, because of course, who was like, it was the most bad faith shit I've ever seen. He's like, oh, so one Brahmin isn't realistic, so you realize to be realistic, you need, like, thousands of Brahmin to feed thousands of people, right? Like, it's not going to work the way you're saying. It's like, dude, I said this extreme is bad, and you automatically went to, oh, so you must want the other extreme. When I say in the video, yeah, I know it won't ever be realistic, but it needs to be more than, like, one.
Yeah.
The cities don't have to be massive realistic cities in these games, but they have to be bigger than 3 houses.
They have to make you think it's a city. That's the trick. You need to feel like it's a city. Imperial City in Oblivion is pretty fucking small, but it feels like a city.
Yeah. And this is something...
That's the key to being a game developer, is knowing how to pull that trick.
This is the kind of thing they should be able to pull off with design trickery, too. Like, don't put in fake houses that have no entrance. I hate that shit. But if you design your city really well, you can make it look and feel big without actually being massive, you know?
Yeah.
Whiterun's Cloud District is literally one building. Yeah, that shit pisses me off infinitely.
Mm.
It's not a district if it's one fucking building.
Yeah. Sergeant Oddball said to me, Setch, when you spoke about different systems working together, did you mean like in New Vegas Baby Carriage and Mines YouTube video? Put a mine in a carriage, then push it down the hill to a ghoul. Kind of. That is emergent gameplay, to where, again, nobody specifically coded it so you could put a mine in the baby carriage. people were creative, like, hey, if I throw this mine in this baby carriage and then push it down the hill, the baby carriage will roll down the hill and blow up the ghoul.
Yeah,
It's
that's
like, yeah, that works. That's emergent gameplay. That is not something that somebody sat down and specifically coded into the game. But I'd say that's pretty light on the emergent thing. It is an example of emergent gameplay, but it is pretty light emergent gameplay. What I was talking about, the example I gave earlier for Space Age 13, was multiple different systems, completely unrelated to each other, all working in tandem to create this unintended side effect that turned out to be funny and hilarious. But yes, that is basically what I'm getting at. That is emergent gameplay, not, well, you're on board of a ship and you're fighting, and as the waves are rocking, the containers move to the left and to the right. They'll sway with the waves. So that's emergent gameplay. You're in cover, and then the cover moves. Now you're not in cover. That's emergent gameplay. It's like, no, you're a fucking idiot. But yeah, seriously though, if you guys in chat want to be thoroughly pissed off, watch the Modern Warfare 2 thing at the Not E3 Fest. Holy shit.
A bunch of new life paths and traits that I'm so excited to explore in depth. They should.
okay. Hold on.
Wait. Hang, yeah, because what he's praising is like, so you mean a lesser system of what was in Morrowind?
Oh, hey, it does look like they're keeping the body type thing from Fallout 4, which is actually really good. I do like that change. Because it allows for a wider variety of character types rather than just one body. I'm pretty sure they just called it fat in Fallout 4, though, which is fine. You could say fat.
Yeah.
Rather than heavy, but I want to take a look at a couple of those traits to there.
A bunch of new life paths and traits that I'm.
Oh,
there you go. I paused this so you can see the traits.
Well, yeah, I was pausing it anyways, so.
All right, yeah.
From Neon to New Atlantis, the Megacorps stand as monuments to power, prestige, and profit. You've worked both for and against them on the inside and out, often sacrificing conscience for credits.
Wow,
okay.
So you're saying she's a Shadowrunner? Man, where could Bethesda have gotten this Shadowrunner concept from? I've never heard of Shadowrunners before. Has anybody else heard of Shadowrunners before? Where could they have stolen this idea from?
Oh wait, this is just background. This isn't traits yet.
Yeah, the traits are the starting skills right there.
No, because if you look at the top, biometric body.
Yeah, there is a traits thing too. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, it was the traits I was looking for. Pistols do 10% more damage. You can attempt to hack 2 advanced locks and 2 auto attempts can be banked. Okay. Gain increased chance of success on speech challenges.
Okay, I hate stuff like that. Gain an increased chance of success on speech challenges. How much? A 1% chance? Or a 10% chance?
Or a 90% chance.
Yeah. There's a big fucking difference.
Yeah. Like, just tell us what we're getting. That shouldn't be difficult.
Yeah.
Especially
because you did it earlier with the whole pistol certification thing.
Yeah. Like,
which I hate the pistol certification is they do more damage. They should be more accurate. You should have less sway with them. That's how it should actually work.
Yeah, but you know they're not going to implement proper skills in this. We can already see. Okay, here's your character creation. Biometric, body, face. Okay, so that's all like what you look like in your name and stuff. Now's your background. Starting skills. Well, these aren't actually skills. Like, persuasion could be a skill, but pistol certification, isn't it just like guns?
Well, no, because it would be a skill. It'd be you go to the range, you practice, you have better accuracy. That's
yeah, but okay, listen, it's not an RPG skill.
Yeah,
you know,
fair.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Because if it was an RPG skill, it'd be like, oh yeah, here's your gun skill, here's your pistol skill, and you have a bonus of 20 points because it's a starting skill. These are perks, basically, yeah. That's kind of what I'm getting at here. And they don't look like very impressive perks. They look like Fallout 3 perks. Oh, pistols do 10% more damage. Oh, here's a Fallout 3 perk where it raises your gun skill by 5. You know?
Yeah.
You went to the range and now your bullets magically hit 10% harder somehow. Yeah.
Yeah, this are the kind of perks things I fucking hate.
Yeah.
Magically, because you can concentrate on it more, you put your life force into that bullet, so now it does more damage or some bullshit. It's like, god damn it. Now, there are systems that actually do that, where you literally sacrifice some of your life essence and you create blood bullets and shit like that. That's a fascinating concept.
Well, no, you don't get it such. You see, every bullet is like a miniature spirit bomb.
Yeah.
So the greater you are with guns, the more spirit you can put into your bullet.
Yep. I guess let's get these 2 super chats, because Carol's put in 2 of them now.
All right.
20 Czech crowns from Carol Svoboda. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wow, the internet haters are hating God Howard.
And another 20 from Carol Svoboda. Thank you. Where's the wheelchair disabled character option?
Genuinely, in Space Station 13, if you see somebody who unironically picks something like, I want the blind trait, or I want the quadriplegic trait, or stuff like that.
Beware.
For their character. Yeah, beware of them, because it means they are so confident in their ability to fight and play the game that they actually intentionally cripple themselves to get all those bonus points to give themselves some other advantages. Be fucking aware. If you go to botany and you see the botanist smells the roses who is wearing a blindfold because their character is blind, be fucking aware.
The moment you mentioned Space Station 13 and people having a fucking physical disability of any kind, I knew it was fucking deadly.
Yeah, it's one of those things, like, it's so funny. Oh god, I have had so many times. I got targeted by one of them. His name is Otis Mann. And his character, his entire backstory is that he fought in the Clown Wars and became a cripple. So he has to have a wheelchair wherever he goes. He literally can't use his legs. So if you can get him out of his wheelchair, he's basically fucked. But unfortunately, he knows how to fight. So it is genuinely hilarious. And he knows the ancient art of wheelchair foo, which for people that don't know in Space Station 13, if you're in a wheelchair and you pull out a fire extinguisher and you use it, you'll fly backwards away from where you squirted the fire extinguisher.
Nice.
Right? So if somebody is escaping you, if you're a wheelchair assassin and your target is escaping you and run down the hallway, pull out a fire extinguisher, fire it behind you, you'll shoot like a fucking missile down the hallway, and if you hit your target, you literally knock them over.
That would actually be a fascinating idea for, like, a standalone episode of something where it's like just a 20 to 30 minute short story of a wheelchair bound assassin who is absurdly fucking deadly.
Yep.
That would be an interesting story to see.
There's a good line right there. Bezin says, "In a craft where men die young, fear the graybeards." Absolutely, that's absolutely true. It's those things of like,
yeah.
If there's ever something where it is an incredibly deadly situation, and especially if it has anything with martial prowess, if you have like, if somebody's a hitman or something like that, it's incredibly deadly. You know, you're very often likely going to get rubbed out by the person that hired you as well to clean up loose ends, stuff like that. Fear the people that have been in the game for a long time.
Anyways, let's see if he shows any of these traits.
So explore in depth. He showed us.
No,
Yep.
There's only the backgrounds. All right.
Yeah, you can see any of the traits.
I'm going to wind it back just slightly so we get what he was saying too. Just I've already forgotten from before the tangent. Begun the Clown Wars has. Yeah.
creation with a bunch of new life paths and traits that I'm so excited to explore in depth. They showed us how they've improved the settling system from Fallout 4 drastically. They also showed us that we can customize our own ships.
Again, this is a thing where they tried to say you could make your own ships. I'm like, no, you can't, because these are obviously snap to grid thing. You have to make them in a specific way. Customize, sure. Make your own, no. You have to make it within these prefab kits. You can't actually make and design your own cool starship. And this isn't like Space Engineers or what are that new game Starbase, I think it's called, that new MMO. It's not like that. You can't actually build your own ship. You'll have prefabricated parts you can snap to different spots.
Yeah, that very much looks like here's a snap point for part A. You know,
Yeah.
any part that falls in the category A can snap to this location.
Yeah. And again, there are a bunch of just other limitations on this. So you can see here all the different limitations on the screen and everything like that. So you don't really have a lot of freedom to make your own ship. Sure, customize. Absolutely, I agree. You can customize your ship, but you can't really make your own.
And they do have a shield and I guess a whole health thing there. Does that mean there will actually be space battles? Or is this or is this going to be a fluff thing like the Fallout settlement mechanic where it's like, oh yeah, here's happiness, but it doesn't really matter all that much if people are happy or not?
I don't know, maybe. I could see space battles being a thing because space, you wouldn't have to render as much stuff, honestly. So yeah, I think it'd be like space battles.
There's also a top speed and a mass, but I'm not sure if that really means anything for like traveling planet side.
Well, it kind of looks like, because look at the jump range and everything. Well, not planet side, you're right, but from planet to planet is what I was thinking. But you see the jump range and stuff.
Yeah.
And yeah, it could be like Kerbal Space
Also,
Program. It really could be.
I need to point out too, 30 light years is incredibly low.
Yeah.
Like, what's the nearest Earth-like planet to us? Isn't it like 200 light years away? Or something? Gummy ships from Kingdom Hearts is more my own ship than Starfield. I have no idea. I don't know anything about Kingdom Hearts.
Well, Alpha Centauri is about 4.4 light years away, and that's the closest star system to us. So,
yeah,
but I don't know what the nearest. I don't know what the nearest thing. I just wanted to check between Alpha Centauri. So,
yeah,
like, at least you can make it there. But let's see, nearest Earth-like planet.
It's for when you have to use a flare gun to get your ship to fire an unaimed artillery shot. Oh god. Just keep watching. They show space dogfight, but it looks like dog shit. Oh no. See, here's the thing too. I don't know if this exists yet, but I would really like a game where you can like do dogfighting, like World War I, World War II dogfighting, because I think that'd be a fascinating game to play. But I don't. From the sounds of it, it's not going to be good in Starfield.
Yeah. So, to answer your question, Kree, it is Proxima Centauri B, which is 4.2 light years away. So, no, you could get there.
Oh, really? Is it? Oh.
Yeah. Now, it's the closest Earth-like planet, but it looks pretty like deserts everywhere. But it looks it's in the Goldilocks zone for, you know, temperature and everything wise. You would just have to seed it and everything.
Is Pagan dead? Yes. We poke him every now and then, and there's no movement, so, yeah, he's dead.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a lot closer than I thought it was. I mean, it's still insanely far away. We'll never see it in our lifetimes, because you have to reach the ability to go light speed first, and that in itself has a whole bunch of problems.
Well, we found out that warp travel is actually possible.
Is it really?
Yeah. But the power generation required for our current understanding of how to do it, the power generation is like
absurd.
10 years of Earth's power that we have, and for just like one jump.
Huh.
And so, yeah. But it is... We now know it is possible. Just... It's the same thing with the whole, like... we know space elevators are possible, but creating them is completely unfeasible. We know that space slingshot is possible, but creating it is completely unfeasible.
Yeah.
With what we have right now.
With what we have right now. Maybe in, like, 500 years or something.
Yeah, and we know that a lot of these, like, engine technologies and everything like that, and green tech are more possible, but you need superconductors. And we can't make superconductors in a reasonable way.
Creetosis, will you ever stream Subnautica? I have. And I need to stream Below Zero still, but yeah, I have streamed the original. During one stream, my sub randomly flew into the air and flew into the dead zone. I had to restart and I lost 50 minutes of progress. I was pretty pissed about that.
Yeah. Also, yeah, it's basically where... so it's like Tesla's turbine, where it's possible, but we lack materials strong enough to execute the idea in a practical way. Yeah, same thing with the space elevator. It's possible using nanotubes that would actually work, but the creation of nanotubes is completely unfeasible for us at the moment. We can make some in laboratory experiments, but, you know, you would need, like, 20 miles of nanotubes, and they'd have to be really thick. So you imagine how many hundreds and hundreds of miles of nanotubes you'd need to then work together. So, yeah.
Creetosis, you mean the fun zone? No. I mean the nightmare zone, where the moment you, like, step into this part of the game world, the computer is just like, you have entered an ecological dead zone. There's numerous fucking Leviathan-class life forms out here and absolutely nothing else. And they start appearing and fucking tear you apart. Man, Vinny Vinesauce's stream, when he first did that, was fucking great. Because that was his first time seeing a ghost Leviathan, and holy shit, it was terrifying.
Yeah, I'm talking about thick cables made of nanotube, not like thick nanotubes. But, yeah, I mean...
Are you sure whatever you're doing is worth it? Yeah, that is a horrifying line from an AI.
Yeah. Again, so this, I don't know, this current system I see in Starfield does not scream build your own starship. It very much seems snap together. However, if we did want to give benefit of the doubt, it could be like Kerbal Space Program, and you can do some pretty wild things in Kerbal Space Program. We'll have to see. But this doesn't give me confidence. This looks more like customizing your ship, not really making your own.
Just like, can I strap 300 rockets to my ship?
Yeah. Literally get no fuel efficiency whatsoever. I get one burst of fuel, but my god, that burst of fuel takes me from 0 to 3,000 and like, woo!
Can I add, like, 5,000 guns to my ship? Like, I see someone in space I don't like, and I absolutely want to dust them.
Can I build a capital ship in this system?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I would love to build a capital ship. I'd build a fucking Spaceball ship.
Oh my god.
I had to run. If I walked, the movie would be over. We should watch that movie at some point. We should practice the art of necromancy to bring Pagan's soul back into his dead body, so the three of us can watch Spaceballs and some other movies.
Yeah. Oh, it's so good. How many people on this bridge are assholes? Yo! I'm surrounded by assholes!
A movie that's more faithful to Star Wars than anything Disney has done.
Yeah.
Someone will definitely make a penis rocket, They goddamn better make a penis rocket.
Yeah.
Jokes aside, are you actually alive, Pagan?
I return.
Okay, good. I needed to make sure you were still alive, because it's been a while.
The necromancer lizards arrived at Pagan's house, I see.
Yeah, sorry. There's just not a lot going on with this fucking video
Yeah.
to discuss. Really, it's.
Yeah.
Ugh.
We're tangenting so fucking hard already.
I know.
Yeah, that's fine. That's the way it goes.
Yep.
That meant.
It's not just how the ship looks, it's how it performs.
We also lost a bit of what he said there, so I'm just gonna wind it back again.
From
Fair
Fallout
enough.
4 drastically, and then they showed us that we can customize our own ships, and we all knew what that meant.
It's not just how the ship looks, it's how it performs. From engines to shields to weapon systems, because yes, you can fly it.
When he said those words and we saw the ship in space, I got so excited. I always assumed that
Why?
there'd be space flight in the game, but with the nature of Bethesda's previous games, I just didn't know how it would work. But it's here and it looks like a lot of fun. It looks slower and less dogfighty than a lot of other spaceflight simulators.
No, it
Isn't
doesn't.
that-
It looks more
What?
dogfighty. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it looks dogfighty. I don't know what the fuck you mean. Like, how can you say it looks less?
Yeah, do you not know what space simulators are like? Like, what are you judging this based off of? Like, are you judging this based off of like Star Conflict, which is an arcade game? Like, what? Sure, it's not Star Conflict levels, but it's not like Space Engineers level. Space Engineers, the one where you can literally like take an asteroid and ram it into another ship. Fucking hilarious.
Oh, nice.
People have actively been trying to recreate one-for-one scale Deep Space Nine in Space Engineers.
Really?
Yes.
Now that's
I was like-
interesting.
Like, that's so fucking cool.
He's hyped over retreaded hype. It sounds like it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just still not finding this footage to be all that impressive. Maybe I'm just
Yeah.
too cynical now.
It also doesn't help that he's talking about how it's like it's not as like fast paced as a lot as other space sims. Like, what are you talking about? It's way more fast paced and way more dogfighty. Like, you're literally showcasing the dogfight as you're talking about it not being as dogfighty.
So does this also mean you get, you know how in Bethesda games you have your first-person view and you have your third-person view? Do they have that with flying a ship where you see yourself at the control panel, but if you go into third person it shows you outside the ship like this? Or is this
I
a purely
think-
cinematic type thing?
I don't know. It probably has first and third person. Probably. Again, we don't know for sure until we actually get the game itself. Or
Yeah,
they outright tell us, I should say. I guess that'd be another thing. If Bethesda outright tells us, you can go first person, third person, sure.
And it looks like a lot of fun. It looks slower and less dogfighty than a lot of other spaceflight simulators, but I honestly like that. I appreciate that this game seems to have slowed down the pace, which makes space seem more realistic in a way. However, we weren't done there. I was on the verge of
What? No, what you actually showed is more fast paced than a lot of space sims.
Isn't like Elite Dangerous the space sim where you barely run into anyone because space
Yeah.
is fucking massive and the
It's
chances
enormous, yeah.
and the chances of running into someone is minuscule?
Yeah.
Mm.
Can I play as an autistic gay cripple in Space Station 13 and such? Yes. Yeah, I'm genuinely serious. Yes, you can absolutely do that if you wanted. You can literally give yourself brain damage as a negative trait. You can make yourself either blind or if in a wheelchair if you so want. You can replace your limbs to have different types of limbs. Really shitty prosthetics if you so wish. Yeah, you can absolutely do that.
Just looking at the screen here, though, I think there's more evidence to the whole canned landing and takeoff thing. Here's
Yeah.
this planet, New Atlantis. Land, press X.
Yeah, like I said, I am very worried on this because we never see him flying in atmosphere ever. So I am very concerned about this, and it's just going to load. It's just going to randomly generate an area and load it.
Mm.
That's what I feel. That might not be true. You might actually be able to fly around, but they've never shown us flying around in atmosphere, so I'm kind of worried.
Yeah, the best we've gotten so far, at least in this video, is a clip of a ship taking off on cutting between different planets in the same animation, which
Yep.
only lends to the idea that it is canned.
You will only fly your ship in combat, I bet. I bet my lungs on that. Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not too impressed so far. This video
John-
definitely isn't helping.
Johnny Out 14. Setch, can I be a lizard man who turns other people into lizard men in Space Station 13? Yes. There's actually an objective that some admins will go to lizard players and be like, do you want to start Lizard Gang? It's like, abso-fucking-lutely I do. Then you immediately break into xenobiology and you start making green slimes. You inject those green slimes with radium, and you then suck out the radium and you get reptilium. Now, you stick those in syringes, you stick them in a syringe gun, and you shoot people as you run down the hallway, shoot them with syringes, and they eventually turn into lizards. It's fucking hilarious. Lizard Gang is some of the funniest fucking... When an admin just decides that, hey, the lizards have been getting abused a lot this shift, you want to start Lizard Gang? It's like, fuck yes I do. Everybody, every lizard, break into xenobiology right now.
So what you're saying is, if you're too racist against the lizards, they'll rise up and turn everyone into lizards.
Yes, and it is fucking hilarious.
That is a
Because
good reason to not be racist towards the lizards, I guess.
Because it rewrites your DNA, by the way. So if you're on a server that actually has cloning technology, your cloning DNA will be lizard DNA. You can't go back.
Oh.
Oh, it's so great. It is funny as fuck when the Lizard Gang objective shows up. And normally the way it happens is that Central Command will put an admin in the body of one of the pet lizards that's aboard the station, so one of the actual, like, normal feral lizards. And then they'll walk up to another lizard and be like, hey, want to start Lizard Gang? And it's like, and the lizard player will almost universally look at the little pet lizard, this little tiny thing that is, like, maybe it's tiny little lizard. Like, so imagine like a little gecko that's just walking around on the ground on a space station. They just look up to the big human-sized lizard men. They're like, "Hey, want to start Lizard Gang?" And they're like, "Do I? Come here, little lizard. Let's go."
Sounds like certain RimWorld mods. There's mods in RimWorld to turn people into lizards?
Probably. Remember, there's an entire Halo mod to play Halo races and everything.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Setch, I know you're not a fan of Reach, but what do you think of the space segments? I hate them. And the space segments were obviously designed as a testbed for Destiny. Reach itself was designed as a testbed for Destiny. I am thoroughly convinced of that. But, yeah, no, the space segments are really bad because it's yet another example of showcasing that the humans had better technology than the Covenant for some fucking reason. We have starships that are better than all of their starships combined. And fighter craft starships. But, oh, they're super secret prototypes. But you're showcasing they're better. They're better than the Banshees, the Phantoms, the Kais, the Seraphs. They're better than all of these. And it's one ship, but it can outfight all of these. And then, of course, there's the grenade launcher, which is, you know, a grenade launcher you can choose to detonate whenever you want. And it also EMPs Covenant vehicles and everything. So, you know, again, this piece of technology that's way better than all Covenant technology. And then you have the turrets that can't be destroyed. they literally just, if they take too much damage, they drop down, and then you just have to return them back on, and then they repair themselves in full again. So again, technology way better than the Covenant have. I fucking hate Reach. Reach has so many problems, so many fucking problems. It literally destroys the canon.
Pond Morpher does exactly that, but for all animals. Sounds like some fucking furry degeneracy to me.
Oh, so it's right up your alley.
Yeah.
No! God damn it, I'm getting bullied by my co-hosts once again. Reed.
Well, no, that's only in the Halo show. Domain Cow says, we have turrets that know when a main character is using them and get plus 10 damage. Yeah, that was only in the Halo show. How fucking awful that show is on every level.
God, that bugs me so much. Creetosis, have you ever played Daggerfall? Not yet, but I intend to.
Yep. It's just so fucking weird how fucked Reach makes everything in Halo. I mean, it really is. So, the Covenant start realizing that they need to disable our vehicles. So what do? They make an energy orb that can be thrown by their ground troops that will EMP strike vehicles and stick to them and then explode. So yeah, that's cool. But turns out the humans had a grenade launcher at fucking Reach that can do that from a much greater distance, and you can choose when to detonate it. And if you detonate it on normal infantry, it kills them too. So it's just better in every regard. And this came out years before the Covenant invented the energy orb. It's like, Jesus Christ. Oh, fucking Reach is so fucked. And why in the fuck do the Covenant not use the Needler sniper rifle? The Needler sniper rifle would be game over for humanity. Humanity doesn't have fucking shields except the Spartans. Just use a Needler sniper rifle. The downside to a Needler sniper rifle is it doesn't do shield damage. Well, that's okay. Stick a Needler sniper rifle, either shoot someone in the head, they're dead, or hit them with 3 and they explode. Oh, God. No, it didn't peak at Reach, no. Halo was in the valley at Reach. Halo Reach is a terrible game with an even worse story.
Now,
I should say, I'm not talking about its multiplayer. I didn't play any multiplayer whatsoever. I'm talking about its single player. Its single player is not good, and its story is even worse.
Cree, did you see Vinny's playthrough of Signalis? No, I didn't, but if that's the game I'm thinking of, that's the game where he was, like, in space and chilling, and a song started playing, and chat went full goblin mode. Which is fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Are you aware of that meme in Vinny's chat, Setch?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so Vinny found this old, like, animation of, these sort of poorly drawn goblins, like, tormenting a guy, and they're just kind of, like, dancing. And this somehow became like, I didn't watch most of Vinny's, Cyberpunk streams. This somehow got associated with the, I Want the Pain song that's in that game. And so anytime that song would come on while he was playing, chat would be filled with people doing the goblin dance emote. And then, he was playing the sci-fi game. I think it might be the one the person mentioned in chat. But, a song started playing that reminded one single person in chat of the Pain song. So he put in a goblin. And because he did that, it led to a cascade of chat posting goblins nonstop for the rest of the stream.
Yeah.
That's fucking funny.
So to Rita and Wobble Fett, I want to answer this. Rita, like, one side can have generally worse tech, but have some better ones. And these will tie into each other for a reason. The problem is the one more advanced generally should be able to generally able to adapt faster. Bit of a word salad there, but yes. But I'm going to tie it in with Wobble Fett here because it's basically the same answer. Wobble Fett, they had those in Reach. It was the marksman rifle for the Covenant in that game. It was really helpful against the brutes. That is the problem. You have all of this technology and weapons that are way better than anything we will ever get in the rest of the games. Remember, Reach takes place before Halo 1. Reach takes place before Halo 2. Reach takes place before Halo 3. Reach takes place before Halo 3 ODST. And its weapons are better. Not in actual use. A lot of the weapons in Reach actually suck ass to use, but they're better in universe. They're better in lore and canon. That is a huge fucking problem. Why the fuck did the Covenant get rid of the Needler sniper rifle? The Needler sniper rifle literally would win them every single fight by itself. It is a sniper rifle that can kill on its own, or you put 3 darts at something, it explodes. You have an anti-material rifle that anyone can carry and has a ton of ammunition. Why the fuck are your ground troops not using this as their standard battle rifle? You have a grenade launcher for the humans. You have starships that are, quote, prototypes, but they have a lot of prototypes for some reason. But prototypes that are better than everything the Covenant have. Better. Do we ever see them again? No. They were only at Reach. Do we ever see the Covenant adapt based off the ones on Reach? No, they keep the same technology. And apparently they get Seraph dropships. They get Phantom dropships early, according to Reach, which is weird. But do we see the grenade launcher? This really useful grenade launcher that's literally fucking everywhere in Reach. Do we ever see that again? No. But it would be perfect for literally every situation you fight the Covenant in? Yes. Do we see the designated marksman rifle ever again? No. We get the battle rifle, though. That's not the same thing. Do we see Spartan 3s? One of my biggest problems in Halo Reach is there are Spartan fucking 3s. If they have Spartan 3s, it means they figured out how to make more Spartans. So why don't we see Spartan 3s in Halo 2, Halo 3, and Halo 3 ODST? This is a huge fucking problem. Oh, God, Reach really annoys the shit out of me.
It sounds like it.
Yeah, I understand. Reach got glassed. I understand. But you're telling me that not a single one of these... Is that Earth? Earth, your literal last bastion of humanity. Not a single one of these is there. None of it. Not the better turrets, not the better ships, not the better weapons, not the Spartan 3s. None of that's there. Yeah, I'm going to say they fucked up real good.
It also wouldn't explain why the Covenant would stop using the Needler sniper rifle.
Yeah, because again, the Covenant won. Hell, we even see the Needler, I think it's the Needler sniper rifle, kills a Spartan 3 in a single tap for some reason.
Cat kills her instantly in that one shot to the head and she dies instantly.
Yeah, the thing that can't go through shields or anything just kills Cat immediately. The deaths of the Spartan 3s are also terrible. Death of the Spartan 2, George's death is also fucking terrible.
I still think about that one Spartan in Fall of Reach who just kind of floats off into space.
Done there, I was on the verge of busting when Todd Howard revealed that we can land anywhere on the planet. On every planet, in every solar system, which means over 1,000 planets. What? This was...
Can we, though?
So, yeah, he made the claim we can land anywhere.
Yeah,
however...
Todd Howard has something of a reputation at this point. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, Turf Nation, but it usually goes along with a Fleetwood Mac song. Oh, yeah. God, what's it called again? Like, Todd Howard is known at this point for spouting bullshit.
Yeah.
16 times the detail. Fallout 3 has 200 endings. You see that mountain, you could climb it. This is especially weird considering the footage he was showing of that planet specifically showed, oh hey, here's this one city on this entire planet you can land at.
Yeah. Also, JD, such don't Spartans need 20 years to fully train and augment? Yes and no. The Spartan 3 program, obviously they don't have the same level of training and augmentation as the Spartan 2s. We see that compared to George, compared to everyone else. But that doesn't matter because you don't know where the Covenant are going to arrive. It isn't a linear corridor. Like, they got lucky the Covenant hit Reach first. The Covenant could have stumbled upon Earth at any time. Could have. Why is there not a single Spartan on Earth? At all?
Yeah.
Like, what if the Covenant, like, everyone's, like, stockpiling at Reach, and suddenly the Covenant, this 750 ship armada shows up at Earth instead? Oops. Again, it's fucking space. They literally can come from anywhere at any time. There is no, like, defense against this. That's part of what makes space terrifying. And what makes space combat terrifying is they literally can come from anywhere at any time. There is nothing you can do.
Such a perfect, and somehow, despite my
Whoa, such a perfect gameplay reveal. Fuck no. Hold on, we're going back.
anywhere on the planet, on every planet, in every solar system, which means over 1,000 planets? What? This was such a perfect gameplay reveal, and somehow, despite my massive expectations, this game still surprised me.
Ooh.
This game still surprised me, buddy. You haven't played it yet. All you've heard is
It's
that
hype.
there's 1,000 planets.
Oh,
Guess what happened?
And
Oh
I've
my-
asked you, we already asked this question, but I will ask you again, Turf Nation. Is every single one of those 1,000 planets going to have the exact same quality?
They might all have the exact same quality. They might just all be really, really shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Every single one.
my point is the fact that not all 1,000 of those can have a dedicated city, can they? Not all 1,000 of those can have a dedicated main storyline, can they? Not all
Yeah.
1,000 of those can be a faction base, can they?
And to go back to the whole you haven't played it thing, all this guy has is a marketing presentation. Something that's supposed to make you hype. It's supposed to make you think, oh, hey, this thing is going to be great. It's the entire point is to get this reaction. Oh, man, this is going to be an amazing game. You know?
Yeah, it's just so fucking weird. It's just, ugh.
Yeah, literally falling for jingling keys.
Yeah, this is like peak falling for the hype without any critical thought towards it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, maybe it'll be that good. Hopefully it's that good. I don't think it will be.
Yeah.
All we've got is a highly selected bit of footage from people who are trying to sell you their product.
Mm.
And that highly selected footage isn't that great either. Like, that's the most devastating thing to me of this presentation is this is their best foot forward, and their best foot forward is fucking dog shit.
Yep.
My hype field grew exponentially. However, let's take a step back because promises are great, but will the game work? And will it work well? Many people have been quick to point out some of the potential flaws this game will suffer from, and some of them are definitely worth.
Again, look at all this terrain generation. Look at it. It's just... What is exciting about this? Like, why are you showing us this? Again, this is your best foot forward, and you're showing us dead, lifeless planets with terrain generation that literally only takes 30 minutes to pump out? What was the fucking point?
Yeah. It's like, okay, it's pretty, but what's the content? What is there to do here? Is it literally just show up, look around, harvest some materials, and leave? Because if
Yeah.
that's the majority of the planets, then holy fuck.
Yeah.
$5 from the Wayfarer, thank you very much. Over 1,000 planets in a Bethesda game sounds as likely as getting 200 plus endings or the establishment of a liberal world order. Now, as it turns out, by their own mouths, that last one is true.
Yeah.
Oops, they gave the game away. It was supposed to be a conspiracy theory, but what's 2022 proving? Like every conspiracy theory, wait a week and it'll be true. Oops.
Yeah, they're literally just saying the quiet parts out loud now.
Yeah.
Which, to be fair, they've been doing that for a while.
Yeah, but the fact that they literally name drop liberal world order.
Yeah. It's like you couldn't have said anything else. You couldn't have literally said anything else that could have
democracy. Yeah, you need to suffer these high gas prices in the name of keeping democracy. It's like that would have been bullshit. But you need to suffer these high gas prices because it will be the death throw. If you don't, it'll be the death throes of the liberal world order that we're creating. It's like, hold on a second. Did you just say liberal world order in a serious statement as an advisor for the president? Oh, the president also said liberal world order? Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's insane. It's like, how the fuck? It's hilarious to me because it's like, oh man, because like the liberal world order apparently was started like right after World War II.
Yeah.
And so the fucking people who started that shit and who had to pass down their their ideology and lineage and shit down to their children and stuff are just like, you fucking idiots, you're ruining everything. They're rolling in their graves right now like, motherfucker, you literally said the name.
Yes.
Oh, it's so funny.
Oh, have you seen the again, I'm trying, we don't want to delve too far into this, but have you seen in the Netherlands what happened?
Oh yeah, the farmers?
Yeah, the World Economic Forum, which controls the Netherlands pretty severely, has started putting heavy liens and laws and restrictions on farmers because farming is very not kosher, not green for the planet. Farming is very bad for the planet. So the farmers said, oh, is it? So they drove their trucks filled with manure and piss water and shit like that, and they started spraying down government buildings with it. And they've literally been laying out along the highways massive lines of manure and lighting it on fire and shit like that. So you have these huge fires burning all across all of the Netherlands while they're literally firing out of fire hoses shit and piss water all over government buildings.
Well, I mean, it should be the natural state of government buildings to have piss and shit water sprayed at them.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw those videos that you posted. Those were great.
Oh yeah, Scott. Shutting down the farms with an impending food crisis on the horizon. Sounds smart. Well, it's because they want a bunch of people to die. It's because they'll magically then come up with the solution, and aren't we so noble?
Yeah, they want food shortages. They want high gas prices. They want gas shortages. They want all this stuff. Eat the bugs, bigot.
Yeah.
Live in the pod.
Yeah, we're creating a fuel crisis. Just buy an electric car. Also, make sure it's not a Tesla. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so like, yeah. Like I said, I don't want to go too much deeper into it, but God, guys, is the facade not crumbling like before our very eyes, and they're literally being exposed to the sunlight, and they're hissing like vampires.
Well,
Yeah.
you tend to expect vampires to hiss like vampires.
That's true. That was a great joke that got told. It was what was it? Who was it? His whole thing is about he does puppetry and everything like that. He has Ahmed, the undead terrorist.
Jeff Dunham?
Yeah, he had one of his best jokes was, yeah, what is the definition of politics? Well, that's easy. Poly, which means many, okay, and ticks, which are blood-sucking leeches.
I'll quickly mention some of the smaller issues that I don't think are too relevant. For example, people don't think the combat looks very good, which I agree with. However, there's plenty of time for them to improve it, and we also...
No, there isn't! There is not plenty of time to...
With less than a year left until release, this is your bug fixing time, not, oh, you know what, we should improve the combat because it looks like dog shit. This is one of your lesser issues?
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
Oh my god.
Like, do you just not understand how game development works? Because that's how it sounds.
Oh my god.
Holy shit!
Yeah,
This
we're just
is
gonna completely rip out our combat system and change it entirely within, 8 months. What was it, 8 months, 7 months?
They announced this game back in 2017, didn't they?
Yes, they have had
Five.
many years working on this.
This is 5 years of development at this point, at least. Because when they've announced it at E3, they've probably already started working on it, right?
Yes, you
Okay.
obviously had to have already started.
So
you had at least pre-production.
So at least 5 years of development, and obviously a lot of that is going into your actual world building, like placing locations and stuff, not world building in terms of lore and story. And your major systems. You are not changing a fucking combat system that you've had in the can for 5 years. Well, it hasn't been in the can for the entire 5 years, but you know what I mean. You're not changing something that big and significant this fucking late into the game.
Yeah. Like, holy shit, man.
Unless you're delaying it for another year or two.
Yeah. Oh god, this is really, really bad. I can't believe this is one of his lesser issues. Like, that's a major fucking issue. That's something that can't be fixed in this time frame.
God, I can't wait for reviews of this to start coming out and just it's gonna be shit, and then there's gonna be all these terrible reviews coming out, and then he's gonna make a video just calling them all misogynists.
Probably.
It's gonna be great.
Yeah, like he did the poor fucking Critical Drink.
Yep.
Well, he's done this to
You
other people,
criticized
too.
this thing and it had women in it? You're a misogynist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Completely misunderstanding what the point actually was.
Well, honestly, I think he's gone after that whole crowd. I'm pretty sure he's done a video on Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers. I think he might have done one on Nerdrotic. He just hates that group of people, and there's a lot of people who do, but, I mean, that group of people is pretty decent, so, yeah.
Oh, man, I can't wait for him to come after us. Then we'll definitely have made it big.
I doubt he will.
$2 from the Wayfarer. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And leftist call babies parasites.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, what a horrible, horrible thing to say. Oh yeah, dude, callback. I cannot believe the number of people that fell for that.
That was the funniest shit ever. That was actually a hilarious picture in its own right too, what he was using for his icon. That was funny as fuck.
Yes. Oh my god. And it's fucking evidence that they live in a fairy tale land. They don't know anything at all. They thought Count Dankula was on the Supreme Court, for God's sakes. A man that's not even American, for God fucking sake.
You have to understand the fucking hilarity of the entire process of someone going on Twitter, finding Justice Dankula, and thinking that's real.
Yeah.
Oh, people are stupid, man. I can't believe how fucking stupid people are.
Yes, people on the left genuinely thought he was on the Supreme Court.
I want to see him do a video now in the fucking judge's robes. Like, I know that was obviously...
Please.
I know that was obviously a photoshopped image for him to be, like, a justice, but still.
Yeah, if he actually goes on a YouTube video in a Supreme Court justice robe, that'd be funny as fuck.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Yeah, and the tweet was, Tyler McDonald got a tweet was, y'all better pipe down or I'll make women illegal next.
Yeah, and a bunch of people were like... Yeah, people were screaming in the fucking... Oh, people were screaming on Twitter about that, being like, I can't believe this! This country's run by fascists! Oh, and shit. It's like, you actually believe this? Are you for fucking real?
It's incredible.
Oh, man.
The reaction to Justice Mark Dankula is the best argument against democracy. No, it's the best argument against our current education.
Yeah. There probably wouldn't be so much of a problem if most people are just smarter and were able to to pick out the bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, if people just had common sense, that'd be nice.
Yeah.
I'm super out of the loop. Who's Count Dankula again? He is a fantastic YouTuber from Scotland who does videos that are called the Mad Lads series. He does other videos too on Count Dankula 2 Electric Boogaloo, his other channel. Perfect fucking name for it, by the way. But he was a comedian that got canceled because what he did was he trained his dog to give the Nazi salute to his girlfriend, because his girlfriend at the time, who's now his wife, and they have a child together, his girlfriend at the time got this really annoying fucking dog, and she would baby it and pamper it all the time, and it was annoying the shit out of him. So he taught the dog to do the Nazi salute just to annoy his girlfriend, and his girlfriend thought it was funny as fuck, too.
But here's the thing. The whole premise was she got this little dog that she thinks is cute, so I'm going to turn it into the least cute cute thing I can think of.
Yes. And it was a great joke, and he exploded. But then the United Kingdom, the actual government, came after him.
Because he didn't have his joke license.
Yeah, oh, dude, it's so fucked. The UK is a completely fucked country. Your country is a shithole.
Yeah, he went through years of like court processes and shit, and then they were like, "Oh, you."
Yeah.
And then I think
Over
it
a
ended
joke.
with he. Yeah, I think it ended with he has to pay like an $8,000 fine that he refused to pay.
Yeah, and he tried to do the appeals thing. So this is something that everybody who lives in America should be very grateful you live in America. All right. The appeals process in the United Kingdom is this: you go before the judge to hand him your appeal and say, "I would like to appeal the decision." They look at it and they could throw it in the trash right next to him. And say, "Okay, your appeal process has been processed. We don't agree. Go away." Be very fucking grateful if you live in the United States that they actually have to, even if the appeals courts are usually fucking Democrat shitholes, be very grateful they actually have to go through the process of giving you a proper appeal. They literally can't just throw it in the trash right next to you in front of your fucking face and tell you to get out of their courtroom, which is what they did to Count Dankula.
At Creetosis, I live in Ireland, which is basically the same. Our elites are totally out of touch with the people and seem ashamed of our own culture. Yeah, that seems to be a lot of politicians.
Well, it's because they're trying to push for the Troubles being awful for Ireland. It's like, yeah, sure, the IRA were terrible people, but they were fighting for Ireland being Ireland.
Anyways, yeah, back to the video.
You need to remember that the way combat was weird, partially due to the person playing it. Like, it almost felt as if the gameplay had been dumbed down to showcase it, rather than it being...
What? It almost felt as if the gameplay had been dumbed down to showcase the combat.
How can you tell that? You can't say that. There's nothing at all to fucking imply that. It just looks shit.
Oh,
like,
man.
is his argument here is, well, I imagine the combat is better than what they actually showed us, putting their best fucking foot forward?
Yeah.
Really? That's what you're going with? That's your argument? The absolute best they could have showed us, well, it's actually better than that. Really? This is pathetic.
Yeah. The game is holy shit. What a fucking statement. One more time for the chat. And we'll get to the next point too.
Playing it. Like, it almost felt as if the gameplay had been dumbed down to showcase it, rather than it being hectic and awesome, which I hope it'll be in the actual game when we play it ourselves.
Why? Why would you think it would be that? Like, honestly. Honestly, my dude. You're literally seeing the gameplay in action as it's going. The AI acting as it would. Why would you assume that it's going to be way more hectic and awesome?
If
this is my reaction right now. Like, this is literally my reaction.
Unfortunately, I can't show that because it's a GIF. It's Star-Lord and Guardians of the Galaxy 2, where the camera kind of zooms out in the background, but zooms in on his face, and his eyes stop glowing. He's just like, "What?"
What?
Yeah.
That's literally me right now. I can't. I fucking can't.
I remember right, that's the aspect ratio. What they do is they crank down the aspect ratio, and it going down actually causes that effect, that really trippy effect.
So, God, I hate this shit so much. So this guy's argument is also for our gameplay footage that we're premiering to the world to try and sell people our game. We're not going to get the best gamer in the office to play it. We're going to get someone who's so bad that we need to go into the game and dumb down the combat so they can
The
do
AI
it.
and everything, yeah. Like, holy shit, man. Holy shit.
Yeah, I think this guy is fucking overdosing on copium. Holy shit.
Absolutely. Copium and hopium at the same time. Dangerous, dangerous combination.
I like Mars Ninja's comment. This video is just Todd Howard advertising the game with a voice modulator. He can't fool me.
Since this is a Bethesda game, they probably could have reached out to a Doom speedrunner or something to record gameplay for the presentation. There's so many options they could have gone with to get the actual gameplay.
Yeah.
But I think this is the actual gameplay. And this guy is just desperate, fucking absurdly desperate, to excuse what looks like absolutely fucking pathetic combat. Yeah.
Yeah. And again, as Plasma points out, Starfield will be legendary game of the decade because I hope the combat will be better. And he says good, but yeah, I'll just edit in be better. It's like, yeah, it's going to be legendary because the combat will likely be better at release, guys. Like, what the fuck?
Which is still stupid because it's like, okay, let's assume that they do fix it and make it competent. That's not going to make it a legendary game of the decade. It's like that might raise it from a 2 to a 5.
I always hope for the best, prepare for the worst when it comes to new games. Yeah. That's pretty much what we're doing. We hope... I can't speak for these two. I hope Starfield will be an amazing game. I don't think it will be.
Yeah. I am genuinely prepared to be surprised in a good way. I'm genuinely prepared to be surprised in a good way and be like, well, that's nice. But it's Bethesda. Their track record is really bad, and Starfield looks really, really shit.
Yeah.
From what we've seen so far, it does not inspire confidence.
Yeah. If they want to make this good, based on the footage we've seen here, Bethesda has a hell of a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
I mean, I will say one good thing about this video. We haven't seen any fucking sports analogies yet.
Yeah. Oh my god, that video was so awful.
It was.
This video is already a million times better just because of that.
Well, who knows? We're only halfway through. We still got time for a random tangent about... It's just like Michael Jordan. He's like, no!
I swear to fucking God, if I hear the name Michael Jordan in this video, I'll destroy the entire fucking solar system.
Yep. I don't care if it'll take me a decade or 10. I will fucking do it. You just watch.
Rather than it being hectic and awesome, which I hope it'll be in the actual game when we play it ourselves. However, even if the combat isn't great, then that's okay with me. If I really want great combat mechanics, then Bethesda games aren't my first choice.
Then why do you expect this game to be that?
Oh my god.
That makes no fucking sense. I don't go to Bethesda for this type of content.
Yeah, it's okay if the combat is dog shit. I don't expect combat in Bethesda games to be good.
Hold on. This makes it even worse. I don't come to Bethesda games for good combat. Then what the fuck are you coming to them for? They certainly don't have story. Or RPG mechanics. What is left? What, exploring? Oh man, this is gonna be game of the decade because I can explore 1,000 empty planets.
I just like the fact that he said like, and these are things that can be fixed easily before the game is launched. And hey, the combat will be better, or we're hoping to be better, more hectic when we get to play it. But if it's not, that's okay if it's shit, because Bethesda usually has terrible combat, so that's not what I'm here for anyway. So that's fine with me.
It's
like,
also
what the
it's also particularly amusing to me. He's like, oh yeah, but I don't count the Bethesda games for the combat. The combat's usually shit. When
yeah.
the last couple Bethesda games have been mostly combat focused.
Yeah.
It's like Fallout 4. Ah, man, people are gonna want a story. Let's put in settlements and shooting.
Yeah.
The one of the best parts of Fallout 4, base Fallout 4, unironically, is the shooting, and it's not spectacular, you know? I wouldn't even say the shooting in Fallout 4 is great. It's serviceable.
Yeah.
It's better than 3.
Yep.
$5 from the Wayfarer. Thank you. Let's be real. Dankula was just the cherry on top of the sundae that was this year's Pride Month.
Yeah. Holy shit. The insufferableness. It is. I will get super angry, but I'll just say, yeah, this month basically showcased why I think the Supreme Court would be entirely within its rights to remove gay marriage. I think, you know what? I'm like, you know what? Yeah, after this month, I can see. I can see it.
I don't even think that's the problem at all. It's not gay marriage. It's more just specific people acting like fucking degenerates.
It's that whole thing that got said. That even TikTok has started to pick up on. They said, hey, if you guys didn't take a mile every time you're given a reasonable concession, you wouldn't have these problems. Like, yeah, I fucking agree.
Yeah. Yeah, I've said, like, if they were to repeal gay marriage, like, I would be bummed out about it, but at the same time, I would not blame the Supreme Court. I would blame the LGBT community. It's like, it's their fault.
Yeah, it is entirely your fault. We got... Guys, I'm gonna tell you this. As somebody that is in the LGBT community, not the Q plus fucking pedophile bullshit. Somebody that's actually in this community. We got what we wanted. We wanted to be left alone and be given the same rights as any other marriage. That's what we wanted. And we got it. We won! Yep. Why the fuck are you doing this? Oh, but we need to have men stripping in front of children and hip thrusting at them on our parades while they're carrying other half-naked men around on doggy leashes and whipping them and going arf arf in front of little kids.
Literally creating like a fucking Nazi Germany-esque religion around it and shit with like the flags and everything, and literally like you can't speak against it legally or you could go to prison, at least in the UK. And it's just like, the fuck, man. God, it's so bad. It's like we won. We got what we wanted, and then that just wasn't enough. They give an inch, and they have to take a mile. And you know what it is? It's activists. Yeah. It's literally their job. It's their job. And then once they get what they want, and there's nothing left to, like, you know, complain about, it's like, well, I don't want to lose the money.
Yeah,
I want to keep being an activist, so I'm just going to make up shit.
It's kind of like the problem governments and various companies have, where they create a position, they complete a specific goal, but completing that goal results in that position being eliminated. So it's like a constant fight forever.
Yep.
They never achieve that goal because they'd be putting themselves out of a job.
Well, it's even worse than that. Not only do you have these people that are activists that are going to constantly do it, you have these people that are like, hey, but my sicko, like, disgusting degeneracy, I want that to be recognized as a legal thing. I want pedophilia to be recognized as a sexuality. Chat, by the way, if you think I'm being hyperbolic, no, this actually fucking happened. There are people, and especially in Europe, that are now pushing for pedophilia to be regarded as a sexuality.
Yep.
That person, all those people need to be put on the wall right fucking now. But again, that's what these people want. So like, hang on, how can I do this? Well, a recent thing that won in terms of sexuality was the LGBT community. So if I hitch on to that, if I just hitch my band and I co-opt their flag, you know, I don't like their flag. Let me redesign their flag to this ugly shit-stained smear thing on the side of the flag to be like, oh, this represents all the genders as well. And we're gonna co-opt their message, and we're gonna use their old stance and everything. They're a shield. They're a defensive shield for us, so we can pass our fucking disgusting degeneracy into law now.
It got so bad that literally like gay chapters across the US that have been around since like the 60s and 70s have dissolved because they weren't considered inclusive and diverse enough for not allowing like pedophiles into their ranks.
Yep.
And it's like, are you fucking kidding me?
I will say good on them for dissolving and not being like, oh, we'll capitulate. No, we'll fucking dissolve.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, thank God they didn't capitulate. They were just like, nah, fuck it, we'll dissolve. We'll just fucking end it here if this is where it's gonna go. So thank God they had the fucking mental capacity to do that, because my God.
Yep.
It has gotten so bad.
It's so fucking. You know what? This all should have died at even like NAMBLA, the North American Man Boy Love Alliance or whatever. That shit should have been immediately like every single one of those people should have been put on the fucking wall instantly.
Yeah. The moment you admit that you're like a pedophile of any kind, it's like, yeah, no, you should be rounded up.
I saw the South Park episode when it came out, making fun of them. I thought, oh yeah, there's no way this thing actually exists. Then you find out it actually is real. And it's like, why?
How? And how? How are these people not in prison?
Yeah.
But here's the other thing: is like, if you have those thoughts and tendencies and you never act on it and you actively worked against it, I got no problem with you. The fucking moment that your inside fantasies come out and you actually harm a fucking child, you're dead.
Mm-hmm.
It's over. No tolerance, no. Well, he didn't act on it for so long. It's over now. You have now ruined somebody else's life. You're fucking done.
Yep.
Again, if it's in your head and you have enough self-control and restraint to keep it in your fucking head, I got no problems with you. I'm a libertarian. Live your own fucking life. If your inside voice doesn't come outside, I don't give a shit. But then if you start taking pictures of children or you start following children around, you're done. It's over.
Yeah. I wish the laws were harder on those kinds of people.
It shouldn't be in prison. What they wanted to do is they wanted to give them a prison sentence so they look like they're being fair, air quotes, and then they'll just let the prisoners kill them. No. Death sentence. Immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Angry wood chipper noises, yes.
You can give them an appeal. Sure, keep the court system actually work. Fine. But they're on death row. It's not... No, they're just going to go in prison and serve their time to society and leave. No. They're on death row. You get your appeals, just in case you got some rogue prosecutor piece of shit that made this bullshit up. Fine. You got your appeals, but you're on death row. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, there should definitely still be trial and everything. Make sure that what is being accused of is true.
Yes.
But then if it turns out it is true and it's like proven beyond a reasonable doubt, it's like, yeah, no, straight to the gallows. Nope, we're not doing this shit. Get on the wall.
Like I said, I don't know if I'm even straight to the gallows. I'm in. You're sitting on death row. You have so many months. Put in your appeals, because maybe there is some bullshit that happened during the court. Maybe the court allowed in a witness that literally lied about it. Maybe there was all circumstantial evidence, and maybe the jury, for whatever reason, fucking hated you.
Okay, that's fair.
It's like, fine, that shit can happen.
Yeah, that can happen. That's the only reason I would make this concession.
Yeah, you're not sitting in Gen Pop or anything. No, you're on death row. Because if your appeals fail, if they say, nope, there's no error, nope, the jury was totally fine, all that, nope, yep, go in the chair right now. Bye-bye.
Yep. Yeah. I just wasn't expecting to...
Yeah.
Anyways, we should probably grab this other super chat and get back to the video. $20 from Final Twin. Thank you. Greetings, Stag and chat. Happy early 4th of July. July 4th. Yes, happy 4th of July, everyone in chat. Even the people who aren't American.
I cannot wait to go see the fireworks. Holy shit.
And also, happy late Canada Day, Cree. Oh, thank you. Let's go Brandon and fuck Trudeau. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, JD, a lot more hardcore left-leaning places will actually try to put them in special safety isolation from general pop so they can't be killed. But other places that want to look like they're being fair, and massive air quotes, will put them in general pop and just expect the prisoners to, dole out justice.
Yeah, I think that goes to show how despised that is too, and rightfully so. That you can put them in jail with the worst of, like, murderers and rapists and fucking everything else, and even those people are so disgusted by pedophiles that they'll just fucking kill them. It's like, yes, this is good. This is a system in some way correcting itself.
No, when I'm saying fair with air quotes, I'm saying that the prosecutor wants them dead, the judge wants them dead, and everything like that. But they don't want to look bloodthirsty. You know what I mean? They don't want to look like they're being complete barbarians. They want it to look like they've been given their fair shot. But they expect that we're going to put them in Gen Pop and let the prisoners know, hey, this dude, this girl, whoever is a kitty diddler. Have fun.
I just imagine it like a fucking TV show or something where like they get like as soon as they like are tried, found guilty, taken off to the prison and stuff, like they're literally just chucked in, the door slams shut, locks, and then you just hear like the intercom turn on as the warden says, like here's your next prey, like and then he literally lists off like had sex with an 8-year-old boy for 3 months and and shit like that.
Yeah, I want to talk about.
And then you just see all of the prisoners in the lunchroom just turn their heads and lock on this dude and just eviscerate him like wild animals.
I just imagine that scene from Lord of the Rings. Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys! And they just start tearing that goblin, and you see like his intestines flying through the air.
Yeah.
So JD has said this a couple times, but no, if it's a death sentence, the pedos will just kill the kids to save their own skins. The child is already fucked up for the rest of their life, as is. If they get killed or not, they are scarred and damaged forever. No, they're getting the death sentence.
Yeah. I would rather the unlikely but possibility that they could become so desperate that they would do that, but it's extremely rare to the point that like you almost never hear about people even being pedos because obviously if you get caught doing it, you're gonna fucking die. Rather than it being so widespread that there's literally like entire government organizations trying to normalize it.
Yeah, this is what I'm fucking no leniency whatsoever, because there are actual organizations like the World Economic Forum and the World Health Organization that are trying to normalize pedophilia. Fuck them. No.
Yeah.
No,
exactly.
no.
Yeah, I'd rather go the route that makes it extremely rare than to go the route that's where it's like literally being pushed onto normal people.
Yeah, the route where it's like, oh, you can just try it and see if you're into it sort of thing. No, fuck, no. No. Such their lives aren't ruined. With therapy, they can move past it, but they can't if they're dead. Do you see what I'm saying? That is a black mark on their soul forever. I don't care if they're able to move past it, in air quotes. That's still going to be there forever. Like, do you not understand? That's a fucking false dichotomy too.
Yeah, and also you act like this wouldn't happen if it could still happen now.
It happens.
There's really
all the
no
time
difference.
Now.
Yeah,
so that they don't get caught because they don't want to go to prison anyways. It's already happening. You're giving us the false choice.
Yeah, they're already killing kids to get away with this shit. So why would this be any different? It's like, except now that the punishment would actually fit the crime. That's literally the only difference, is that the punishment would fit the crime. There is no real choice here.
Yeah.
$5 from the Wayfarer. Thank you. That reminds me, I've yet to watch Top Gun Maverick. Well, I know what I'll be doing this Independence Day. Smiley face, U.S. or us.
Yeah,
I have-
U.S. So
I haven't seen the original Top Gun, but I have seen Maverick, and I really enjoyed it.
I have not seen Maverick yet, so
Well,
no spoiler.
I won't spoil anything, but what I will say is, without having seen the original, it made me invested in the characters. It was respectful of the original. They're able to build a conflict that that makes sense without turning Maverick into Jake Maverick, turning him into a pathetic loser or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's like really good. Yeah.
Oh, Spin Jack, we're almost always off topic because usually the videos are pretty shit, and this video is pretty bad. Like he
Yeah.
literally just admitted that the combat. Don't worry, guys. The combat being bad, it'll be fixed. But if the combat is bad, it's not a problem for me because Bethesda has always had shit combat. It's not why I go to Bethesda games. So yeah, this video is pretty shit too. All right, let us press play.
Yeah.
Yeah. Finish this crap.
Is the exploration, the role playing.
See, there we go. So look, this is exactly what Pagan was talking about. I know we just paused it. This is exactly the scene Pagan was talking about with the jetpack. So here we go.
Yep.
All right.
The games aren't my first choice. It's the journeys, the exploration, the role-playing, the lore that really resonates with me when playing Bethesda games. So I can definitely excuse less than stellar combat. Another problem
up.
people are noticing.
Okay, so I saw that, and yeah, his health went to 0, then he flew into the air.
Yep.
What the fuck did he just say?
He said it's not. I go there for the stellar
Hold on.
storytelling
Let-
and the RPG. Okay.
Yeah, I need to hear that.
Hope it'll be in the actual game when we play it ourselves. However, even if the combat isn't great, then that's okay with me. If I really want great combat mechanics, then Bethesda games aren't my first choice. It's the journeys, the exploration, the role-playing, the lore that really resonates with me when playing Bethesda games.
What the fuck Bethesda games have you fucking been playing?
Well, he's been playing all of them. He just doesn't pay attention to them. He doesn't actually think about the lore and the implications that happen.
The best kind of lore is the lore that's only good when you don't pay attention to it. How is that? How the fuck is that what you're coming to these games for when you...
Also, I like how he says role playing when Fallout 4 was like their last major game. And it's like, oh, really? You love the role playing aspects of the Bethesda games. How did that go for you in Fallout 4?
Yeah. How
Without
does it
mods.
How does it feel playing a lawyer that somehow can do power armor? That's a great role play right there.
I love the roleplay of being able to choose what kind of character I want. I mean, you can play as a parent who is desperate to find their missing child, or you can alternatively play a parent that is looking for their missing child and is desperate to find them. Or alternatively, you could play a parent that is desperate to find their missing child. What wonderful roleplay options. Thank you, Bethesda. What an amazing game Fallout 4 was.
Yep, oh boy.
Fallout 4 was anything but an RPG? Yeah, Fallout 4 wasn't an RPG. Call of Duty has experience points and fucking perks. Fallout 4 has experience points and perks. The only real choice you have in the entire game is if you want to side which faction you want to side with. If this is what our standard for RPG is, then RPGs are dead. Dear God.
Such shit.
Yeah. Also, we'll have something I want to talk to Pagan and Cree about after the stream, mind.
Yeah, this is just one of the most crazy things to me. I don't come to Bethesda games for the combat, which Bethesda games nowadays mostly focus on the combat. I come to them for the deep lore and stuff, which they consistently shit all over in their releases. How do you get to this point?
Yep.
So I can use less than stellar combat. Another problem people are noticing are the frame rate issues and the bugginess of previous Bethesda titles. And again, this is very understandable. However, as long as it isn't game-breaking like Cyberpunk or Fallout 76, then I can live with the buggy launches. Bethesda games are typically...
Okay, so that is incredibly vague of a statement. I can live with the buggy launches. Every game, because of its complexity, well, I should say every game, damn near every game, because of their complexity, will have bugs in it. That's just an unfortunate nature of the beast. These things take a lot of time, and you'll have those moments where you'll forget that you've tied one thing to another thing for whatever reason, because it made sense to you at the time, and it seemed very logical, and then things change. That happens. So every game, every complex game will have bugs. But there's a difference between, this terminal screen, when I interacted with it, it's actually like unaligned to the side. That's amusing, or some shit. That's like I can forgive that sort of thing. Versus Bethesda's usual launches where you're constantly falling to the floor, you get frozen to a terminal, characters literally you break entire quest lines because they didn't expect you to do the obvious thing at all. So they have to carry you by the nose, but hey, sometimes that quest marker breaks out too, because, it's completely fucked. Sometimes you'll find an NPC you're supposed to talk to. It's like, go talk to this NPC. No, I'm going to tell you this from actual experience. Go talk to this NPC. And you go, okay. So then you go to where that NPC normally is, and you realize that your quest marker is pointing in the opposite direction, out the door. So you go, okay. So you go out the door. Then you realize that it's leaving the base. So you open up your Pip-Boy, and you look, and the NPC is suddenly 3,000 fucking miles across the entire wasteland, sitting on a mountain for some reason.
I've got an even worse example if you want it.
Sure.
So, there was a particular issue with Fallout 3 where Megaton NPCs would randomly disappear. And they wouldn't leave the town, but they'd be teleported outside the walls. So, I think most people in chat knows how these games work. The world space that the inside of Megaton is in is a separate world space from the rest of the wasteland. So when they teleport outside the walls, they're not teleporting to the rest of the wasteland. They're teleporting into the no man's land that you shouldn't be able to access. And they'll be several fucking, game cells away from the town itself, all standing in the same location, or close to it. And, they'll just somehow bug out and wind up in the void, basically. This is a known issue with Megaton.
There's also that still known issue of the fucking Nightingale shit in fucking Skyrim, where literally once you get your Nightingale armor and you're supposed to do the fucking ritual or whatever with Carlia, literally all you have to do is walk down the hallway and she's supposed to pull a fucking chain that opens the gate to get into that room. And every time, at least for me, every single time, when she gets to the gate, she just turns around and walks away, and her AI breaks, and there's no way to continue the quest without console commands. You have to disable the gate, and you have to enter in set stage commands.
Yeah.
In order to progress. That's the only way to fix it. There is, reloading doesn't do anything. Trying to push her over to it does nothing. Nothing works. You have to use console commands to fix it. This is still a problem to this day, and they haven't patched it.
I want to point out something here in chat, too. I like that Bethesda made an NPC in Fallout 3 Megaton that you can't reach without console commands. What the fuck? Why? So he's referring to the sniper on top of the door. And if you talk to this guy, he'll even say, wait, how'd you even get up here anyways? So, Bethesda is acknowledging that this town makes no sense, and they're just not doing anything about it. Because they could have designed the town in a way that makes sense, where, all these guard posts and towers, people can actually get up there so they can, guard the town. But nah. It's all decoration. God, the more I think about that game, the more I fucking hate it.
Yeah.
6 Malaysian ringgits Ringlets or
I think it's ringgit. I think it's plural. The ringgit is just plural too.
ringets? Okay.
Yeah.
From Pendicarmando, thank you. Late, but do you guys have the whip as punishment? I don't believe so.
No, because it's considered cruel and unusual, like for punishment terms.
I also saw a chat, a comment. Oh god, where'd it go? Okay, I saw a comment. I can't find it right now, but it's something to the effect of, do you think this is Cyberpunk 2077 type trailer footage? Which, yeah, that's what it seems like it could be to me.
It's
I
what
mean-
it feels like.
Because, oh wait, yeah, Fun Sun. What if this trailer footage is CD Projekt Red style? And that's absolutely true. It absolutely could be something like that because Cyberpunk 2077, the trailer footage, the promotional footage, a lot of it looked pretty good, but then you notice some oddities here and there. That's where a lot of the worry came from prior to release, and then it released. And you know the story from there.
Exactly. And it's like, and this is already looking worse than that. It's like, oh my god, imagine what the launch will be like.
Yeah, especially with thousands of planets. Oof.
Yeah.
Creetosis, there's even an Easter egg where Moira will say, "Hey Moira," to a duplicate Moira spawned in with console commands.
Ugh.
What?
Oh my god.
Yeah, because she has a unique voice. A few characters actually reference each other by name unless it's scripted.
Yeah,
Like, I could actually see, like, there being a bug where fucking there's gonna be like 2 or 3 planets clipping into one another.
Oh, that would be funny as fuck. Oh my god.
It would be funny to see, to be on a planet and to see another one. Oh, hey, that moon. That moon looks pretty big. It's getting bigger. Oh no! Oh no, it's gonna oh no, it's just phasing through the
Yeah,
world.
phasing
Okay.
through.
Okay. And it's sorry, Creetosis, and it's pronounced ringgit. Ringgit. Okay.
Very ambitious field, so there being bugs and issues is only going to be natural. However,
Okay. The problem is that when Bethesda were less ambitious, they had major bugs and problems and relied on the modding community to fix it for them. Now they're going astronomically more ambitious with thousands of planets, and you don't see the problem here? Like, maybe Bethesda needs to rein in their fucking ambition.
Yeah, a larger ambition and the potential of there being no mod support.
Well, it's kind of like the thing we've talked about before. The bigger something is, the more moving parts there are, the more of a chance for an issue or a failure to arise is. Like, I forget what the exact conversation was before, but we were talking about tanks and how they had cooling fans, and one type of
Yes.
tank had a cooling fan that had like 3 moving parts and another had 100 moving parts. It's like,
Yep,
yeah, guess which one broke down more often.
It's the German tanks, which had hundreds of parts for their fans, versus the American tanks, which had 3.
Yeah. And obviously game code isn't the same as like a physical mechanical part that can break down over time, but it's more the fact that there's so much there that could go wrong that there's more opportunity that something will go wrong.
Let's see if I can get a picture of the Tiger Tank fan system.
It's not necessary.
Well,
Just-
I think it would just highlight in just a picture without having to go into detail on it. You just show it and be like, this is what was in their vehicle, okay? And you wonder why, like, they caused a problem.
Yeah, but I think Chad understands it. Like, yeah, 100 moving parts, I could see why that would be more, like, likely to fail. This reminds me of No Man's Sky, and this time there won't be a comeback. Yeah. In many ways, this does feel like a make or break it moment for Bethesda, because if they fuck up here, especially, oh god, especially after 76, yeah, it's not looking good for them, I don't think. It won't be the death of Bethesda, but for a lot of people, this is kind of like a last chance sort of thing.
I think it would definitely be a shakeup of Bethesda. I don't know about a death of, but I think they would finally look at the leadership and be like, okay, you guys clearly, you're done, you're out.
So this was the fan on the German tanks that had 100 moving parts?
Yeah, so this one shows, this has the fuel tanks and the engine with it. But you notice how the fuel lines go into the fan compartments and all of the wirings, everything. You see the timings. You actually have rotating timers and everything on it at the top. This thing is a disaster of like engineering for practicality's sake. And all of these parts need to be machined. Each one of these individual cases, like you can't just have these fans work with their fan housing. You need the fan housing to make them work. So you need to have properly machined fan housings to fit your each one of these propellers and everything. And each of these propellers need their grease supply constantly to keep them from overheating themselves and wearing down.
I was about to ask, because Chad is noticing the same thing too. Gaming PC looking fans. That's a weird graphics card and stuff like that. Those do look like more modern looking fans.
Yeah, this is a render of what a Tiger tank looks like. This is not a like one-for-one thing. There's a video of the Bovington Tank Museum doing their repair of the Tiger tank.
Okay.
And they actually take one out and they showcase the parts. So imagine those fans right there are the size of a person's torso. Okay, they're really fucking big. So they're big, they're heavy, and it's incredibly fucking complicated.
RGB tank. Yeah, I've seen people using that image generator thing to do like RGB gamer coffin and stuff like that. And I used that to I used that the other day to generate a RGB gamer noose.
Yep.
To amusing results.
Today on this Starfield video, we will discuss German tank engineering. Yeah.
I mean, that's how it usually goes.
Mini thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
I would
God.
love to go into just how fascinating, how good the Sherman tank is, because the Sherman tank gets shit on all the fucking time, but it is genuinely the best tank in World War II, hands down.
I sort of feel like we should maybe have an episode of STAG where you guys just talk military stuff for like 4 hours.
That could be fun. I would genuinely enjoy the shit out of that.
Yeah, I would love that.
I don't know if we want to call it STAG though.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Maybe there could be a video where it's someone talking about military stuff that maybe someone who doesn't understand military stuff, like fully semi-automatic.
Yeah, that would be really fucking cool. I would love to actually showcase a good video. Be a reaction for us though, but I'd love to go through and explain why all these things are fascinating. I would love to talk about like the chieftains, the myths about tanks in World War II. What my favorite myth, and we'll just rapid fire this one. My favorite myth: it takes 5 Shermans to kill a cat. And for anyone that doesn't know, the Germans always named their tanks after cats, unless they were specified tanks. Like tank destroyers was like the elephant and everything, but Tiger, Panther, and so on. It's named after cats. But it's like, all right, how many Sherman tanks does it take to take out a German machine gun nest? And somebody in the audience made the obvious thing. 1. It's like, you're wrong. 5. Why is it 5? Because that is the smallest tactical element on the battlefield. You have 5 tanks in the platoon. You would literally never go anywhere without all 5 tanks. Ever. So you don't sit on a battlefield, look through your periscope and go, oh, hey, it's just Sturmgeschütz. Hey, we don't need you and your buddy. You guys can sit this out. It's 3-1. That makes a fair fight. It's like, no, you would go in with all 5 fucking tanks.
Yeah.
So again, it's a misconception. It doesn't take 5 Shermans to take out a Tiger tank. A single Sherman can take out a Tiger tank, but you're going with 4 other tanks too because it's the smallest unit size.
$2 from 3 IS3 or 3 is 3. I'm not sure how this. There's no space between the IS and 3, so I assume that is IS3.
Yeah, so I assume he's talking about the Joseph Stalin 3.
I
The
have
Russian tanks. The Russian.
Well, no,
They're
that's
really big.
that's his name.
Oh, but look, with 3 IS3. So I'm assuming with the IS3 being, I don't know. Doesn't matter. That's you can enlighten us on what your name means actually.
Is 3. Okay, so 3 is 3. All right, just making sure. As the saying goes, keep it simple, stupid. Yeah, and that would actually apply to that fan there.
Yes.
Like yeah, the less moving parts, the better.
It's why the Russian T-34, it's a dog shit tank. It really is an awful, awful tank. But you can shit out 100 T-34s a day. So is it really awful? Practically speaking, yes. Economically speaking, and having multiple moving guns on the battlefield, it's a great tank. Like it literally, it doesn't matter that the T-34 is a terrible, terrible fucking vehicle. You can put out so many of them, and they're so easy to repair. It doesn't matter. You have the tanks. Your enemy maybe has 5 tanks, but they can't bring 5 tanks, 5 tanks, 5 tanks. But you can bring out 20 tanks, 20 tanks, 20 tanks. It's why the Sherman is so fucking good, too. The Sherman is such a great fucking tank design because it was designed to be able to be built entirely in the United States and shipped over to Europe. Easy peasy. That's why it actually has built-in hooks into the tank's hull itself. Oh, it's so good.
Anyways, back to the video.
Yeah.
The main point was, the more complex something is, the more points of failure there possibly are.
Yeah.
However, I within both Bethesda and Xbox that they won't release this game in a broken state. I think Bethesda have more.
Why?
Oh, why? Why would you possibly think that?
How many
Yeah.
games has Bethesda released in a broken state?
We're up to 6 within the last decade?
It's not a good track record, that's for sure.
Yeah. I don't get why you have faith that Bethesda and Microsoft wouldn't. How many buggy games has Microsoft released?
That's
A
good.
fuck ton.
That's going to be my next question. Didn't Halo Infinite release in not so good of a state?
Yes.
Mm.
As far as I can't speak from first-hand experience, but everything I've seen suggests yes.
It seems a broken state.
Sorry.
I think Bethesda have more resources now, and it seems that they're pushing it back to allow themselves enough time to truly make it run somewhat smoothly. These aspects are very debatable, so let me know down in the comments what you think. However, let's move on to some of the more important discussion points. So I've seen a lot of people complain about how there likely will be a lot of procedurally generated planets in Starfield.
Yes, absolutely.
They have to be.
There's no possible way you can have thousands of planets that have no procedural generation.
Yeah.
When you have a team of like a couple hundred people working, like, we're talking entire planets here. It would probably, if we were to get a game development team of a couple hundred people to entirely map out a full planet, it would probably take them over a decade to do it.
Yeah.
There is so much detail. Probably well in excess of a decade, because you have to consider how many cities and different biomes and the different designs that each location would have. Like, it's kind of how, like, cities in the UK look different than cities in Canada and the US, and different from Mexico and whatever else. You have to make unique landmarks for different places, like how in the real world there's the CN Tower, the Sydney Opera House, or fucking whatever, the pyramids.
Yeah.
Like, there's so much detail that goes into creating an entire planet that it would take an excessively long amount of time to do so.
Yep.
There's a 0% chance a procedural generation isn't involved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody did. Invincible Mike says T-34 was made cheaply because Soviets sucked, but isn't conceptually bad. I don't know. I'm not saying the T-34 concept isn't bad at all. In fact, the T-34-85 is when the T-34 tank actually fucking shined. But that was also when they had already, thrown basically a mass wave of bodies and T-34s at the Germans. They couldn't hold up against that weight, and now they were no longer within spitting distance of the factories, so they could actually create the T-34-85. And boy, oh boy, is the T-34-85 genuinely a pretty good fucking tank.
But yeah, it's like a studio that has trouble making scaled down versions of just a single area now has to make multiple planets worth of content.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good fucking luck.
The capital city of the people that made the capital city of Skyrim Solitude are the people that Turf Nation expects to be able to convincingly populate thousands of planets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, exactly. As Dionod points out, the T-34 was good enough. Exactly. You should never let perfection be the enemy of good enough.
Procedurally generated planets is something that Todd Howard himself has confirmed. However, some people think it'll feel empty and that there'll be nothing to do. However, I'm just thinking, isn't that the whole point of space exploration? It's not meant...
What?
What?
Oh, it's supposed to be empty and have nothing to do,
Oh
guys.
my
That's
God,
the point.
Hey,
it's an actual, it's supposed to be bad in the wild. Holy shit.
Hey guys, Bebop Flix was supposed to be bad. Halo was supposed to be bad. Wow. That's
Holy shit.
You know what? Turf Nation has convinced me. Starfield is going to be an amazing game because it's supposed to be bad. It's supposed to be empty and desolate and have nothing to do. Thank you. You have truly enlightened me, sir.
Wow, I cannot believe. Okay, it is exceedingly rare on a bingo card to get It's Supposed to Be Bad. We actually got a genuine It's Supposed to Be Bad in the wild. Fucking hell. It's supposed to be empty and desolate and lifeless and with nothing to do. It's space. Oh my God.
Remember, people, if you don't do your job good enough, then just tell your boss, well, it's supposed to be that way.
Yeah.
I'm sure that'll work out fine.
Oh my God.
This isn't space exploration, it's a video game. It's supposed to be fun, not a ton of mindless meandering. Well, you don't get it. Because it was designed to have a ton of mindless meandering, that's what it's supposed to be, and that means it's good. It's good because it's intentionally bad.
Yep.
Give us money. Buy our game. Buy Skyrim again.
$2 super chat from High Speed Tacos. It keeps happening.
It does. I wonder, like, how do people get to this point? I know I've already said how do we get to this point already, but how does someone get to the point where their defense of something it has to be, well, yeah, it's supposed to be that way, when the thing you're criticizing is, yeah, it's fucking terrible.
Yeah. And the best part about it is like Claptrap is annoying. Yeah, he's supposed to be annoying. That's still annoying, you understand?
Yeah.
That doesn't change the fact he's fucking annoying. Silent Hill 1, 2, and 3, the combat is terrible. It's supposed to be that way. It heightens the tension. Yeah, but you still understand the combat's terrible. Like, these aren't... What you said is not an actual counter to the problem. sure, it may be intentionally bad. I can buy that as an excuse. That does not mean that it's not bad. You're actually admitting it is bad.
However, I'm just thinking, isn't that the whole point of space exploration? It's not meant to be done already. Like, yeah, I'm sure there'll be hundreds of uninhabited planets with barely anything handcrafted to do at all. But then that's the point of us and Constellation, the last group of space explorers. We can go to these planets, see what...
And again, why are you the last group of space explorers? Space is fucking enormous. Why is there only one space explorer group? Because imagine if you have Constellation and they find this unobtainium, this incredibly rare material that formed on this planet under these circumstances, and it revolutionizes the entire industry. Now they have a capital. They have an entire... they are the only sole proprietors of this planet. Yeah. On the off chance of something like that happening, there should be thousands of spacing guilds. There should be thousands of exploration groups. There should be missions constantly going out into the void. Like,
yeah.
What? I don't understand. I don't understand the logic of how we are the last space explorer group. How?
Yeah, that
How
makes
does
no
that fucking
sense.
happen?
But to move on to a bit of a different point. So he's going on about how these planets are supposed to be empty and we're supposed to be exploring them. But you realize that means because these planets are empty and devoid of life for the most part, that there's nothing we can find there that will be significant in terms of gameplay.
Yeah.
Like, if we land on a planet and find a creature that has never been discovered before, I mean, I guess we can scan it and possibly learn, like, what its habits are, what its environment is, what it hunts, how it attracts a mate, whatever. But that's not really the kind of content you come to these games for. It's barely content at all, honestly.
Yep. I can't believe this. It's totally fine. It's all fine. Not everything's going to be explored. It's like, yeah, I don't expect everything to be explored. Space is a big fucking place. But if every planet looks like the thing we're currently shown on screen, my dude, what is the gameplay reason of having these in the game? What is the point?
I mentioned this on a previous stream. I think it might have even been last stream, but Minecraft, it has they call it infinite world. It's not infinite, but it's pretty fucking massive. Minecraft has that because a lot of multiplayer servers need that space where people can go out and build their own villages and buildings and whatever. Sure, it's the same, like, 20 biomes over and over and over again, spread across the entire vastness of the world. If that was a single-player game, that would be entirely pointless, because you don't need all that space. You would never realistically be able to use all that space for anything. But it works for a multiplayer game. This doesn't appear to be a multiplayer game. Do you even have settlement building in this?
Yes, you do, but it looks like the Fallout settlement building.
So garbage, completely worthless. I can't wait to build a dozen settlements full of nameless settlers on 1,000 different planets, because that's gonna be fun. The thing that's bugging me the most is that Bethesda is showing off these planets and spouting off about how many fucking planets they've got, when they haven't said what you're supposed to be doing on these planets. What is the point of them?
Yeah, that's not a good sign when the only thing they've really had to show off and, like, praise about their game is, look at the shooting that isn't very good, and we know it's not very good, and look at how these planets look, even though there's nothing on them to do. And it's like, those are the two things you had to praise about your game. Oof, that's not a good sign. It's like
That's
there's not going to be anything to do in this game, is there?
that's very not a good sign. Like, take this image on screen here, for example. If this were a picture of a real place, that'd be like a really nice picture. You've got this desert vista. But then you have to realize this is a game world that you're going to be walking across this location, or you could potentially walk across this location, and what's here? I see a whole lot of fucking nothing. I see a lot of rocks and sand and dirt.
Yeah.
I don't even think I see a cactus in there anywhere. It's like, it's literally a barren wasteland. What is there here for me to do? Am I just... Is this a mine? Like, am I here to just collect resources to build my colony elsewhere? Am I supposed to get, like, iron from this planet? Because, man, if a lot of these planets just turn out to be nothing more than resource farms, then that might actually be worse.
Yeah.
Showing footage was a mistake. It's not so much that showing footage was a mistake. It's seeming like the entire game is a mistake. But showing off all these planets without telling us what they're there for, what purpose they serve, that is really bad. And
Yeah.
they maybe should have kept it constrained to, like, oh yeah, we have, a dozen planets you can visit, and they're hand-built and curated and whatever. And then upon release, you find out that there is actually thousands of empty planets. Nah, no.
Yeah.
That would be if
The
they
issue
don't, That would be if they
Go
don't
ahead.
change anything about the game as it is from what they've told us. They just keep out the whole point of 1,000 planets.
Yeah. See, the thing I'm worried about is they felt the need to like praise these, they felt the need to show these things as they are right now.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, but if they had something bigger, something more that they were doing, they would have talked about it. Like they don't have the restraint to be like, oh, well, you'll just have to play the game to see all the cool stuff we added and stuff. Like, no. If they actually did something that they were proud of, that they knew was interesting, that would actually bring people in, they would have talked about it in the showcase.
Absolutely. And we have past experiences to show us this. In Skyrim, they showed off all the dragons and all the high points that game has. I think they showed us High Hrothgar.
Yeah.
They showed us the types of dungeons and traps we'd be seeing. Fallout 4, they showed us all the best parts that game had to offer, which again wasn't much, but Fallout 76, they showed us the Scorch Beast, the reskinned dragon, pretty much. And, we've got this massive
and
world.
being able to nuke.
And being able to nuke stuff. So, in their 3 previous presentations releasing games, they've always put their best foot forward. They've always showed what they think the best parts of their game are. They're the strongest. Like, they come out swinging as hard as they can. It's not that hard, but they come out legitimately with the best they have to show. And the best they have to show this time around is, well, yeah, we've got thousands of empty planets.
Yeah.
Really not a good fucking sign.
It does make you miss, like, the reveals from, like, when From Software do their reveals. Like, Bloodborne. Holy shit. Even just seeing the FromSoft logo and realizing you're, like, in a Lovecraftian eldritch horror game that made by FromSoft is like, oh, okay. Again, they don't showcase everything. They don't reveal everything. They keep it very vague. I like when developers do that. They'll let you kind of speculate yourself. It also doesn't lead you to like, well, they said this would be an actual thing, so it's going to be a fact.
Yeah. Swinging with a wiffle bat, yeah. The Fallout 4 trailer made me think that Diamond City would be better than it was. Yeah, that's usually the point of trailers, though.
Cree. Swinging with a wiffle bat. Maybe this will work. Smack. Maybe not. Oh god. Seriously, guys, watch Tucker and Dale vs. Evil. Highly, highly recommended.
Yeah, he got us to watch that the other night, and it was fantastic. God, we're almost done with this video, and we can move on to the next one.
Wildlife there are, what cool terrain there is. Perhaps some of them we deem to be uninhabitable, or we just simply don't want to build a base there, so we'll go somewhere else and see what we can find there. Now I know some people don't care about being able to go anywhere in a galaxy, and that they would rather have a small but fully handcrafted map than a massive yet empty world. To this,
Yes! Literally, yes!
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so apparently we need to explain this. The point of a video game is that it contains content that you're able to go out and experience. And when your game has thousands of empty worlds, that means there's no content there. There's space. There's a game world. A game world is not content in and of itself. I guess you can, like... God... For what's supposed to be an RPG, that's not content in and of itself. You can have a world like Minecraft where the point of the game is to build stuff, but the point of Starfield doesn't seem to be to build stuff. Imagine having a planet with more than one biome. That's another thing I fucking despise in sci-fi, where it's like, this is the desert planet, and this is the ice planet, and this is the forest planet. And like, this is something Star Wars is guilty of, but a lot of sci-fi does it, and it's really annoying.
No, the forest planet, not so much, but a desert planet, an ice planet, that stuff does make sense.
That does. The problem is when it's every planet that is one singular biome.
When it's a forest planet, and it's only a forest planet, that doesn't make sense. Because you've already got different gases and mixtures going in by nature of it being plants, having flora and fauna.
Yeah.
So it would obviously start creating different biomes just to the nature of how gases and chemistry and everything works. But a desert planet, I could see it. If plant life never takes off and it's just being constantly scorched by the sun, yeah, an entire desert planet's fine. An entire ice planet where it's literally like, for whatever reason, the atmosphere is so thick that it freezes, so nothing can live there.
Yeah, I was just using those as examples of sci-fi does the one planet biome thing.
Yeah. But there should absolutely be multiple, in fact, tons of planets that'll have like, oh, at the poles it's cold, and in the middle it's a bit more moderate and everything, and then you get to the actual center and it's really hot there. You know, multiple different biomes. That should happen often. And I say often in terms of, you know, you have a sampling of 1,000 planets, not often as in, yeah. You shouldn't literally have, of those 1,000 planets, you have 900 of them do this. No. But, you know, on a on a galactic scale, it makes sense that there would be a lot of these planets, though.
Say that it'll be a Bethesda game. It just has another game on top of it. Todd Howard confirmed that they've done the most handcrafted content that they've ever done in any of their games for Starfield, with over 200.
But he says that all the time for his stuff.
Fallout 3 had 200 endings.
Yeah.
That's certainly
Fallout
more.
76, 16 times the detail.
Especially when Fallout 76 was largely reused Fallout 4 models.
Mm-hmm.
1,000 dialogue recorded. In comparison, Skyrim had around 65,000 and Fallout 4 had 110,000. So
yeah.
Oh my god.
And talk about how empty those games feel. All right?
Yes.
They felt really empty. And that's a single planet in a single contained area. Now, logically extrapolate 200,000 lines of dialogues to thousands of planets.
I know Indigo said it in chat earlier, but isn't the game space of Skyrim like 14 or 16 square kilometers or something?
Yeah, something like
Okay.
that.
How many square kilometers is Earth? I'm going to guess quite a few.
Let's find out. Well, it didn't give me square kilometers. It gave me square miles. Oh, hang on a second. Here we go. Is 510 million square kilometers,
Oh, okay. So
which is 197 million square miles for anyone that wants the other measurement.
so what you're saying is a lot.
Yes.
Okay. So for Skyrim had what, 90,000 or whatever lines of dialogue? So let's I guess multiply that by however many times. Like, we're talking millions upon millions of lines of dialogue for a single planet at the rate Skyrim had for its landmass size.
Yeah.
And Skyrim was, remember, pretty sparse. And then we extrapolate that out to thousands of planets. Like, dear God, we would need probably billions of lines of dialogue for land space ratio to dialogue ratio to be similar to Skyrim. Like, it's just, yeah, 200,000 lines of dialogue. That would be impressive for like a normal game, for a normal open world game. When you're talking about thousands of planets and it only has 200,000 lines, not a good sign.
Yeah. See, I would be okay if they kept it where like you're in this solar system. That's it. It's one solar system, maybe three habitable planets, and it's 200,000 lines of dialogue. I'd be like, okay, fine.
Yeah. I wouldn't even say one solar system. It could be like 3 or 4 habitable planets among numerous solar systems. It's like how we've got Earth in our solar system, and that's it, you know?
Yeah.
But, man. The planets won't need to be populated, so no need for voice lines. But that's the whole problem. So if there's no characters there, you don't need the voice lines there, but there's also no content there. Unless the content is literally, here's a space to go play Legos in. Which I could do in Minecraft if I wanted. Or like 1,000 other games. I could go play Valheim. I could go play No Man's Sky.
It's the same problem that No Man's Sky had at launch. Like, what is the thing you do in the game? What with all these thousands of planets? What is the actual gameplay? I remember when a guy on Game Trailers asked that question to the rest of his panel. The rest of his panel freaked out and said, "It's gonna be the best game ever!" Because you know the retardation that set in even back during those days. But yeah, it's just one of those things. Like, guys, what is the actual thing you do on these thousands of planets?
So, this guy said that Bethesda said that this is the most handcrafted content they've ever made in one of their games. How much of that handcrafted content did they actually show off in the presentation?
Yeah. It's like, I
Very little?
I don't know. It feels more like they're showing much more of the procedural stuff because they keep doing shots like in space, which doesn't need handcrafted stuff, and shots of planets that look barren and empty.
Yeah.
But that's not really handcrafted.
See, that's the thing about space, is that there's a lot of it. It's a pretty empty space. That's why we call it space. Yeah, I'm already just fucking sick of these cope arguments that Starfield is definitely going to be super amazing.
Yeah.
Maybe it will be, but there's no way to tell until it's out. And what we've got to work on right now just doesn't inspire hope.
Yes, to get your Bethesda game with a main story, multiple different factions, side quests, handcrafted caves, buildings, and much more to explore.
Handcrafted caves and buildings. What the fuck? No, I think it's gonna be much more likely we're gonna get prefab caves, just like in Skyrim. Just prefab snapped together constantly.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
I think it was Skyrim, actually, where I did a dungeon. Was it Skyrim? I know there was a Bethesda game where I had done a dungeon, and I realized the cave had the exact same layout as another cave, because I had done that other cave already.
And
Yeah.
the fucking Skyrim tower that they'll even throw underground for reasons. It's just like, oh my god.
Also, you mentioned factions. Did they mention during the presentation any factions?
Yeah, they did.
Oh.
They were pretty. It was pretty generic though. Like, and these
Oh.
are the pirate faction, and these are the one faction, the law faction, or whatever. And you can join these factions, and it's like, oh wow, that's so impressive.
I could feel myself just falling asleep from the excitement.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am on the verge of falling asleep right now because of how boring this is.
Yeah, like, looking at this footage is actually draining my energy and making me want to go to sleep.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Or just the added element of you being able to explore all of space. Oh, so this massive world.
Not all of space. There's an obvious limitation here. And then, again, they're limiting themselves, but it's a very arbitrary limit to 1,000 planets, or thousands of planets. A very arbitrary limit. So why not just limit yourselves more and give us more handcrafted, fine, detailed content? This is the big problem, Turf Nation. God damn it. Yeah, and you can bet you Radiant quests are gonna be fucking rampant in this game.
It has to be. What else is there to do?
Yep.
Yeah, I can't wait to find my own, custom Preston Garvey on every single planet I visit.
Yep.
Space. Oh, so this massive world with a bunch of empty planets gets me really excited for the infinite potential for mods that will be possible. The modding community is
If
what
they
really
allow
keeps
mods.
Skyrim alive.
Okay.
Yeah, I was about to say, ooh boy, you might end up being very disappointed.
Yeah, if they allow mods. We don't know if they're not going to at all. Again, Dump Truck Assault, guys. We've heard rumor that they will not allow modding.
I have
If
heard.
they don't,
I have heard people use the argument that, oh yeah, all the empty planets, those are probably for modders.
yeah, which is fucking like, oh, so Bethesda are being lazy again and relying on modders to do their fucking game content. Wow, big surprise.
Yeah, it does seem like that. The other thing, though, is normally in a Bethesda game, if you wanted to make your own like area of the game, you can usually just make a new world space for that. Assuming what you're making doesn't take place in the existing world space.
Yep.
So for a game like Starfield, shouldn't you just be able to make another planet
Yeah.
and just like place it into the world somewhere?
Or
The
you
other
just
thing
make,
is,
like a big like space station that you can go to or whatever. So
well, here's the other thing too: is what if one of these empty planets you're supposed to mod on, if that truly is the intention, what if it's just easier to get to that planet rather than one that's like farther out, like on the outer rim type thing? So most people will be putting their mods on this planet, or at least the ones that are a lot closer to the central area of the game. So
Yeah.
there's going to be a lot of conflicting mods that take place on the same planet. I don't know, it's just feels like an empty argument to me.
Yeah, it does. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yep.
all these years, and in the past, Bethesda leaned into the modding community a lot. Todd Howard has been talking more and more about working together with mod creators. I'd be very surprised if Bethesda doesn't do something like they did with Creation Club, where they use mods the fans have made to improve their own games.
Dear fucking God, no.
Please no.
Oh my god. Of course that's how they would fucking monetize this shit. They'd be like, oh yeah, look at all these empty fucking worlds. But if you pay, you know, just a few dollars, you know, oh, you can fill these worlds with content.
Yeah.
You just gotta pay more.
Ugh.
Fuck off. If they do that, I will actually just be completely fucking done.
It's all hell. It's all hell. We can see the future.
And this retard is fucking advocating for that like it's a good thing.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
No, you don't get it, Pagan. Paid mods were totally based and cool.
Oh my
Yeah.
god. Yeah, it's not like it was a huge fucking controversy back every single time they've done it. God damn, you fucking idiot. You're the reason that our fucking games are shit. People like you.
Yeah.
Yeah. It really is.
People who don't just buy into this shit, but actually defend it and promote it. Oh, it'll be cool if we could get some Creation Club content for Starfield to fill up these empty planets. Dear God. Ugh.
Like, no, tell Bethesda to do their fucking job instead.
Yeah, exactly.
Dumb consumer consumes. Yeah.
Yeah. Basically.
The coping consumer.
There's a procedurally generated planet somewhere with not much depth to it. It looks very much like one of the many other forested and rocky planets we've seen. However, a modding team can handcraft that planet into whatever they want. They can
God, what a shit fucking argument. The mods will fix it.
Also, do you not realize how long it takes for people to make substantially sized mods?
Yeah.
You'd be
Okay.
buying this game and then waiting like 3 or 4 years for the actual content to then get made.
It's probably worse than that, Pagan. Let me tell you the story of a little mod called Tamriel Rebuilt, which the intent of is to... Okay, so when Bethesda first made Morrowind, their intent was to include all of Morrowind, not just Vardenfell. Because if you look on a map of Tamriel, you have the island of Vardenfell, and then there's this, like, huge province. There's, like, a U-shape kind of around Vardenfell. All of that is Morrowind. And the intent was to originally include that in the game Morrowind. Now, they realized the scope was too big, and they reduced it down to just the island. And shortly after the game was released, I believe it was after that point, or sorry, I believe it was that early on that the mod Tamriel Rebuilt started, because they wanted to add all of Morrowind to Morrowind. And I don't think that mod is finished yet, is it?
As far as I know, no.
So
I haven't heard anything about this.
So we're talking about a game that is 20 years old, and this mod project has been going on since pretty much the early days of Morrowind, and it is still unfinished. And that is for not an entire world, a province of that continent. Expecting
Yeah.
modders to fill up a planet is fucking absurd. And
Yeah, this is insane.
yeah, it is. And, Tamriel Rebuilt has been in the works for nearly 20 years across 3 games. Yeah. This is actually kind of a fucking hilarious cope argument, because the game isn't out yet, and he's already modders will fix it. Like, no.
Like, motherfucker, we don't even know if mods will even be a thing in this game yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dumbass. Like, you can't even use that as an argument. Oh my god. Like, I was going to bring up the Frontier, and it's like, look how long that took, and look how it ended up turning out. It's like, and look how long people waited. Now, imagine you bought a fucking full-priced game with nothing in it, and then waited 5 years to get the Frontier.
No, you don't get it. Starfield will be amazing, because if you wait another half fucking decade, you might get some extra content from people who aren't paid to do this. From hobbyists. And that's not a slight against hobbyists, that's just... It's more of an attack on Bethesda for their shit.
Slave labor is badass.
Hippity hoppity, lizards are property.
Wow.
And create a system of cities, quest lines, and storylines, and special new factions. Essentially, they can make a whole new game on that planet. It can also be something small, like a unique point of interest on that planet with a quest attached.
Again, this is
Someone
just a
can even
nothing of a
recreate
point.
Earth similar to how it is today.
Some will even recreate Earth similar to how it is today. Bullshit.
Please no. But also, I like the whole... Oh yeah, there's a mod could add a small point of interest to a planet. So it's like, yes, this giant desolate planet with no life on it at all. Except for this, it's one little house that's out there, and there's a person living there, and he'll give you a quest to go do a thing, and that's the point of interest, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so fucking pathetic.
Yep, this is incredibly awful.
Oh my god, I'm prophetic. My fucking... my hypothesis is coming true. The thing I told you guys about before with Fallout 76, I was like, just you wait. In the future, we will be buying shells of games that have zero content, but people will pay full price for the simple promise that content may come to that game sometime in the future after you buy it.
Yeah.
And people are fucking doing it.
Yeah.
Yep.
I was called crazy for saying that. No one's stupid enough to do that. The company would go under within a week if they tried that. No one will ever fucking defend that shit. There's no way. And here we are.
Yeah. I want to grab this comment here too because it's really relevant. Tamriel Rebuilt is playable, but it is halfway towards being complete. So, again, this is a mod that's been in production for nearly 20 years, and it is halfway there.
Yep.
And this is for, let's say a country. This is for a small country, a province of Tamriel on a continent. Not an entire continent, just this one country. And they're still not done after 20 years. They're about halfway done after 20 years. That is a monolithic amount of work for a mod for a video game. And I just don't think you're going to see anything on that scale. I don't think you're going to see anything on the scale of Fallout London or Fallout the Frontier or Fallout Miami. You're not... Even if projects that size start up for Starfield, they won't take up an entire planet. And they're years out. Years out. Like... The base content, this is... Again, he said that this is the most handcrafted content Bethesda's ever made. That better be some damn good content. Because if not, the only other thing they're marketing this game on is look how many empty planets we've got.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just imagining that the planets, because we're sitting here talking about like how massive the planets are and shit like that, and it's like to fill them it would take all this time. And then we get the game and it turns out every planet is the size of like the ones from Super Mario Galaxy where You literally walk like 10 steps and you go back to the same point you were at. So it's
Well-
literally just you walk into the distance and literally you just like loop back around right back to where you started, like not even that far away.
Starbound is actually kind of like that. Every planet is an infinite looping scroller because once you hit the edge, it seamlessly puts you back to the other side of the map. So, so you can walk all around the planet in like a day. And by the way, the night cycle on those planets are fucked too because they didn't even consider what the other side of the planet would be like. But whatever. Yeah, it.
All right, let's get this one done because we got another video to get to.
Oh god, we're 4.5 hours in. Fine.
We can do it.
So much potential, and the more we'll be able to fill up this universe until eventually it becomes the ultimate video game. Okay, maybe that's very hopeful thinking, but the potential.
Oh my god.
Fuck you.
That's
Fucking
some
idiot.
insane levels of copium and hopium.
Yeah, this is some of the hardest copium I have ever seen anybody fucking spew.
Holy shit, yeah.
Maybe
Fucking hell.
one day it'll be amazing because every planet can be modded to the brim.
Yeah, and filled up and get more stuff in it. Oh, it'll be the ultimate video game. Like,
You know,
Jesus Christ, dude.
For people
You do not live in reality.
for people to actually want to mod a game that much, it needs to be at least decent first.
God, at this point, I'm hoping that Bethesda will announce that, yeah, this game will not have mod support. You won't be able to mod it, just so I can see how this fucking retard will try to defend this game after that. Like, how are you going to get your Utopia now? How are you going to make this the ultimate video game now, my guy? What are you going to do? You paid full price for this game. All the worlds are fucking empty. There's nothing to do, and you can't even mod the content in yourself now. Where's your ultimate video game now?
20 Norwegian krona from Kier18. Thank you. Wonder how Starfield will compare to the Outer Worlds. Yeah, that'd be interesting to see.
That would be interesting to see. Outer Worlds has a distinct art style and everything. You can tell a picture of Outer Worlds apart, whereas a screenshot in Starfield is like, I don't know, that could be any fucking sci-fi game. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I keep like looping back to Prey. It has a very like Prey aesthetic to it, but not quite as nice as Prey.
Yeah. Prey was very utilitarian in a lot of its designs.
Yeah.
Alright.
Especially about the potential for expansions. At the end of the day, I see this game as a typical Bethesda game with a lot more to offer. I see a lot of things that gets me really excited personally, and I truly think this game can go down in history as one of the all-time greats. Is that a very high standard that is almost doomed to fail? Yes.
No,
High standard, he
problem is
says.
you have a very low standard.
That's
Yeah.
still doomed to fail.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh my god, is it a very high standard? Yes, but no, dude, you have the lowest fucking standards on Earth.
Yeah, you literally said that you hope the combat will be good, but if it's not good, that's okay, because Bethesda's always had bad combat, and we're not here for the combat. It's like, that should tell you, your standards are literally tunneled beneath the fucking ground.
The other thing I want to point out, too, though, is going back to the whole dialogue thing. Fallout 4 had, 110,000 lines of dialogue, and Starfield has 200,000? So you've got almost the double the amount of voice lines as Fallout 4. Now, how much actual substantive content does Fallout 4 have? Not a whole lot. It's not completely accurate, but it's almost like, what's 200,000 times 0? Well, it's still 0. Obviously it's not actually 0, but it's pretty damn close to it if it's double Fallout 4. And the substance of Fallout 4 is fucking minuscule.
Yeah, double of Fallout 4 would be like a standard video game.
Yeah.
It's so bad.
It is.
The games that Bethesda have provided me with before, so I will be putting my heart on the line. Todd Howard will have my trust in his hands to do whatever he chooses.
Oh, buddy. That is faith you should not be giving. Oh, you poor, poor child.
Just that string of fucking dialogue there from this guy. I am putting my heart on the line. I trust Todd Howard. I'm putting my heart in his hands. It's like, my dude, you're trusting the person that everyone memes is a massive liar. You're putting your heart on the line for that.
Who literally, we give him the nickname Todd the Liar Howard.
Just winding this back because holy shit, that was glorious.
Yeah, holy fuck.
Pete Hines will raise me to godhood. You'll all see. You'll see.
High standard that is almost doomed to fail? Yes, but these are the types of games that Bethesda have provided me with before, so I will be putting my heart on the line. Todd Howard will have my trust in his hands to do whatever he chooses with, because I like to stay positive, and I have faith in Bethesda. But what do you think? Do you think I'm an
Toxic
idiot for putting these-
positivity!
Yeah.
Yep. I will take Todd's cock all the way down my throat. Oh.
Todd can do whatever he wants with me. Oh.
Fill me up, Todd.
It's literally the God Howard meme. Yeah, it certainly seems to be.
Yep. Again, toxic positivity rears its ugly head once again.
Much trust. Do you think there's even a possibility that Starfield will live up to the hype? Did you like the game?
No.
No. Now, that doesn't mean Starfield will be the worst game ever made. No. But there's no way it's living up to the hype.
Yeah.
Not at all.
No way.
I'm pretty safe in that assessment, given how much of a buggy disaster it looks from what they've showed us. And this is all hand-picked footage at a major company with another major company overhead of them. And how the number of people that this would have gone through and been okayed by is ridiculous.
Yeah. I'm pretty safe in my assumption that while this may not end up being as terrible as we think it is, I don't think it's going to be good.
Yeah.
Reveal or not? About Starfield? So many questions, so much time. I'd love to hear what you think. As always, thank you to my Patreons, including our turf captain, Ben Joseph. Your legends are the real deal. But other than that...
Alright, that's it.
Yeah. So... next video.
You grabbing the link or should I grab it?
Got it.
You got it?
So, Starfield. Why Starfield is going to be great. Rant and opinions from a Bethesda fan.
Wait, how do you rant about something being good? I thought rant is normally, like, negative.
Usually. I guess you could rant and rave.
But
I guess rave would be the opposite, so you should be raving about something?
Yeah. But I guess...
you might be ranting about the people criticizing it, which I guess could be considered negative.
Possibly, yeah.
Yep. So now we're going into somebody who's a self-proclaimed Bethesda fan.
What a painful note to end on. Absolute fanboyism. Yeah.
Yep.
Alright, let's hope this video is longer by just a bit. Let's hope we can get through it a bit faster, because I don't want to be here all night.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Okay, so Starfield was just announced a couple days ago, and I wasn't planning on making any content about this, but after kind of looking around and seeing what people are talking about with this game, a lot of people are just being speculative and honestly even trashing the game without even playing.
I mean, yeah. You're also going to be speculative if you're actually going to defend it, my dude.
Yeah.
It's going to be the same thing, just the opposite direction.
Yeah, you're going to be praising it without playing it yet, so literally no different.
Literally the best argument against people who are critical of the game is, you haven't played it yet and neither have I. We don't know what it's going to be until it's out. Now, I get the impression we're not going to get that from this guy.
No, yeah. because I have a feeling he's gonna directly go the exact same argument in the opposite direction.
Playing. I even saw a title yesterday that said gaming's next big disaster, and I think that's entirely wrong.
You can, but I don't know. I feel like that person might be onto something here. It's looking not so hot.
I would
Yeah.
say could be gaming's
Oh,
next big disaster.
Creed.
What?
The thing I stopped on is so much worse. You got a nice black screen. Here's some Fallout gameplay as Kylo Ren.
Oh my god, yeah, I see that too. What the fuck?
5 Australian from Dileocon. Thank you. Rest in peace, anime catgirl robot mod. If Starfield doesn't have mod support.
Yeah.
Alrighty then. Yeah, the only thing I would say is that video should maybe have could be. Similar to what we were saying about this guy and the other guy's videos. So why Starfield is going to be great? Why Starfield is going to be legendary? Game of the decade. It's like, these are going to age like fucking milk if it turns out to be bad. Which there seems to be a high chance of, based on what we know.
Yep. Well, here we go. Prepare yourself for... Here's some Fallout gameplay as Kylo Ren.
Yeah, that's,
Fanboy, I am going to be making like crazy once it releases, so I figured...
Ah! Ah! He blocked a lightsaber with his forearm.
Well, it's accurate to Disney fucking lightsabers at this point. God. I kind of don't want to be an asshole here, but it says so much about someone that they've installed a Kylo Ren mod for fucking Fallout 4 rather than literally any other character. You could have been Revan, you could have been Darth Vader. No, you had to be fucking Kylo Ren.
Yeah. It's a worrying sign about your video, Toasty, whatever. What's your name, actually?
I don't really
Abraham Sandwich.
care. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's see where this goes.
Disaster, and I think that's entirely wrong. Being a Bethesda fanboy, I am going to be...
Oh, well, you already just fucking killed your credibility.
Yeah.
As a Bethesda fanboy, what a terrible note to start on. So,
Yeah.
even if you are a fanboy of something, you should maybe not say that, because now we know every single thing you say is through the lens of, well, Bethesda's amazing. Everything they do is wonderful and great.
I wonder if he even knows the like difference between fan and fanboy.
Maybe, probably not.
Maybe he thinks they're like interchangeable.
Yeah.
making this game like crazy once it releases, so I figured I might as well start now and give you guys my thoughts on why I think this game is going to be great. First off, let's talk about the game world. Now, when I originally heard the announcement of this game and I saw like the first teaser trailer, not the one with the satellite, the one where the person got in the ship, I started...
Why not just fucking show the footage?
I think that's what he is showing, because this is the first time we've seen Starfield, right? Because he's talking about not the teaser trailer with the satellite. He's talking about this.
No, I know, but why not just say... Why even refer to the teaser? Why not just say, when the first proper footage was released, showing the footage? You know? It just comes across as awkward when it's like, my first saw Starfield, not the teaser, but the other thing.
I came buckets.
ATSTs! ATSTs!
I'm gonna come!
started to immediately think that like a Mass Effect situation or the Outer Worlds kind of game, where you fly down onto a planet and you just get to explore a sort of mini map within that planet.
But that's exactly what it looks like Starfield's gonna do.
Yeah.
Again, it's what it looks like Starfield is actually going to do as well.
Once again, on this pause screen, what do we see in the distance? Mountains and empty plains.
Yep. But we do see a kind of a settlement here closer, but again, it's just...
We do?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I see a building there, yeah.
Yeah, it looks.
I had to lean in.
It looks kind of like a cock and balls, actually. These are the testicles, and this is the shaft, and there's the crown at the end.
I need you to go to Settlement Cock and Balls to retrieve the capacitor.
Get my cum chalice back.
Oh, God. All right.
No, it's my cum chalice. Fuck you.
Consume the cum.
Oh, God. Oh.
Planet. And honestly, I think we would have been content with that. We would have expected it. We've played it before in other games. We would have been happy. But no, they decided to let us explore the entire planet.
You don't know that yet.
That is not what they said. They specified, and again, with Bethesda, you have to be very fucking careful because they will say exactly what they mean. You can land anywhere on the planet. That doesn't mean you can explore the entire planet. So if you choose to land right where the cursor is now, can you walk all the way back to New Atlantis?
Yeah. What if landing in that spot results in you, results in the game generating, like, a 14 square mile, bit of land that you can explore, but you'll eventually reach the border of? What if it's like RimWorld, where, you have all these tiles you can land on, and they'll only generate once you open them up, and once you leave that tile, it's gone forever.
Yep. Like, what if
that's what I'm
somebody
thinking.
actively calculates? That's probably a test. If somebody could get really good at this, and you test, okay, well, here's New Atlantis. I'm going to hold the stick for 2 seconds. 1,000, 2, 1,000. Let go. And we're going to go there. Now we're going to take back off. We're going to look around at everything. We're going to take back off. And we're going to spin the planet around or whatever it is like that. Go back, hover over New Atlantis. Then, okay, I'm going to hold the stick to the right for 2 seconds. 1,000, 2, 1,000. And see if you still get the same terrain generation.
Yeah.
Because imagine if it's different when you go back down there. And it's like, uh-oh.
We heard you like big empty worlds, so we made 1,000 of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Planet. And any planet you want to explore in the solar system and in their over 100 solar systems. They said there's over 1,000 planets to go explore, and that got me so excited.
I don't understand why. Why is it that the fanboys are always so excited about it's over 1,000 worlds? Like, and then everyone else that's rationally thinking is like, oh my god, all the procedural generated and Radiant Quest content. Oh fuck.
I don't think they have the mental capacity to think beyond that. I don't think they think that far ahead. I think they literally just hear 1,000 planets and just assume 1,000 games, like on par with Skyrim.
Oh yeah,
1,000 planets just like Skyrim and Fallout. Oh my god. Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
It's
that's
just
all they think.
Yeah, it's just a numbers game. It's like, oh my god, this number is so big. That's so cool. Oh man, this number is even bigger. That's even cooler.
It was the same thing that happened. We saw it live 16 times the detail of Fallout 4.
Yeah.
It's like, you're a bunch of
Yep.
fucking weirdos.
Excited. Because emitters off. When you
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
Again, thousands of worlds is an arbitrary limitation. There are more than thousands of worlds in our universe, by the way. So they have a limit. Why is it 1,000? So they could get a soundbite out of it.
They took the limiters off.
Yeah.
So first of all, no. But second of all, don't you think maybe the limiters are a good thing? With the
Yes.
issues, with the vast amount of issues that are found within the worlds of even just Skyrim and Fallout 4? Like, sometimes there's a reason limitations exist. It's not purely because, oh, the fucking N64. The Super Nintendo can only hold so much data, so your game can't be too big. We're pretty much beyond that at this point. Like, there's no point for 1,000 planets, because most people aren't going to visit 1,000 planets. You might get that one weirdo out there who's like, oh man, this is the best thing ever, I'm going to visit every single planet and build a base on them. But even then, you won't have time to build all those bases, unless you're literally no-lifing it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. The whole the limiters are off thing is weird to me. Especially since most of these planets are fucking empty.
Mm-hmm.
Their games are secluded to just one map. This is honestly so much more than I could have asked for, and I'm really excited to go explore these worlds. I did end up...
I have to ask, why? Why are you excited? Because it's going to be mostly barren lifelessness on the vast majority of these worlds. Because they have to. Because if you actually have life and everything on it, you then have to ask the question, wait, how did the Ornithonx donkey get on this planet that's over 500 light years away? If I'm the first person ever to come here. Again, these are things that you're not going to want people to look into. Don't think about it, because that's really hard for people to be like, yeah, but these two species are on other sides of the universe, of this universe. How'd they get there? So yeah, I bet you the vast majority of these are going to be barren, lifeless worlds.
Yeah.
up seeing those recently talking about the fact that these worlds might be just empty. And I think that fear stems from what happened with No Man's Sky, where...
Well, partly, yes.
Partly, but most of the fear...
It's a logical extension.
Yeah, it's a logical conclusion. There's thousands of worlds. You cannot create the content for a single full world, let alone thousands. Therefore, there's only one outcome. Even if all these planets actually do have a ton of wildlife on them, that's wildlife. Fucking an alien snow leopard can't give me a fucking quest to go do fucking whatever. Because it's an animal. Like, the best you could get is, oh yeah, I could kill some wildlife on this planet. And then move on.
You got to explore all these planets. You got to the planet and all you could do was mine a couple resources, and it was just this barren wasteland. Now, don't get me wrong, I do think that there will be planets that are just straight up barren wastelands, and I wouldn't be surprised. He even talks about in an interview about ice planets, that they're these really difficult to traverse, like crazy planets. So I do think that is going to be true to an extent. But in the interview he did with IGN, he talks about the fact that this game has the largest amount of handcrafted content they've ever put in a game.
That is not a tough bar for them to beat, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, really is not a tough bar for them to pass over. Especially when you start getting into the usual Bethesda. Well, if you look at the fine legal print, handcrafted technically means that the prefabs, each prefab we did is also handcrafted. It's like, yeah, there's bullshit ways to get around that. Easy peasy. So that simpletons like this guy and Turf Nation can be like, oh, the most handcrafted content they've ever done! Woo!
Man, I'm just sitting here falling asleep because I still feel the energy being drained from my body by watching these videos.
Yeah, it's just such a boring fucking game. It looks so shit.
And you know what's not helping? Fucking Kylo Ren Fallout 4. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Yeah, not helping.
Unironically, bring back the shitty sports analogies. I take back what I said about destroying the solar system. It is already preferable to this.
Yep.
Should tell you that this game is going to be really well crafted, And even though there's going to be these barren planets,
How are you going to guarantee it's going to be really well crafted? Fallout 3 wasn't well crafted. Fallout 4 wasn't well crafted. Skyrim wasn't well crafted. Fallout 76 wasn't well crafted. Fallout Blades isn't, Blades. Elder Scrolls Blades isn't well crafted. Fallout Shelter isn't well crafted. Where do you get this that it'll be well crafted? Where?
Yeah,
and
he can't guarantee that it will be. Now we could speculate that hey, maybe the handcrafted content in this game really will be amazing. That's something.
No, we can't. And the reason why we can't is because of a fucking square barrel shotgun firing rifle rounds that form into pellets because reasons, and when you eject the spent casing, it still has the bullet on it.
Okay.
The bullet that's bigger than the fucking gun barrel.
Maybe the weapon designs won't be spectacular, but it's possible that the actual narrative and, the story of the characters, the world lore, maybe that will be spectacular. That's what we're coming to the game for. It's possible.
Yeah, okay, fine. That's possible.
I don't expect that to be the case, though. And for this guy to just guarantee it, man, when this game comes out, if it turns out to be fucking terrible, I intend to come back and collect on that guarantee.
Yeah. Verge, okay, so Verge doesn't know the shotgun. Would you like to show the shotgun on screen?
I hate thinking about it. I hate remembering that it exists. Again, I am not a gun guy, and this image causes me I've got the image, you don't need to post it.
Yeah. No, I accidentally, that was my push to talk button going in multiple times, like, brrr.
This fucking abomination, causes me pain to think about. Why? Why is this? Who is responsible for this monstrosity?
Yep.
The bullets are bigger than the tube they go into. The bullets are round. The tube is square. The spread is fucking weird.
It's enormous for the distance.
And the bullet tip is still there. Like,
yeah, these are rifle rounds. These are not shotgun shells.
But no, Bethesda knows what they're doing. Come on.
Yep. That's why I even like in this image. The guy's like, this is a reference to the developer Bethesda who can't do any shit right. And notice that he even fucked up writing that final line. Who can't, apostrophe, do any shit right.
Yeah.
5 Australian kangaroos in the outback. Thank you very much, from Dilacan. Starfield 76 out of 10. Too much brown planets. Does Bethesda have a scat fetish? Just kidding.
I'll be right back. I'm getting a call. Continue on.
Yeah, so this shotgun on multiple levels doesn't work. Again, if they even fix it to where, hey, it has shells now instead. Hey, it has a round barrel instead. That doesn't solve the problem of the fact that you have tons of metal just hanging off, so you get this square, angular look on the shotgun barrels. It's just so much fucking... That is just so much unneeded weight and mass. I think it's going to be the most front-heavy gun you have ever used. Oh, God, it'd be a nightmare to actually wield.
Oh, my God. What if they knew anything about guns, they would make it so that like by having all that weight on a shotgun, they'd be like, oh, but the recoil is so low. It's super accurate now, but it just takes a lot of stamina to hold it properly for a long period of time.
No, I think the recoil would be worse because what you just said, because of having to heft that thing, because you won't have bone-on-bone contact. So, all right, for anyone that wants to learn shooting, so you have obviously your prone position when you're laying on the ground and everything like that. That's going to be the most stable because you're literally, the gun is part of it's resting on the ground or a bag or whatever. It's resting on something that physically cannot fucking move, right? Well, when you go to kneeling position, you can get bone-on-bone contact because your bones don't bend. They don't move. So what you do is you put your elbow on your kneecap, and now you have a stable weapon platform. So you can get pretty fucking stable when you're firing it. So it doesn't matter that there's a bunch of weight on the front end. But if you're trying to like stand up with this, like I don't know how you would physically be able to tuck in with this shotgun to have bone on bone contact so it wouldn't be wobbly. And trust me, guys, just take a 3-pound weight and hold it out in front of you, like by your fingertips, hold that out in front of you, just 3 pounds. And you will be shocked how fast your body is screaming at you to drop the fucking weight, please.
True.
In fact, amusingly, that gets used as a kill in the old Punisher movie. When the one son is pinned under a desk, he's only got one hand free. Punisher looks at him and says, "You look like you work out, kid." And he tells him about like the exercise of holding up a seemingly small amount of weight, but you got to hold it out in an extended hand. So he puts a tripwire up on the ceiling and brings it down to an explosive lump of C4. And he says, "Don't let it drop." And the kid has to literally hold it in his outstretched hand, trying to keep it upright. Oh my god! And then he's like, "You killed my son." And you hear, "No!" Boom, an explosion. Punisher just looks at the father and goes, "Both of them." It's like, damn! But seriously, though, tangent away, but that's why trying to hold that shotgun with it so front heavy is going to be a nightmare. Oh, God, your offhand is going to, like, be hurting.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I meant by, like, you would not have the stamina to carry this thing around.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like if you picked it up and shot it once, like, the weight from it would not really be that bad. Like, it wouldn't have that bad of a recoil, but then you would have to drop it after that because it would just be too heavy.
Yeah. Man, I'm trying to think of even if you were like a saw gunner. So there are funny things in the military and everything like that. And sometimes they'll give the guy who they consider the laziest, they'll give him the big gun to carry. And he's got to carry it all over the place. So the same distance and it exhausts everybody else. He's got to do that same distance with a lot heavier weight. And then you try to race these people. You try to run them in a race or like an endurance thing. You just can't win. They have been so built up and used to carrying this heavy weight that the moment that it's lifted from them, they feel like they're light as a feather. Thank fuck I never had to carry the saw gun. Holy shit. I never had to carry the M249. So I appreciate that. Got to give it to the one stunt Russian man who actually got stabbed in the old Punisher movie. Yeah, wasn't the blade supposed to move, but it actually went into him. And they're like, "Oops," but he's like, "No, it's fine." Carbon spacium alloy. It's super light and defies logic. I mean, that gets into the whole thing of like, but why? Why would you make the gun more unwieldy just because? It's same thing with like Cloud's Buster Sword, and Shad Diversity goes through this a lot. And he's like, okay, sure, you can make out of super light, ultra materials, but why would you make it that unwieldy? Because even if it's super light, ultra materials, you're not going to be able to move that around really quick and easy. You could use that same material and make a much lighter sword that you could swing around faster. And wouldn't be affected by wind resistance at all. Oh god, yeah, and if the weapon has no weight to it, the recoil.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's what I was gonna say. I was like, if you got to be careful about that, because if you make a gun too light, it's gonna hurt like fucking hell when you shoot it, because the recoil is gonna get insane. Like I have 2 single shot shotguns. One of them I can shoot. The other one, we don't touch it, because if you shoot it, it's going to blow your fucking arm off because it's too light.
Yeah, we have a 10 gauge shotgun that it's a single shot shotgun, break barrel, and it, oh my fucking god, it is, one is 10 gauge, and for anyone that's curious, all right, gauges go in the opposite direction, so the higher the number, the smaller it is, because people, because humans like having these weird fucking rules that come out of nowhere. So we have a 10 gauge, and oh my god, the I knew the moment I picked it up, and it was really lightweight, and I was like, uh
Yeah.
oh. So I pulled that thing into my shoulder, and I squeezed it into my shoulder as hard as I fucking could, and I fired it, and I still felt like I about had like my entire soul knocked out of my body.
Yep. Yep. That's how it is with me in this this other one. I've shot it like twice, and both times it's like, yeah, no, even with like a towel pressed in between me and between me and the gun, and I push it in real tight and shit. Oh man, every time I get a fucking bruise on my shoulder from it, I'm like, fuck this thing, man. I'm never shooting this thing again.
I don't know.
Not when I got this other one with a fucking like a barrel that's almost a foot longer and is like twice as thick. And I have no problem shooting that one, even though it's in the same gauge. It's like, oh my god, so nice.
I can't find the smallest gauge, which would be a 0 gauge, but I found a 1.5 gauge shotgun.
Oh my god! Oh, is that the one where? Is that the one where it's like that image of like the one dude is holding it on his shoulder and the other guy's behind him or whatever, and it's like this giant fucking gun?
No. There's that one, and then there's this one, where he literally had to like manufacture like an entire tree to hold on to it and shit. This is funny as fuck. And when he fires it, the destructive force. This is fucking insane. Kadoosh! That might as well be just labeled as a fucking cannon, honestly.
So I step away for a minute, and you immediately start talking about guns.
Of
Well,
course we do.
because we continued based off of the square shotgun. And we were talking about gauges and everything like that. Because then people were like, well, what if it's super lightweight material? And I go, oh god, you don't want a super ultra lightweight gun because that'll increase the recoil. And for a shotgun, ouch. And then we're talking about gauges because gauges go in the opposite fucking direction. So the smaller the number, the bigger the bullet is, or the bigger the shell is. Because, humans and logic. That's how we roll.
So, if the numbers are smaller, that means bigger. Then what is like the smallest big gauge? Like 50 gauge.
No. Wait, smallest big gauge?
Yeah.
Probably 100 gauge, wouldn't it?
Oh, so it actually goes up that high. So how small is that then?
I don't know. No. But that
Probably like
picture,
one of those like party poppers you get at the store. You just pull the string and it pew, it just like falls to the ground.
yeah.
So that's how Spike defeated that guy in the movie. He
Yeah.
he used a party popper to shoot him.
He
Yeah,
grabbed a fucking 100 gauge off the shelf and, and surprised them with it.
Yeah. Oh, 410. People are saying 410 gauge is pretty fucking small. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it probably would be 410 because those things are tiny.
Yeah. But yeah, the image I put in our chat at Creetosis, that is a 1.5 gauge shotgun. And you see the explosive cloud coming from. It's like, that might as well be a fucking cannon, honestly.
I think that is a punt gun. I think he just made another version of a punt gun.
So we all know a 9mm can blow your lungs out of your torso. Is this gun powerful enough to blow your lungs out of your torso?
Oh, what torso?
Yeah, what torso?
It reminds me of that warthog you were telling me about the other day, where it's like the bullet itself is bigger than a fucking beer bottle. And it's like, dear God, if you get hit by that thing, you're turning into paste.
Yeah, and then on top of it, not only is this bullet bigger than a beer bottle, it's blue tipped. For anyone that doesn't know what blue tip means, it means it's depleted uranium in the tip. So this thing has such high density. This is a bullet you fire if you want to kill the tank that's behind the tank you're shooting.
Yeah, it's fucking insane.
Oh,
And then there was
the
the
Warthog. I love it.
yeah, and then there was the what was it? It was like that rotating. It just shot like a cylinder. It was like what wasn't it like the puckle gun or something?
Yes, puckle guns are are just these weird things. So they just go pop, 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 pop. But they were like, this was like space magic because this was during like line battle, the puckle gun, and the puckle gun fired canister shot. So this was like a rapid fire Gatling machine gun, kind of, except Gatling. I guess Gatling has individual barrels. This was a single barrel. Yeah, these things were like, this was like space magic because this is when people still had musketry and shit. So yeah, look at this space magic. You know what? I'll get the picture that has Gun Jesus in it as well.
Yeah, it basically fired like solid metal, like fucking hockey pucks at people.
Or it could fire solid metal, or it could fire shot. Which, so what people don't understand is the term shotgun comes from the canister shot. Shot, it was what it means to have all those little pellets and everything. That's shot.
Yeah.
What cannons would use to attack lines of infantry charging them. They would fire a canister shot. So, canister shot. Well, here is a handheld weapon that fires shot, so we'll call it a shotgun. You can see where the logic goes. And that is the puckle gun. Again, this was space magic when they first came in.
That looks like a sexual torture device. Fucking how? I mean, I suppose if you use it in the right way, it could be, but my God.
Yes, as Demoncast points out, puckle gun was a commercial flop, beyond flop. Yeah, it was nobody, but on paper, it was a really good idea. Yeah. Round and square bullets. Use round bullets for Christians and square bullets for Muslims. That's fucking hilarious.
Oh
Holy
yeah,
shit.
I forgot about that. That was so fucking stupid. Remember, square bullets are specifically for Turks.
Yeah. Remember, square bullets.
All right, let's
No Turks.
let's get back to the video.
Yeah.
Planets made up for with their cities and other interactions that you get to have in the world. And speaking of the cities, I mean, did you see those? You watched the video, right? Not only do we have like this super futuristic looking citadel type thing from Mass Effect where you just get to explore like a really clean, nice city, but there was also those dirty, grungy sort of cities, like cyberpunk aesthetic.
Yeah, but the cyberpunk aesthetic doesn't really work with the rest of like the character things. It's cyberpunk's a very specific aesthetic, and sure, the neon is a big part of it, but it just feels like the people don't fit in a cyberpunk world. I know Indigo
Yeah.
Gaming was talking about it earlier. Is like, yeah, they just don't jive with the whole spacesuit aesthetic that a lot of these things have. That whole, what was it, Cyber Runner was one of the classes, and it was like, it sounds like a Shadowrunner, but you just look like a guy in an astronaut suit. So it just doesn't jive well. It doesn't fit well.
Yeah.
We live in a
Also-
very boring cyberpunk world. Feels bad, man.
Yeah, we live in a cyberpunk dystopia without the cyberpunk.
Yeah.
These cities also look very sparsely populated too. Like, I know it's typical Bethesda where it's like, here's a city with a dozen NPCs in it, but for the scale this game is going for, this just looks like, kind of makes it look like the cities are dead or dying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like everyone left, and these are like the holdouts that refuse to leave, and it's only like a handful of people.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like. It feels like a massive city where only like a handful of people stay.
And the other thing is, we see these cityscapes. How many of those buildings can we go into? Is this the typical Bethesda affair where every building can be entered, or are some of these just permanently inaccessible? Or do they do that thing where the building looks huge on the outside, but a lot of it is empty, wasted space, like Dragon's Reach, which is like 3 or 4 rooms?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh man, I would die.
Ladder, for sure.
I would die of laughter if they were actually like self-aware enough to, like, you walk up to a building and it literally has like the Fallout 3 texture with like the boards and the door. That, like it's boarded up, you can't go in. Like if they literally just took the fucking texture and model from Fallout 3 and just stuck it on these buildings, like, oh, you can't go in here because it's been boarded up by like fucking apocalypse wood.
You know what? I would give them props on that if they did that on like one of the first big buildings we went to. You see that, and then it's like some NPC comes out the corner and goes, "Yo, entrance is on the other side." And you go around the corner and there's a perfectly functional entrance. It just, it was just like a little nod, a fun little nod. I'd be like,
Yeah.
oh, okay, that's clever.
Yeah, I'd be like, okay, that's kind of funny. But of course they won't do anything like that. They'll do it unironically, like where they'll literally just be like, doors locked, like restricted access, you can't go in here, and there's literally no way to get in there.
Yeah.
I still remember that door in Fallout 3 that led to a cement wall that said, "Fuck you."
Yeah.
That was a neat little
Yeah.
gag, but that was also a pre-war door. Why did it open onto nothing?
Yep.
Because fuck you, that's why.
Exactly.
And I'm so game. Even seeing that one random dude who looked like the Collector from Guardians of the Galaxy. Not talking about the actual gameplay that they showed us in the trailer with the guns and all that stuff. I will say it's maybe not the top quality that we would expect, but honestly...
Well, apparently Turf Nation doesn't expect top quality from Bethesda when it comes to combat anyway, so it's not what you should be looking for. Why are you being so unreasonable? Oh, God. But yeah, no, the combat looks awful in Starfield. It looks absolutely awful.
Yeah. Definitely not impressed. Like, there's no reason the combat should be worse than Fallout 4's.
Yeah.
You should improve upon it, not get worse.
Yeah.
That's not what this game is about. Exploration and seeing new
Oh
things.
my god. I'm getting so fucking sick of the word exploration at this point.
Yeah, it's what these people use for cope. It is literal cope.
Yeah. It's the cope defense of Bethesda games. Oh, there's exploration. So
Yeah, it's not actually about... Yeah, but it's not actually about the RPG. It's about exploration. It's not actually about the combat. It's about exploration. It's not actually about the storylines and lore. It's about exploration. It's not actually about the customization. It's about exploration. Like, go fuck you.
yeah. It's especially funny when exploration pretty much... I know I've said this 1,000 times at this point. Exploration pretty much amounts to, here's a random generic dungeon full of random generic enemies and random generic loot.
Yep.
Like, I wouldn't have to say this so much if people didn't make this argument so much. Yeah, it's the cope defense. You know, New Vegas has a pretty well-written story and good world building, but Fallout 3 and 4 and Skyrim and Starfield, nah, it's don't look at the story, don't look at the lore. It's all about the exploration. Just imagine SpongeBob from that episode Use your imagination. Yeah. Bethesda games are about exploration. No.
They doing lines of cocaine off of God Howard's ass. Oh god.
Elden-
All right.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. No. I said nothing. You were.
Elden Ring had exploration, was still really fun to fight things. Yeah.
Yep.
But that's the thing is, Elden Ring's world is built to be like you're actually discovering new things. You're not going into generic cave number 532. You know?
Whoa.
Even one of the notes in the video said by a character was the biggest question of all, what's out there? I think if we put all
Okay. Biggest question of them all, what's out there? So we only have a single space exploration group left. Only one. But the biggest question is what's out there? Seems like they fucked up somewhere.
Yeah, that's already a problem. I also like, though, how he's like, this is even a line said by an NPC in the trailer. Don't you think they put that there for a fucking reason?
Yeah.
It's to make people like you go, oh my god, there's so much to explore! When so much to explore is, here is an endless desert, and here is an endless wasteland, and here is a forest with some creatures in it, maybe. God, these people are so fucking easy. If I had no fucking shame, it would be easy to just make a fucking game full of empty bullshit and say go explore. Because people like this are just so easy to please.
I think game companies know that too. They're just like, man, these gamers are just fucking stupid. Like, you could put anything in front of them and they'll just eat it up.
Yep.
They fucking know what they're doing. They know how stupid these people are. They take advantage of it.
It's not nice to take advantage of the disabled.
No, it is not.
Stop taking advantage of the disabled. They're stupid and slow and don't know any better.
The plains exploration in Breath of Fire 4, I still need to play that game. And the Desert of Death in Breath of Fire 3 were great. I'm not sure if I would say the desert in Breath of Fire 3 was great. I know there's stuff to find out there, but that point of the game can be tedious if you don't know where to go. $3 Australian from Get Out Here, yo. Thank you. Metro Exodus equals rewarding exploration, small worlds. Yeah.
Well, I don't know Metro Exodus myself because I still boycotted that.
Oh yeah, I haven't played it, but
I did not care for it that much. There were some moments in it where I was like, oh, that was pretty good. And then the rest was like, oh my god, why did you do this?
Skyrim's exploration amounted to dozens of copy-pasted dungeons with a handful of various enemies. Creetosis, why do people love doing the same motions ad nauseum? It's kind of confusing, to be honest. I don't know.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I guess it triggers something in the brain where it feels like people are doing something when they're just... It's kind of like how gambling addiction and stuff like that is kind of an evolution on the risk versus reward thing from like trying to survive back in the day. Where it's like, back when you actually had to fight for survival, you did have to take risks. Because if you didn't, you might die. But in the modern day, that translates to, oh, flashing lights and sounds. That means I won $30 after I spent $300 on the slot machine.
Yeah.
You know?
all the weight into sort of that, then we're gonna get disappointed because it's not what this game is about. I think this game is legitimately about exploration, finding new things, creating your own narrative. As
Oh,
God, it's the same
there it
shit
is.
every fucking time.
Yep, the simp thing. You create your own stories because Bethesda are too shit to make one for you. Wow.
See, a lot of RPGs is about making your own unique character, which is crafting your own narrative, but the result of that is you're placed into a situation that the game master, has come up with. Where it's like, well, just to use Fallout New Vegas as the easy example, you can make your character to be whatever you want. I've mentioned it on stream before, but I've seen a Reddit post where someone have done runs of New Vegas as Walter White and Judge Dredd. It's like, okay, now let's put those characters into the setting of New Vegas, where there's these different factions conflicting with one another, and you're shot in the head over the package. Or you create your own unique character. Maybe they're a Legion sympathizer. Maybe they're, I don't know, just a fucking crazy wacko. Whatever you want to do. It's about taking that character and putting them in the situation that you're presented with. When you have a game where it's like, yeah, and you could just go off and explore and do nothing on empty planets, that's not you being presented with a situation so much as you playing in a fucking sandbox with your action figure.
Yeah.
Maybe they're a Fisto enthusiast. Yeah, the best run to do, by the way. Assume the position.
As Beth says, I think the customization looks absolutely amazing. I think the diversity in
How?
character builds at the start and how that'll influence your...
Oh wait, there's traits. Starter home. You own a small house on Peaceful Little Moon, but it comes with 50,000 credit more. Oh, so they are doing the positive and negative thing. I'm actually
Yeah.
really happy to see that. I don't think the rest of the game will be good. I hope it is, but that's like, hey, maybe they're learning. In
Yeah.
some small part, maybe they're learning something. I actually want to rewind a bit just to see what the other traits are.
Yeah, that he was showing.
amazing. I think the diversity in character builds at the start.
Alright. Raised Universal. You grew up as a member of the Sanctum Universum. You gain a significant discount at the church store, but lose access to the Enlightened store. Can't be combined with any other religion trait. That seems kind of basic, but sure.
Yeah.
Start and
You grew up worshipping the Great Serpent. Grav jumping provides a temporary boost to health and endurance, but health and endurance are lowered if you don't continue jumping regularly, like an addiction.
What does it have to do with fucking serpents?
Well, don't you know snakes jump all the time? I mean, you're the king of the lizards. I thought you knew that.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? How does that make any fucking sense? What? You have to jump all the time.
Okay,
Like an addiction.
credit where it's due. They are trying to do the trait thing with the positive and a negative.
Yeah.
Maybe work on it just a bit, Bethesda. Maybe, like, there's clearly some kinks in the system. You could try to work those out a little bit.
Yes, of course. Snakes jumping with the legs they don't have. Yeah, obviously.
Who said you need legs to jump?
Oh, you're right. It is Donkey Kong logic. I forgot. How could I forget? Boing, 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 boing. You should get a bonus if you get a pogo stick then.
Yeah.
and how that'll
Your body has become acclimated to space. Health and endurance are increased when in space, but decreased when on the surface. Can't be combined with terra firma.
Which I assume is the exact opposite, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. It would be the opposite. I also like, if you look above, she's got the introvert perk, but the extrovert one is blocked off. So
Yep.
that's a nice little detail there on the menu where it's like, okay, so because you've taken this one, you can't take this other one. Like, it automatically just blocks it off so you can see clearly that it's blocked off.
Yeah.
I do credit to Bethesda. This system looks like it could be neat. Hopefully they do something really good with it. As always, you know what I'm gonna say. Hopefully it's good. My expectations are rock fucking bottom.
Yeah.
Influenced the fact that building your own settlement and your own ship isn't in first person like I thought it might be, like they did with Fallout 4. And finally, something I do want to bring up that he talked about in the IGN interview was about their modding community. Todd and the Bethesda team know that the modding community is ultimately what has kept their games alive after its release and has made their games.
This gameplay is proof of that. I'm sorry, using a mod of a shitty Star Wars movie doesn't really prove that the game is kept alive. You yourself called you started this video by calling yourself a fanboy, which means you have basically an undying love of Bethesda, which means you have been playing this game or some other Bethesda game anyways. And if you weren't, you'd probably boot one up to get footage for this video anyways, because that's what you do. That's what most people do.
Ultimately, so it's pretty safe to say that we are going to be getting mod support. They're going to be releasing their engine for people to play with and create with to make mods for this game.
That doesn't necessarily follow. No, it's not a safe bet. We don't know for sure.
Maybe they will, maybe they won't.
Yeah, the hope is that they will. I mean, because the modders can always do it better than fucking Bethesda. But you don't know that for sure, and what Todd didn't guarantee that. He just said he gave the corporate answer. The modding community has been very important to us and everything like that. That's the things you say.
Modders keep these games on life support. They aren't alive. So, if someone's on life support, they are alive. They're just being artificially kept alive. That's the thing for mods, is the mods are life support for these games. All jokes about Skyrim being re-released 1,000 times aside, Skyrim would probably have a fraction of its player base today if there are no mods for it.
Yeah.
Would they still try to implement the Creation Club to Starfield? There's no reason to assume they won't.
Yeah, and maybe that'll be the only modding that you can do in Starfield. So.
Oh god.
Which is just of the modding potential of a game like this that has thousands of worlds to explore, the amount of creativity that people can have, maybe taking a barren planet and turning it into their own city. There's so much potential in this game and so many things that we can do with it.
You don't know that there's going to be a bunch of things you can do with it. There's a lot of potential, I agree, but you don't know there's a bunch of things you can do with it. That's the problem.
What if the settlement building feature mechanic in this game is just as limited as it was in Fallout 4, where you've only got a very small set of items to build with, and you can't actually build a proper city? What if there's limitations on how much you can build in a given area? It seems to be a lot of assumptions from someone who just wants to see the best possible outcome. And I get wanting the best possible outcome, but to talk about it as though that's what we're going to get is just maybe not a good idea.
Heck, make it a Star Wars one with it. It could be just amazing. And talking again about the quote that Todd said in the interview, which is that this game has the most handcrafted stuff out of any other game that they've had. If you've played Fallout 4 or Skyrim and you've dug deep into those games, you know that there's a lot of handcrafted sort of...
It's not really a lot to dig deep into.
No, there isn't a lot to dig deep into, but my dude, PR speak, every asset can be technically handcrafted because they had to make it, right? Like, dude, you are falling for some of the easiest PR speak to spin to make it sound better.
I remember when they announced Fallout 4, and Todd Howard was like, oh, there's so much more detail on all the models. Every button on every console is modeled. And it's like, okay, but that's cool and all, Todd. I really appreciate that. But what about the actual fucking content? Because those buttons on those consoles are actually modeled. I can't press them. I can't do anything with them. It just makes the world look slightly better, which is fucking meaningless in a world where the story is fucking garbage.
Yeah. Wait. How much you want to bet this guy's gonna go into like Bethesda's track record and maybe bring up a Mill as like, oh, and Mill has been writing for them for a while, so you know it's gonna be good content. I have a gut feeling that this is the kind of guy that would do that. If it's the kind of guy that falls for the handcrafted bullshit speak, I have a feeling we're gonna be getting like, oh, and these are the people working on it, so you know it's gonna be great.
Yeah. Honestly, between the video last week and the two today, I think these are going to be the common arguments we see over the next several months.
Yeah.
And probably after release, too.
Situations and environments to go explore. And if this game has the most, I don't think that the barren planet thing is going to have to be a worry. You even look at the
It's thousands of planet, you dingus. Thousands.
At absolute worst, there's no reason to go to any of those planets because there's nothing there.
Here's another thing though to like skewer this whole thing. The most we've ever crafted. If they literally make one more asset than they made for Fallout 4, that's the most they've ever crafted.
Yeah.
This is not the fucking high bar when you think it is. Ugh.
Morrowind's alchemy system always makes me drool. Now my brother is going to experience its depth. Are there any good Morrowind mods to add to it, Creetosis? Honestly, I don't tend to mod Morrowind or New Vegas a whole lot anymore. Because, I don't know, I just... I know there's a mod that overhauls a lot of Morrowind that you might find interesting. It's a mod. I kind of have a love-hate relationship with this mod because on one hand, it adds so much more detail to like all the towns and stuff. Well, not all of them, but most of them, and adds new buildings. It adds a lot more to Balmora and Vivek and stuff, but it also rebalances nearly everything in the game. I forget the name of this mod, but you could try that. Could be neat.
monsters in these trailers are so unique and so interesting to look at, and it just makes it exciting to want to explore.
So none of those creatures to me stood out as particularly unique. So like,
Yeah.
you see a Winged Twilight, a Golden Saint. You know those are from Morrowind. A Hunger. You see a Deathclaw. You know that's Fallout immediately. You see a Rancor. You know that's Star Wars. Those creatures that they just showed looks like generic sci-fi creature.
Well, and the one was using just the generic spider animations from Skyrim.
Was it really?
The one, there was a spider-like one that was doing the usual flick attack with the two forelimbs.
Let's see.
Is going to have to be a worry. You even look at the monsters in these trailers.
Oh, that one?
No.
And they're so unique and so interesting to look at, and it just makes it exciting to watch.
That one.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, these just look like, how much of this is going to be procedural generated too, these different creatures? Because again, if you find another planet and it's light years away and you're the first person to be on this planet ever, and you see the same creature you saw on another planet, well, there's going to be some fucking questions that are going to need to be answered.
Yeah. Well, considering we saw the snap together system with the settlements and the ship, what if they do a similar thing using that, similar to what Starbound did, where it's like, okay, here's a monster body, and here's all the different legs that can go in this place. Here's all the different heads that can go in this place. Here's all the different wings that can go in this place.
Which is what No Man's Sky does.
Yeah. Behold! Reused animations!
Yeah.
I just imagine, like, a Skyrim spider and that creature in a tank next to each other just playing the animation on loop that's behind the door.
Yeah. Alright.
Dr. Weird, people aren't really impressed by that.
Find maybe the planets, and who knows how that'll play into the gameplay. And my last and honestly biggest point as to why I think this game's going to be great is because this is being made by the core team at Bethesda.
Damn, it hurts being psychic.
So, I guess we have to repeat what we said last week, where it's like, okay, so you've got ML, who he wrote Fallout 3, he wrote Skyrim, he wrote Fallout 4. Wow, what an amazing track record.
Yeah, this is not a good track record at all. Oh, dude, this is just so sad. It's like, again, the track record, if you actually look into the core team's track record, you should be like, oh no, the core team's doing it. Oh.
I will say, no hate towards this.
I don't hate towards Todd.
Yeah.
That'd be one I don't hate.
I was more going for, like, I agree with that, but I was more going for, like, the music composers, most of the artists,
Yeah.
It gets to be the art direction that's more of a problem than the artists themselves.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. The main ones are the main problems are the ones who make all the choices and decisions.
Yep, like a Mill, like Pete Hines, and Todd, I love you, buddy, but we got to get you off hype because you are so bad at lying constantly.
Yeah. Like, it's not going to hurt if you say, hey, we're going to have XYZ in this game, and you end up having XYZ in the game.
Yeah.
Part of why people are losing so much trust in Bethesda is because they promised the fucking moon and back, and we never even get halfway to the moon in the first place.
And we never leave the atmosphere.
Yeah.
I've seen people comparing this to, oh, but Fallout 76 was a failure, or Elder Scrolls Online wasn't that great.
Hold on.
Wait. Elder Scrolls Online had nothing to do with Bethesda.
Yeah.
Like, at all. That was ZeniMax Online Studios, and also, they turned it around. It's one of the big 3 MMOs now. It found its niche. It found its audience. It managed to turn it around. It has one of the most stupidly generous subscription plans I have ever seen. For an industry that is all about nickel and diming you, the being a subscriber in Elder Scrolls Online is ludicrously generous, while also not being a requirement at all. So it is really fucking weird.
And yeah, a lot of how much has Bethesda's core team worked on 76?
I'm not sure off the bat. I'm pretty sure Emil wrote for it though, because he would be the one that would be dictating all of the, writing decisions and everything, the assignments.
Yeah. Even if we remove 76 from the equation, though, it's like, fine, you can have that one. Fuck 76. You still got Fallout 4 to fall back on. It's the next game in the sequence. That is not...
and 3.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, that is not a good track record. I'm sorry, it's just not.
Yeah.
$3 from Get Out Here, yo. Thank you. Forget Starfield. We have Spore Galactic Adventures.
Nice.
Oh my god, did he fall asleep?
Oh Oh my god. Poor Pagan. You might wanna knock him out of the group call. Pagan needs to go to the stables, everybody. Say night-night to Pagan.
I guess I lasted longer staying up for these shitty I almost said Starfield videos. Because I felt myself drifting off too, but I guess it finally got him.
Yeah, Pagan passed out.
Is there a way for me to just remove him from the call without... Oh wait, I can mute him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remove him from the call only. That's really weird.
Yep. $5 from Rage vs. Emo. Thank you very much. ESO is actually a fun MMO. I tried it for the first time earlier this year and still enjoy it. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
It's a really enjoyable experience. It actually, unless you're playing Daggerfall Covenant, because it feels like Daggerfall Covenant's the middle child that nobody likes, the writing and everything. But you have actual really good moral questions. God damn it!
All right, he had stopped snoring for a little bit, and I thought, okay, maybe he either stopped or maybe he woke up, so I won't mute him quite yet. Then he did it again.
That was a really nasally one on that one.
I'm just going to type in chat. Don't post any images for a while. I'm going to type in chat that he's muted.
Yeah. I did the same because as I was talking about that, I just heard. I was like... Hey. All right. Yeah, Pagan fell asleep. Yes. But yeah, no. But you have actual good moral choice questions in ESO, which I was like, I was not expecting that. Again, I went into ESO because I played the god awful press beta. Holy shit, the press beta was dog shit. But I went in looking for things to be wrong. But again, as part of being a good critic, you're looking for things that are wrong, as you always should, but you need to give credit to what the game actually does well. And there's a lot of things to criticize, like, stuff not being aligned correctly, all of the taverns and inns being copy-paste of each other. Then you go in and every single dungeon is handcrafted, and you're like, what the fuck? Every cave and dungeon is handcrafted. What the fuck is this? And then you get into the whole, like, the justice, morality system and everything, and you realize that it was their first step to getting actual, like, thievery system working in an MMO so they could add the Thieves Guild and the Dark Brotherhood later. It's like, okay, I'm seeing it. I'm vibing with this. And you realize that the story actually, even though it has a set path you're going to go, your choices actually do affect the storyline of, like, what characters are going to be there and who's going to be there to back you up and who's going to turn against you and everything is really fascinating. Yep. STAG stands for some tangents are guaranteed. It used to be suffering through abject garbage, but if it was more fitting for the style to change the name. And of course, the subtitle is such talks about guns. So they're saying Cree is muted.
Yes, I was muted. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
So what chat missed is I read out a comment in chat. Oh god, where'd it go? Oh god, Pagan is just too hyped for the new Bethesda game, and I said, oh yeah, this is what Pagan's absolute peak hype for Starfield is. I sleep.
Yep. Civilians talk about gentlemen. This is what Oxford would say we're called. Oh god. All right. Anyways,
Yeah.
back to the video.
Great to compare it to those because that wasn't made by the core team.
One wasn't made by Bethesda at all, so congratulations.
Again, this is just fucking cope.
Yeah.
The core team of Bethesda, run by Todd Howard, has only ever made
What a shitty mod! They turned the dog into a mini AT-AT. I was wondering what the fuck that thing was.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I woke you up, Pagan. That's so dumb. Oh my god.
Boy. All right.
team. The core team of Bethesda, run by Todd Howard, has only ever made the core Elder Scrolls series and the core Fallout series.
Which are not good games. Bam! There you go.
Well,
Well, actually, no. Elder Scrolls, I gotta walk that back because, Arena, it was the first shot. Daggerfall, really fucking good for all the procedural generation in it. Morrowind is a fantastic fucking game. Oblivion's okay. Skyrim is dog shit though.
yeah. Oblivion is kind of that middle ground where Bethesda was going from good to bad. Because
Yeah.
Oblivion is, I'd say, good, but it's got a lot of issues.
Yep. Yeah, of which like 3-ish are good. Yeah.
I think the biggest one I see is people comparing it to Fallout 76 because it says it's made by Bethesda Game Studios. But in interviews and things that I've watched, Todd has clearly said that this was something that was partially created in-house just to see if they could get multiplayer to work, and then they handed the multiplayer framework off to one of their sister Bethesda studios that then created Fallout 76. And ultimately, ZeniMax Studios, the parent company over all of this, made the decision to push that game out faster as a cash grab.
I'm gonna need a source on that one. Citation fucking needed.
Yeah.
ZeniMax has never forced them to push things out, so I am very wary on that one.
Also, I'm pressing a big fucking X to doubt on this whole thing because we know for a fact ML worked on it. I know he only did, like... Okay, I've heard that he wrote the story, but I can't confirm that right now. I guess I could Google it. I know he wrote the joke... the jokes on the wrappers for the bubble gum that you get when you level up. Because Todd Howard said, oh yeah, ML writes the jokes for that. So we know one of the main Bethesda staff, the lead writer in fact, at Bethesda, worked on this game.
Yep. Two comments. Lorgain, a stag is also a social gathering attended by men only. Based? and the next one by Double Dropped Here. That was debunked by interviews with QAs and other devs at Creetosis.
Oh, the thing about the sister studio?
Yeah.
Yeah, I assume...
Saucy taters and aged Gatorade? That's an awful thing for Stag. Ugh.
You don't like some vintage Gatorade?
Oh, no.
Anyways, yeah. I assume... Okay, at Creetosis. I don't know if you have covered it on the podcast, but there was a recent Kotaku article interviewing other people part of the production. So was it mainly a Bethesda in-house thing?
Yeah, I'd have to go through it.
Yeah, I'm not too keen on reading Kotaku.
Yeah, me neither, because Kotaku are pretty up their own ass, for sure.
Among other things, yeah.
Yeah. Alright.
They pulled an EA stupid decision that just made people upset and ultimately released a broken game. But when you look at...
Oh yeah, Bethesda's never released a broken game before.
Oh yeah, no. Fallout 3 was not broken. Fallout 4 was not broken. Skyrim was not broken. Yeah.
I want to test something quickly.
That doesn't work.
What?
Stags, that takes a nap. It's like, that doesn't... One, I'm not the one taking the nap, and two, it's an N, that's not a G.
I unmuted him just in case he didn't see the messages in our group chat, but I'm not hearing any snoring.
Okay.
Let's just run with it for now.
Yeah.
Game Studio's the main company that Todd's in charge of. ZeniMax always gives that studio the time it needs to create the game that it needs.
You need to prove that ZeniMax forced them to release 76 early. Because no, I doubt it. I have an X to doubt on that one, and I'm gonna need a citation fucking needed.
Yeah, when you're claiming these things to be true in your videos, always try to provide a source of it.
Yeah.
No matter how long it takes, they will give them the time, and they always have. The games that they have created, that core team, have been some of the best games I have ever played in my life.
You need to play more games.
Yes,
You
absolutely.
really need to play more games. If this is your benchmark, and again, these are not very good games at all, then you need more games. Sue the asshole bastard stab. STAV.
Ha! That's why I started someone else should name his podcast if he ever makes it, which he probably won't given his attitude. Did I tell you about that?
That he's trying to put together a podcast? Yes.
Yeah, well, there was shortly after we covered him. There was a post by him on the YouTube Talk site where he wanted to get together a group of people for a podcast, and from what I remember, no one responded to this post. But what's even funnier is a Reddit post of his was found where he replied to a random gamer who actually does Star Wars content and was like, "Oh yeah, I want to start a podcast doing this thing. You want to join me?" And this person seemed open to the idea at first, but they said they won't host it on their own channel because what is it? Because they only do Star Wars content. To which Stabbins responded, "That's fine. We can host it on my channel, and I get to keep all the ad revenue and super chat money." With a smiley face emote. Just an utter cunt in every sense of the word, in every situation.
Yeah. Oh, God. What?
I guess that answers that question.
What did he snore again?
Yeah, you didn't hear it?
No, I am still muted.
Oh, you... Oh.
Yeah. Because again, it kind of interrupts flow when you just hear...
Alright, let's continue on.
Yeah.
I remember playing Oblivion growing up and thinking I always wanted a game to be able to create my own story and to have tons of fun and creativity that there's almost no limits within the game. And then close after...
What? Almost no limits. My dude, you are in for a rude awakening. You are going to be limited out the ass in Starfield.
Well,
That's just the nature of gaming.
what I'm trying to get over is... Sure, Oblivion is good. I like Oblivion. There's a lot of fucking limits in that game.
Yes. Oh my god. My brain just jumped track for a second. Cree, I have to do this, alright?
Uh-oh. What?
Wake up. Joe Pagan, wake up. Joe Pagan, wake up.
No.
And then close after that, I remember Skyrim being released and falling in love with that, and then finding the Fallout series. So if Starfield...
Oh, he came into the Fallouts late. So he came into them at post Skyrim.
Yeah.
So he has no idea how fucked Bethesda did Fallout, how dirty they did Fallout.
Well, it depends how many of the Fallouts he's played, because he's obviously showing Fallout 4 footage here with a shitty Kylo Ren mod, because it's fucking Kylo. Someone out there, a person out there, sat down one day and decided, you know what? You know what Fallout 4 needs? A Kylo Ren mod. And made it.
Yeah, and then didn't do very well because it's not in Kylo Ren's armor or anything like that. Just
And also, the lightsaber is basically like a fucking bat. You slap people with it until they fall down.
And it can be blocked by your forearm.
But we don't know if he's played New Vegas or 3, or even the originals. Because he hasn't said anything that would give away that he has or hasn't.
Yeah. But it's just funny that he came in thinking of them from Bethesda's point of view already.
Yeah.
Alright.
Is this core team that created Fallout 4, Skyrim, Fallout 3, Oblivion, and that's been like their whole series. I think that this game is going to be great.
No. Based off of that as our measuring stick, I think it's going to be a disaster. It's going to be real bad.
Yeah, I guess you would have to be a crazy Bethesda fan or just blind to say, yeah, Fallout 4, Fallout 3, Skyrim, those are great games, and this is why Starfield is going to be great, because the people who made those great games are working on Starfield. It's like, just how out of touch are you? Apparently completely.
Yeah.
Honestly, Bethesda has never let me down no matter what game they've released. When they released Skyrim, I loved it. When they released Fallout 4, I was obsessed with it. One more thing that I don't know why has been kind of driving me crazy is that people are freaking out about Fallout 5 coming. If you look at Bethesda's past roadmap, it has been very clear what kind of a company they are. They are going.
Yeah, they will rush things, shit it out, bastardize the lore, not give a shit, call their fans idiots, say that people that actually care about lore and writing are stupid and they should go away. It's a magical thing about space wizards. And yeah, if you know what kind of company is, you wouldn't be a fan of this company.
Yeah. What he's referring to with Fallout 5, though, is the idea that we're like 10 to 20 years away from Fallout 5, because we're getting Starfield in 2023. Now, apparently they haven't started work on Elder Scrolls 6 yet, so it's going to be another 5 to 6 years.
Even
so it's
though
like...
they announced it? What the... They announced it!
No, I know.
Like... Oh, Jesus Christ.
But this is mostly speculation, too, I believe. I don't know if they've said that work has begun on Elder Scrolls 6 or not, but from what I've heard, they haven't started it. I could be wrong. And if they haven't, then that means we're looking at 5 to 6 years of development. So 2028, 2029, they'll be released. Then another 5 to 6 years for Fallout 5. So let's say 2029, so 2035.
Yeah.
I'm not sad about that release date because holy shit, that's a long time away. Maybe I'll complete my Fallout 4 analysis by then.
I doubt it.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate the faith and support of my good friend who...
I need a dumpster defender clip right now. I doubt it.
Wow. Wow.
Take your swing.
But yeah, also the other thing is, if Fallout 5 is coming in 2035, then maybe a lot of the shit talent at Bethesda will cycle out by then, and maybe people who actually care will get in. But also, maybe some Bethesda fanboys will get in and just continue the trend.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Going to continue there pretty much forever. Like, that's the kind of company they are.
I need to go back on that because he's talking about continuing the IPs forever, and God, I hope not. I hope Obsidian like wrangles Fallout away from Bethesda. That'd be great.
Hopefully anyone who fucking cares wrangles it away.
Yeah.
Look at Bethesda's past roadmap, it has been very clear what kind of a company they are. They are going to continue their IPs pretty much forever. Like, that's the kind of company they are. They
Please no.
created all of their Elder Scrolls games, and then when they bought the Fallout IP and created Fallout 3, they started their cycle where they released Oblivion, Fallout 3, Skyrim, Fallout 4, and now they're releasing Starfield. So we can assume if they're continuing in their trend and creating, and like they've already announced, that another Elder Scrolls is going to come right after. And guess what's going to come after that? Fallout. Guess
We know Elder Scrolls 6 is next because they've already fucking announced it like 3 years ago or whatever.
Welcome to stupidity. All right.
So it's going to come after that. Probably. This obviously...
Probably Starfield too. Oh, dude. Man, you have such crazy fucking...
I honestly hope it is Starfield 2, because that's just another break in Fallout and Elder Scrolls being ruined.
Yeah. Yeah. We're living in that shitty movie Idiocracy. We really are. Alright.
Like, it isn't set in stone. Like, they may change their mind. Who knows? They might create another new IP to throw into the mix of this cycle. But I think that people freaking out about Fallout 5, to me, it's no duh they're making a Fallout 5. Why wouldn't they? People love them.
Because they're shit at it. I hope they don't make a Fallout 5.
I hope they don't make a Fallout 5.
Please don't ever make Fallout 5. Please. You are terrible at it. Your writing is dog shit. Your gameplay is awful. You have no idea what you're fucking doing. And you don't know what the Fallout franchise is actually about. Please do not make a Fallout 5.
Bring in a team who deeply cares about actual Fallout. Retcon
Yes.
Fallout 3. Remake New Vegas to account for the changes resulting from removing Fallout 3.
Yep.
And just call New Vegas Fallout 3, because that's what it actually is. Excuse me. Retcon Fallout 4 and just continue from New Vegas with whatever comes next.
Yeah.
The franchise. As a final sort of thing, is never get your hopes too high for a game. I know I'm just...
Why Starfield is going to be great? Me thinketh you're an idiot.
I think he thinks his hype isn't too high. He thinks great is like a reasonable level. It's kind of like how Stabbins claims that maximum damage is from everyone except Sid. There he's suing for literally millions upon millions of dollars. He thinks that's reasonable compared to his previous lawsuits, which were billions of dollars, even though he's currently asking for literally the maximum he's allowed to.
Yeah. Alrighty.
Sitting here praising how great it's going to be, but I think if you expect it to be everything you want it to be, then you're just going to get disappointed. So I think it's good to come in with a little bit of skepticism and be excited and ready for it, but I do think there will be holes. I mean, you look at Skyrim, people can still do the horse tilting thing. I don't know if you've ever seen that in speedruns. Like, that's still a thing. So the fact that glitches like that exist, don't expect this game to be glitchless. There's going to be glitches. It's a Bethesda game. There's always glitches in these games. But I do think ultimately...
That just really comes across as cope. Like, oh yeah, there's glitches, blah 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 blah. That's always there. It's like, yeah, we should fucking complain about that when it is, because they're not supposed to be.
Yep. It's not supposed to be this dire of a situation.
The core game that it's going to be will be what we expected it to be. So I'm excited for this game.
Wait, hold on.
And what it's going
Oh shit, I didn't go back as far as I thought it did. Alright, boop.
in these games. but I do think ultimately the core game that it is and what it's going to be will be way better than anything we expected it to be. So I'm excited for this game.
Why? Why do you think it'll be better than anything you like expect it to be? Why?
Because people like this don't really look at how things actually are. They just think new means better, and because no matter how bad it's going to be, unless it's literally non-functional, that's going to surpass his expectations, and he's going to love the fuck out of it, and
Yeah.
it'll be great and whatever. And it's so weird to me how people could say their expectations and their hype is so high, and then a game could come out that's so fucking garbage, and they say it exceeds your expectations. So it's like, which one is it? Are your expectations rock bottom, or are your expectations sky high but your standards are fucking rock bottom?
Yeah.
It is genuinely confusing.
I just went rant, even though this isn't the content I want to make, just because
It's not even a mad rant. It was you were raving like a fucking fanatical lunatic.
I want to talk about the game that I am looking forward to the most out of any game in the past, like probably like 10 years, honestly. Would love to chat with you guys. And
The game I'm looking forward to the most, and probably the past 10 years, honestly. So you weren't looking forward to Fallout 4.
No, you don't
Congrats.
get it. That's the old one. This is a new one, so he's more hyped for this one than that one.
Oh, he's
And
more hyped. Okay.
This is the game he's most hyped for in the past 10 years. When Elder Scrolls 6 is coming out in a few years from now, several years from now, that'll be the game he's most hyped for in the past decade, even though this game will also be within the same decade. Like,
Yep.
not within the calendar decade, but within the within 10 years of each other.
Yeah, so it's just
And
consume. He's total consumer.
And then when Fallout 5 comes out, that'll be the game he's most excited for in the past decade, even though it'll be less than 10 years since Elder Scrolls 6.
Yeah.
God, I can't imagine living like that. Like, just to give a personal example, I really, really enjoy the Pokemon series. I streamed it fucking last night at 2 a.m., one of the games. I've played the games a bunch on the channel. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna get the next games when it comes out. Am I mega hyped for them? Not really. I just enjoyed the gameplay loop, I guess. I enjoy finding the new Pokemon, even though a lot of the newer designs are kind of crap. But, whatever. It's like, yeah, I'm looking forward to it, but I'm not like, oh my god, this is gonna be the best thing ever. This is gonna be the game I'm most hyped for in the past decade. I can't wait. Oh my god! I don't... Maybe my hype gland has just shriveled up and died, and I just can't feel that anymore.
about what you guys are expecting. Maybe I'd love to even hear like concerns. Like, what are you thinking about different situations? Was there anything that you saw in the trailer that you're like, that's dumb, that looks stupid?
Everything.
Or is anything you're really excited for?
Combat looks shit. We've got plenty of empty planets. Like, ugh.
The animations look really bad. Again, that shotgun is like a thing of pure cancer. And again, I don't know if we didn't really get to see them talking and do the facial animations. The facial animations look awful. They look like somebody's literally like taking their fingers and squeezing. Like, oh, it's like the old Mario 64 facial deformation thing. It is weird as fuck.
At Creetosis, what was the last game you got hyped for? Just discovered the inner Skyrim fan. Pokemon is one hell of a drug. I don't know what you mean by the inner Skyrim fan thing, unless you're referring to this guy. What was the last game you got hyped for? I wasn't really hype for Fallout 4. I was hoping it would be good. It was, something I was looking forward to. I was hoping it, it wouldn't be bad, but then it was. Honestly, the last game I got hyped for might actually be Skyrim. Like, actual hype. I'm not talking about looking forward to it, because there's games I've been looking forward to. I'm looking forward to the eventual Terraria sequel. I was looking forward to fucking Starbound. I was looking forward to... Well, I am looking forward to Slime Rancher 2. That's not hype, though. I was hype as fuck for Skyrim. And then we all saw how that turned out. And I guess I died a little bit on the inside. I wonder if Pagan is still asleep. He probably is.
I would love to chat with you guys, and honestly, I'm looking forward to playing it. Anyways, that's gonna do it for this video, guys. If you enjoyed my rant,
No,
I would also
that's not a
be interested
rant.
to hear that. I don't know why. Maybe you want me to rant more. I don't know.
That wasn't a rant.
Yeah, it wasn't a rant. You were raving.
I'm not even sure I would call it raving. It was more of a stream of consciousness that, yeah, well, the fucking, it's probably going to be good. I don't know. I liked it. It's, I don't know. It was more rambly than anything else.
I think we're done now. So let's see if he's got a thing to shill here at the very end, and that should be it, right?
Yep.
I like ranting sometimes. So, thanks for watching the video. I'll see you guys in the next one.
Well, there probably won't be a next one for us, at least not for a while. Maybe we'll end up covering one of your videos again. I don't know, but that was pretty garbage.
Yeah, I got one bingo out of that at least.
Oh.
Yeah, all over the place. I got fanboy argument, video contradicts point, Session Creep pause war, appeal to authority, and whataboutism.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't. The it's supposed to be bad. Didn't get you a bingo.
No,
Disappointing.
It was a rare corner, that's for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I have. It's supposed to be bad, cringe, feels over facts, psychic damage from stupidity, gun tangents, edit your script, liking it does not equal good. Such calls it. Those ones I got on here.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that was a good stream today. Covered a couple more Starfield videos. I think between those two videos and the last one, that's the extent of the arguments prior to release that we're going to see. A lot of it is just cope. Oh yeah, the team is great. The don't pay attention to the trailer. It's going to be better upon release. Yeah, so on and so forth. Do you have anything to end on, Setch?
Well, I had a fantastic weekend. We got to watch Raid 2, which is a great movie, great action movie. Some of the best action fight scenes in a movie I've ever seen. Hopefully I'll see some of you guys over on my streams over on Twitch. I'd love to have you guys there. I'm a lot more spicy than I am on here. So if you think I'm spicy here, oh, just wait. Yeah, on Twitch I'm pretty spicy. Still working on the Reach script. You got a brief preview of some of my thoughts on Reach already for this stream. And of course, for every one of you in the United States, have a great fucking July 4th. God bless America. And holy shit, I can't wait. The fireworks should be great here.
And everyone outside of the United States, have a happy 4th of July too, because why not?
Yep. Yeah. And then well, let's tune in with Pagan and hear what he's got to say. Oh, thanks, Pagan.
I have unmuted him on my end. I haven't heard any snores, but I also haven't heard him talk.
Yeah, that's.
I'm
just waiting. There's just got to be a moment when suddenly he snores, and that'll be it.
Yeah, someone in chat said we should end the stream on him snoring. I kind of want to do that, but we can't guess when it's going to happen because it seems to start and stop.
Yep. Yeah. Anyways, what about the actual story of Reach? The actual story of Reach is really dog shit. It actually undermines the Covenant, the threat of the Covenant, significantly. Because, again, the original intention was the Covenant only lost the Human Covenant War because they had a schism in their religion. And, yeah, a massive civil war broke out. But no, now humanity literally could. Humanity could stand a chance. They got all this technology that's better than they were giving them bloody noses, and the Covenant are stupid. They do really stupid and dumb things, so it's actually pretty easy to win.
I'm just glad to hear that Pagan is as excited for Starfield as I am.
Yeah. May we thank him for his horse wisdom.
Truly the wisest of horses.
Yeah.
One of these days you should bring Cree down for the 4th. Get him some barbecue and see some explosives. We have fireworks up here. Tell Pagan to chill out, he's too excited. Pagan, I need you to chill. You need to calm down. Please, Pagan, calm down.
Oh shit, what the fuck? I actually fell asleep. I just woke up.
I wonder if saying his name numerous times is what woke him up.
I think so. I was
Fuck, I ruined it. Fuck, I ruined it. You're supposed to snore, then we could end the stream.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I actually passed out there. I was like,
We
I
know.
got so fucking bored.
Yeah,
I just
trust me,
fell.
we were keenly aware. That
Yeah, people in chat were saying that Pagan's hype for Starfield has finally peaked.
Get up. There we go.
Damn. I
Pagan,
really
do you have
didn't
any-
mean. I really didn't mean to wake him up because it would have been hilarious to just end on him snoring again.
Yeah. Well, while you're awake, Pagan, do you have any thoughts about? Do you have any closing remarks? Anything?
Fuck Starfield. It's gonna suck.
Oh, there you go.
Oh yeah, you missed it. The dude with the shitty Kylo Ren Fallout 4 mod, it changed the dogs, or maybe the synths, I'm not sure, into mini AT-ATs that were attacking people. It looks so
my
dumb.
God.
It looks so fucking dumb.
Literally the epitome of ATSTs. ATSTs.
Yeah.
I'm gonna come. Oh, speaking of tangentially related, Mr. Medicare used
Yes!
that clip.
I was about to bring that up. I'll never be able to hear that clip again without it being associated with the Rage Pig and Mr.
with
Medicare
gun.
making fun of him.
Oh God, yeah.
Because the first time I saw that Best of the Worst where Rich Evans did that, like, massive AIDS!
Yeah.
I lost my shit at that. And the fact Medicare clipped that specifically to make fun of Ralph apparently getting fucking AIDS.
Yes.
That was hilarious. Dear
Which
God.
has some pretty dire consequences
Oh God.
and
Yeah.
implications.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, AIDS is bad in of itself, but it kind of means, well, how did you get it?
And what have you done since then?
Yeah, so because some of the that would kind of confirm some of the things that got speculated on that you allege are not true. That would kind of like lead more evidence, or wouldn't confirm it, I guess. It'd lead more evidence towards it. Like, uh oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. So big yikes.
Yeah. Anyways, have a good night, everyone. Thank you for coming out. It's been a very fun stream. Aside from all the
Yeah.
pain.
Yeah, it was a great stream.
Yep. Good night, everyone. See you next time.
See you, everybody.
Yeah, sleep well. I know I will.